being technically a contractor for a very politically correct company makes me not be able to go to Antonio Brown and ask him to call me a cracker on Twitter. I could have it happen. It would be so easy. I quoted him in
It's stage one here in Brazil League 2024, ladies and gentlemen, Playday 4. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is CDAPS as we get ready to jump into our next Playday. A lot of exciting games coming up today, Connor. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, more and more questions are going to get answered every single time we think, hey, is this team good enough to be competing for these playoff spots? We get some sort of differing evidence from them. You get to see, yeah, they're good against this team, and then they choke next week, and just back and forth because this league in Brazil right now is so incredibly competitive.
Well, before we can take a look at some of those future answers, let's take a step back and look at day number 3. We had a couple of interesting matches here. Connor, what is standing out to you immediately?
Yeah, immediately was how we highlighted match 4 to be that play in game of the day. Furia versus Vivo Stars. It was still a great game. It was close. Vivo Stars took just that little bit too long to really heat up to make it close, but right before it, you know, we kind of glossed over that Black Dragons versus FaZe game, and that one didn't disappoint by any metric.
And of course, I think the other probably stunning result for some people out there was that last game of the day, Connor, E1 taking it over Liquid.
But not only just taking it, that was a complete beatdown. That was such a rough game for Liquid fans. 7-1 to an E1 roster that had been struggling as well. Was not what you wanted to see.
No, definitely not. And I mean, we'll probably get to that Liquid squad just a little bit later, but we have some standings here. See how everything is going into play day number 4. Once we finish watching the highlights there as E1 finishes off Team Liquid. Certainly a rough game, Connor, but you know, we've got an interesting picture developing here where there's a 4-way tie in the mid-table.
Yeah, the mid-table is a nightmare that a lot of teams do not want to be a part of. Right now you have Furia, Ninjas in Pajamas, W7M, all in the 4 through 6 slots. All of those teams made S-tier events last year, and they're fighting to not be taking the first round bye, which is currently occupied by, sure, FaZe Clan, that's expected, but Black Dragons followed by Vivo Stars have just teams stepping up at the right moments.
I mean, do you think it'd be fair to say, Connor, this is one of the probably most competitive Brazil League stages we've seen in a very long time?
Yeah, I feel like a broken record when I'm constantly saying that because it truly is.
Yeah, it really does seem like it's anybody's ball game. And speaking of that, let's look at two teams that are gunning for that top spot, Black Dragons and FaZe Clan, right? These two in this match yesterday, Connor, very close. Black Dragon way overperforming expectations.
Yeah, Black Dragons looked so incredibly good, and this game wasn't just a good game because it went to overtime. It was a good game because both of these teams were playing great fundamental siege at its core, making minimal mistakes, and just the only slight differentiation was this max OT round where FaZe had more players that could step up, being Handy dropping an ace.
Yeah, that was a critical round there for Handy. Really stepped out on that one. But I think in general, what was so impressive was the level of parity, right? Because we talked about Black Dragons in yesterday's pre-show. They're a rebuild squad, and look at how they stack up against FaZe.
Yeah, these are both of their teams. This is the 1 and 2 seed. FaZe slightly edging out in the points as well as the average EPS and some of these other stats, but FaZe, we expected them to be good. Meanwhile, Black Dragons, we expected them to maybe take a stage or most of a stage. Maybe they would make an LCQ run because they have so many new pieces that have to get really fixed into their new system, but they're way ahead of schedule. They look so good. Having a 50% attacking win rate while playing against some of the top teams is incredibly impressive considering how defender-sided we've seen a lot of these games come in through Brazil.
Yeah, it's fair to say, I think, right, that Black Dragons is a team that a lot of other squads in this league are going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. They're the number 2 in the standings for a reason. They're the only team so far that have taken points off FaZe, and FaZe have played some of the other upper echelon teams so far.
Well, from the top 2 in the standings, we have to go highest high, lowest low. Gotta talk about Liquid. I mean, they're changing states of matter, Connor, because they're evaporating here in this stage.
Yeah, it has been very, very rough to be Liquids. You want to talk about the elephant in the room, you got to talk about the big blue horse in the room, because they are currently 0-3 and have only played against some of the teams that are mid to low table besides Black Dragons. Initially, going strong and having a close game against NIP made me think, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world for Liquid, but NIP have also looked a little bit weaker than we would have expected. The Black Dragons win or loss, that's all right, but that E1 defeat, where E1 is struggling against other teams, was almost a nail in the coffin because there were so many fundamental issues for Liquid that came out. Their system looks broken, their players look lost, they don't seem to have any sort of cohesion at all, and they couldn't break down a shield and lost 5 skyscraper defenses.
Yeah, 5 skyscraper defenses. I mean, I think it's fair to say that yesterday's match was pretty much the nadir there of Team Liquid in Rainbow Six Siege. Unfortunately, you know, or I should say fortunately, when you're at the bottom, the only way to go is up, I guess. So, you know, Playday 4 coming up. Will Liquid have a chance at redemption here, Connor? Probably not against W7M.
Yeah, it is not going to be an easy game. It's not going to look pretty. I'm really predicting that game to be an absolute beatdown because W7M have looked phenomenal, and there's somebody on W7M who definitely has a bone to pick with that Liquid team.
True, there is. He should not be named at this moment. We'll get to him eventually. But the other big match, FaZe Clan versus Vivo Stars, that's one with some big implications for the table. A real test for both those squads.
Yeah, Vivo Stars come out and take points off of FaZe once again. They're going to cement themselves into the same area that we have Black Dragons of being one of these best teams, the sleeper, the dark horses that almost came out of nowhere. But Vivo Stars have once again already had some tests. They played Furia yesterday, and you know, it could have been better, but overall they can bounce back even stronger against a stronger FaZe Clan, and maybe, just maybe, they'll be kind of pushing in towards that 1 and 2 slot.
We also have a battle of the rebuild squads, right? We have Black Dragon versus MIBR, which were the two teams we highlighted in yesterday's pre-show as teams that have reworked their roster. I think our expectations for how that match are going to go changed after yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't quite know if Black Dragons were those guys, but going XOT against FaZe definitely put it in the position. MIBR, they still look good. They're ahead of schedule, but I think maybe, just maybe, Black Dragons might be a couple of steps ahead.
Well, there you have it, folks. The stage is set for an exciting play day 4. We'll be right back with our first match of the day, Fluxo versus Furia, after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Playday 4 here in the Brazil League as we get ready for our first match of the day. It is going to be Fluxo versus Furia here. Connor, maybe not the most intense matchup to start us off here, but a good opportunity for both teams to sort of show some of their stuff at this stage in the stage.
Yeah, exactly. Fluxo, they've had their overall trajectory be positive. You know, they've gotten better each week. There's a lot of new pieces coming in, a lot of players having their first performance here at a T1 level, being Mitrix as well as Hat. And then overall, the other core was this E1 Sports roster from stage 2 that definitely had some upside potential, a lot of upset potential where they came out and beat teams that maybe they shouldn't have.
Yeah, definitely Fluxo's roster showing some signs of life, right? I think that's the important thing. But very much a team on the development. Those rookies, they need time to percolate a little bit.
Exactly. I mean, we still have already seen some big moments come out of both of these rookies. Mitrix had some massive plays. We've seen Hashi have some massive plays on multiple play days, but for Fluxo, we do want to see all of their pieces come together all at once. That's what we want to see. We want to see them at their strongest, but right now we've kind of only seen like glimpses here, glimpses there. They haven't put it together yet.
And of course, of those players, Mitrix was a standout yesterday on Playday 3, Connor, really putting in a good performance from Fluxo across every Playday, but especially coming in clutch yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday actually just pushed his stats over the average line, which was really good for him. Still getting involved a lot in the entry engagements on the defensive side because he's rocking that Fenrir. But as we kind of look towards his KD, it's not necessarily the best. He had some rough games on Playday 1 and 2, but he's really finding his footing, and that's kind of symbolic of Fluxo as a whole. However, they're going up against Furia today. It is not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, this Furia roster, I mean, you know them, you love them, reigning champs, Connor. I mean, what more can you say about Furia? They're so good.
Yeah, and they had their characteristic 1 loss per stage already, which means that they're not going to lose again. So, as this team continues to kind of bounce back, I think this is the final test to say, you know, they are back. Yesterday, they played against Vivo Stars. It was a close game, but they still looked a lot better. We highlighted JV92. He bounced back. He had a standout performance, but we're still waiting on some other people to step up and show their full potential.
Right. I feel like it's the entries, right, that are struggling a little bit here for this Furia side.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen most of the time in domestic league, this Furia roster has struggled in the early engagements department, but internationally, they're phenomenal. That's what we expect. We expect absolute dominance coming out of these players. It's Herds and it's KZ, but if we're looking at the stats, it's not the end of the world in the kills department. They still look good. They're getting the kills. However, it's the entry department that's really subpar for what you expect out of a world-class caliber team. Currently being 6 and 11 combined is really not the best. You expect absolute dominance, and we're holding this Furia roster to such a high standard that maybe slightly below average seems like we're taking real big digs at them. But we've seen what Herds and KZ can do on an international stage, and to see them struggle at all almost feels off.
Well, let's find out if they're going to get a map, right, where they might have a bit of an opportunity to work their entry magic and perhaps demonstrate some of that improvement we're looking for here, Connor. I mean, already some of the big ones off the board at the start. We saw some Skyscraper yesterday. We won't see it today.
Yeah, with Furia, they have an extensive map pool. They can go wherever they want. Fluxo, we still haven't really defined their map pool yet. It's only 3 play days in, and they've played 3 different maps, being Oregon, Clubhouse, as well as Border. But instead, we're going to be going back to Clubhouse once again. This is a map that you could argue is one of Furia's best, but you can make an argument that every map is Furia's best. So for Fluxo coming in and looking real introspectively for how they're going to be bringing their sort of aggression to the map, Clubhouse might just work, because last time we saw Hashi on this map, he went absolutely nuclear against NIP.
Well, we'll see if Hashi can recreate some of that magic against the strongest roster in Siege. And of course, to bring you that game, we're turning it over to 2 of the strongest casters in Siege. It's Lynx and Stokes.
Thank you, Corbeck, because I like to think despite my small frame and stature, I can bench a car if the moment arises. So, am I the strongest? I would think so. Sam, I have to say, I've seen the maps, and while I think Fluxo is a lot stronger of a team than I think their current standings indicate, going to one of Furia's best maps in a best of 1 does not seem like it bodes well for them.
I mean, you're right. Second of all, Intero Pengu, in case you were wondering.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit different today, but we'll dip into our Pengu bag for a second. I totally agree with you. I think that Fluxo has a lot going on that is really positive for them. I think they have a lot of really solid players that have came together on this team, but they've came together really recently, Lynx. That's the biggest issue, right? And going up against a team like Furia on a map that's extremely comfortable, like Clubhouse, there's not a lot of positive to find, minus, hey, maybe they can get some rounds, maybe there's some things they can learn as a team here. I don't really see them taking this away from the world champs.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially when, you know, we've seen them play it recently in Stage 2. It's where they fought FaZe, and to be fair, it was a close game. You know, only a 7-4 loss against the second best team in the world, but now they're fighting the best team in the world, and a team that we talk about, you know, when we say that, oh, this is one of the team's best maps, most played maps, to really paint the picture, this is one of their most played maps at the World Championship, at the 6 Invitational. They played it 7 times. They won it 6 times, and the one time they lost was in overtime. When we say this is a strong map, they are comfortable bringing it out in the most important tournament of the year consistently, and they rarely, if ever, drop it. That is where Fluxo have decided to go back. Now, to be fair, Sam, like we said, you know, these players, while they're coming together, they've had strong moments. Hash, great game yesterday. 7-4 loss against FaZe. When they're the second best team in the world and you're a new team, that's not a terrible result, all things considered. But as we go in right here, a slow team on attack versus a legendary roaming team in Furia, man, I try to find the positives, and right here, I can't help but read this as an inevitable Furia victory.
I mean, now here's the good things, right? Here's the good things for Fluxo.
Here's the positive.
As we touched on, this roster does have some very talented players. Some players that in recent history we have even put on a pedestal and said, this player's got some sauce, they've got some spice that we could see down the line, come into its own, maybe do something with this, maybe, start going for some chips. But they've just now arrived on this Fluxo roster. That's a big thing. The biggest name on this roster for me, especially when it comes to the frag department, you talked about Furia's aggression and Fluxo, obviously, by proxy, more than likely going to need a spearhead for that. I think about things like Lukid, things like earlier Astro, things where he could flex into more of an aggressive position. I think that as of right now, it's just trying to figure out how to mesh, trying to figure out how to meld. And maybe, just maybe, a mainline map like Clubhouse, a map where if you're playing competitive Siege, this map, usually a feather in your cap. It might be just the thing that they need to try and, kickstart this roster.
Well, I will say, very, very interesting bans to start. We, in terms of the defense, have a lot of those powerful operators on the board. Fenrir, Azami, and Solus will all be in play, but even more interesting, dare I say, double hard breach ban on Clubhouse. The Hibana taken off the board, the main operator to open up a lot of those basement hatches. Of course, with the abundance of secondary hard breaches on operators like Buck, like Capitao, Fluxo will surely be able to bring a lot of those operators and hard breach that way, and a lot of those operators probably would have been in their lineup anyway. But the Thermite ban from Furia, that is the main hard breacher to open up the external plat and jacuzzi walls. Now, similarly to the Hibana situation, there's a very logical substitute. You do have that ace that can easily accomplish the same job, but to look at this and see how strapped the hard breaching resources are going to be, sure, a lot of the time you're going to be bringing operators like Buck, Capitao, Grim anyway, but to open these hatches, they need to stay alive. You can't just have Lukid die to a C4 and say, okay, but he got the vertical destruction. If the hatch game stall is too good, such as the impact trick from Felapox downstairs with those impact grenades beneath kitchen hatch, that itself could stop Fluxo's attacks, ones that trend to be a little on the slower side.
Do indeed. Loving this from Furia. Already pushing the limit very early on. What else would you expect, though? You got 3 ADSs inside a secret. MIBR here, too, to try and stop any info pouring in from the main lounge area. We're going to try and deal with this for now, but what I really want to get to is the meat and potatoes of what Fluxo have looked to accomplish here. The bans come through. We have this double hard breach ban like you're talking about. The way that they've been able to foot this bill, where we've taken 2 hard breach secondaries alongside the ace. I really, really like this. Now, the main thing with these 2 hard breach bans coming through, Carter, is the fact that impact tricking, especially with Hibana being gone, it's going to be very viable, especially on something like this. But if you start losing 2 people, especially early on, I like that Furia try to double down, try and get the kill back, but Ashy just a little bit too good for the moment.
And honestly, if we see a lot of action in this game from Fluxo, it's going to be from Hashi right here. We saw a huge ace to start the game against NIP yesterday, able to find a lot of ground on the defense and deny it from the attack in here. He's been able to start out, put Fluxo in the 5v3, and Lukid, another especially quick entry, walks down blue stairs and takes down Herds playing the generator position. If we were hoping that Fluxo would find a way to navigate the problems in hard breaching, well, they've simply walked down every single stairwell and found an abundance of gunfights ready for them.
Not one you win all the time, but one Fleetbox will definitely be able to bring under his banner. Slow down Fluxo a little bit, but we've already gotten so much heavy lifting done inside of round 1. This is going to make things so easy for the remainder of this round, especially with the drone count, able to figure out where the remaining members of this Furia roster are. As long as they are able to pilot around those mute jammers, they do still exist. I think that Luke could end up running the cameras as well. The great DMR option, especially in a meta where DMRs are actually pretty sufficient. One could say the trend as well, especially with things like the 417 getting so much popularity. He's going to start getting tagged up too, and Astro's actually going to force his hand. He'll gun him down with the AK-12.
He will. Luke get put to 1 HP. One of Felipox's remaining Kivas blocks off the dirt position, so he's able to retake up AKs and actually get the drop on Raps, but only puts him to 1 HP. The Ace able to recover. And if we were worried about slow attacks from Fluxo, well, they've immediately put that question to bed.
Well, to be fair, Furia did bring it to their shores, right? We saw some gunfights that were kind of accelerated by the way that Furia wanted to hold things down on the defense. And the double down as well from main stairs, which again, I will say, I think still is the right idea. Just unfortunate it went down the way that it did. Ashy, an amazing shot in the R4C, always going to be a key tool when it comes down to gunfights like that. Great rate of fire out of that thing. Fluxo going to be able to pick up the first round off the back of those early exploits. They're able to find those 2 kills. But for Furia, I don't think that they really have to get off the gas just yet, Carter. I think that round is just one that just didn't exactly go their way. You know, if things trade out on the main stairs, maybe there is some realm of reality where they're able to try and lock things down around the hatch. Maybe they're ready for the blue push in that manner just because, you know, they're not as distracted with what's going on over in that portion of the building. Maybe that gap doesn't exist. But we're in this reality, my friend. So Fluxo is going to end up taking the first round here and started off pretty hot against this Furia roster.
Yeah, and Furia, in general, are a team that, if you look, okay, Anchor versus Roam, where do they tend to lean? They lean towards the Roam. They like getting aggressive. They like contesting that control. But on Clubhouse in particular, their Roam is a decently known quantity. One guaranteed fact, that Solus is probably going to be up, and if it's up, Herds is going to be the one playing her, roaming around the map, playing things very fast and loose, and usually have, in the case of CCTV and Cash, usually have some kind of extension to fall back to. KZ down below, behind that lounge shield, is the main player he's going to have to rely on to make sure that if he needs to rotate back up the secret stairs or through bar, that path, even if it's not clear, has some support to try and help him find his way back. But here in the early round, this is where we'll see again that double hard breach ban really being a problem. Because with the Ace on the board and only 2 hard breach charges and then bringing the Maverick, you need to make sure that this wall gets opened up in good time. But more importantly, since the Mav is doing it, that you don't end up having a C4 tossed onto that soft portion, detonating the Maverick the moment he renders that wall soft.
Good patience here from Mitrix. Expecting even more artillery. That's exactly what I'll get. JB92 trying to deliver something, but don't find too much. They're trying to extend this as well. Making a new line of sight there. Able to hold down the far cash door with that. Fluxo in good timing. This is something that we didn't really see out of them before, Carter. And again, I think it was just trying to get all of these moving parts put together. Hashi with a great read on the Felipox. They'll get taken out by a little E-box there right next to cash door. Herds. Now, kind of forced to rotate back, looking to see if anybody's already made progress on this cache side. We'll be able to see that they've at least gotten that cache single panel open.
Yeah, this is going to need to be a position that Herds holds down alongside support from maybe somebody like JV92 or Nade, really anybody. Because holding Lounge is certainly important. But Fluxo are going for the con push, and as the drone comes out, Hashi is simply not losing fights these past 2 rounds. 2 times now. He has gotten both picks for Fluxo to start, putting Furia into a 5v3, and then immediately taking control afterwards. Finds a yokai on the ceiling, so that plant denial could be a little harder for Furia. Only 1 left over, it seems. I think we just spotted it over in the red hall. So it is pulled a little further back. Nade might be able to sneak it into the site to go for plant denial, but even if they want to get to this point, KZ on green box has to survive. The con wall has just been unelectrified, so the Selmas can go out, but the impact tricolon's not there. He just throws it out, but the wall's still opened up, so it doesn't end up mattering. There is a hole right open in the middle of con wall for Fluxo to start walking into. The green box position is so easy to read. Astro and Hashi, the double right there, able to shut down Furia no matter where they strike. 2 dominant rounds for Fluxo to start on one of Furia's hallmark maps.
The adjustments right now from Fluxo, this is so solid from them. It's really, really good. And especially looking back across these last couple of games, they've had some really, really hard-fought matches, right? I mean, 7-2 to start the season up against Keed Stars, 7-4 against FaZe, and a 7-5 in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas. All losses for Fluxo, but all lessons at the end of the day. You can see that they've taken their time, even from yesterday coming into today. I think that they're just tired of losing, I'll be really honest with you, Lynx. because they're looking damn good, especially when it comes down to what we're seeing out of Hashi. Hashi is looking so dynamic right now, especially on the entry game, something that we really haven't seen him find too much success with in the last handful of play days. 3 and 6, -3 coming into this, but surely positive after these first 2 rounds.
Well, yeah, he might only have +2 opening picks statistically speaking, but he's gotten 4 kills in the early round, as you said. So if we're counting those extra 2, he would absolutely be positive and has been the standout player for Fluxo in these past couple. Had a decent game yesterday in the early rounds against NIP, but that was on the defense. Here on the attack, unreal stuff. And from Furia right now, looking to go to Gym Bedroom with their first defense. But the thinking or at least the thought I have right now, Sam, if this is a competition right now between Fluxo and Liquid, the only 2 teams without a win in Brazil so far, these past 2 rounds from Fluxo alone have been more convincing than some of the stuff we've seen from Liquid in 3 games.
You know, I got a lot to say about that. We're just gonna save it for later. We're just gonna pack it away.
Just a little tidbit. I just wanted to throw it in there.
We're just gonna pack it away for now. You know, the horse has been disappointing to say the least, but I will say this: I'm very happy for Fluxo and what they've been able to produce so far. And again, going back to what we said inside of the pregame, these are some incredibly talented players. I had no doubt in my mind that they could eventually get to a point where they looked pretty solid. Now, did I expect for it to come this quickly and up against Furia, who just came off of picking up a hammer and picking up a great org as well? No, I definitely did not. But here we are. Furia are the ones that are going to have to make the adjustments. That's how they got that hammer in the first place.
And to be fair to Furia so far, the Fluxo attacks we've already talked about Hashi quite a bit, but they really have entirely been off the back of him finding picks. Other than that, it's still been very slow. Even that con push, about 30 seconds left when they actually flooded into the site. Now, do they take down all the Furia players? Yes, they did. But it still came at very low time, and the setup Furia have right now as the mirror window is still looking over towards the jacuzzi wall and the impact trick goes out, they're still very much able to stall out Fluxo for an extended period of time. And this Selma breach, Sam, it is more than a little chalked.
The good news is that I think they'll at least be able to get the bottom portion, or they're at least able to fit through. Sometimes that's the worst part about those things. You'll just have that slim piece of metal that makes it where you can't crouch, you can't do much, but it'll work a little bit. And at the end of the day, at least it's a line of sight. It's really the pressure that you want. It's going to be the one to play the balcony. Back on the cameras. Not feeling the cog. Seeing a lot of 1x over these last handful of play days across both regions that you and I have been covering. Oh, go time here for Fluxo. Everything in position. Everything set up for Logi as well. Fleapog's still holding things down on Cash. Everybody going to have their own little skirmish here sometime soon.
Yeah, sometime soon, but we're opening Conwall with only 30 seconds left. This is what I mean, that Fluxo, even though we've had a couple impressive rounds, and I want to sing their praises, they are still moving very slowly. It's these gunfights in the Flood that have been going their way. Raps holding to make sure that player Cash can't rotate out, but Herds and Nade find 2 big kills to start things out right for them. But again, on the Flood, Hashi and Luke can make it a 3v2, and remember, with one player stuck inside of Cash, Bellapox gets the kill, and Herds on the site is able to close it out. But another round with low time, and somehow Fluxo almost pull through.
Yeah, great job when it came down to the gunfights, but the key difference maker there was that Furia was not giving those gunfights in the first 2:45, right? When it gets down to the wire, yeah, we finally see both of them start to, make contact. But past that, Furia play very patiently. They play into their strategy. Fluxo, especially from those previous rounds where those initial gunfights were kind of gifted, at least the moment was, not the kill, obviously. But those moments were kind of gifted over to them because Furia wanted to get in their face. And that was the stark contrast that we saw inside of round 3. Furia, instead, they just wait around, see what Fluxo want to do. And the answer is, not really much, Carter. Fluxo want to kind of see if Furia are going to overplay, go for some more aggressive swings at any moment in time, and it never happens. And eventually, they have to try and send it at sight. Now, some beautiful kills, but when Furia are able to retaliate in convincing fashion, you're more than likely not going to pick that one up.
And Herd's coming into play there. I mean, we see a lot of impressive plays on Mira with that Vector. You'd think, you know, someone who is, like I mentioned, on CCTV and Cash will frequently play that Solus, play that Deep Roam. He also very frequently will find himself on site playing behind a Black Mirror for 2.5 minutes. And whether it's on Bank or Clubhouse, in positions where he is just supposed to hold there, he finds a lot of success. JV92 now helming the Mirror in this round. Very similar story right there. This is a roster where Nade and Felipox are great players, but if you have KZ, Herds, and JV92 show up, that can not only be enough for a win, but that can be enough for a 7-2 or a 7-3, just if those 3 players are having a good game. And Herds has obviously been alright so far, but if KZ and JV92 start heating up on this defense, a comeback is very easy.
Oh, 100%. The basement going to be a solid catalyst for this. You can see Furia trying to push it to its limit, as per usual. Nate and Herds. Inside of Secret. More likely have a few utility pieces around here as well. Might have something like a My Disc or along those lines, but don't really need too much for a scenario like this. Just a little cheeky play. See if somebody tries to swing through, but so they're focused on the kitchen position and trying to rip up these hallway angles that assist with taking armory, making it where the back end of that area really isn't as playable as it is before. But also have that space inside of the bottom of the main stairs too. Again, Furia just not trying to overdo things. That's what we saw on the previous basement defense. Aggressive look up the main stairs, followed by that bathroom swing as well. That actually didn't have coming through initially. Started things off.
Jesus.
So the kills came through. Hashi with a great find onto Nade inside of Secret. Didn't have that aggressive look there with Herds previously, but as soon as they go back to more of an ISO'd front, you lose that player.
I will say, we saw some talk about it on Twitter. The way the pellets, I don't know if it's the way it's spread now or the damage each pellet does, but shotguns are not as strong as they used to be after this patch, and you can see Nade with that close angle, even with basically being right in the face of Hashi. It's only able to put him to 1 HP, and Hashi comes away with the pick. Honestly, even a patch ago, he might get that kill, and it might be Fluxo in the 4v5, but here, it's Fluxo with another win in the opening duels, and it still comes at the cost of Furia having a very solid read. The only aggression they have was that double play on Secret Stairs, but the rest have been focusing on just denying the hard breaching with the impact tricks, which they haven't done a whole lot so far, but haven't needed to. Fluxo were taking a whole lot of time on this half clear, and still flooding into the site, flooding down blue with extremely minimal time, but the kills are still going their way. Mitrix with a double, Felipox downed, JV92 has to blank out of dirt, and does find one right around the doorway, another inside of blue, but Raps is good for the trade. 3-1 now, and I think Fluxo's win condition is clear. If Hashi gets that opening pick, the round seems easy after.
Most definitely. It's all led off from what we've seen Hashi produce early on inside of these rounds. Furia with a very similar playstyle to what we'd seen them go for on that top floor. The biggest thing is that they just have that one little alcove over on Secret Stairs that ends up going awry for them. Hashi is able to produce something magical inside of that space. And now Fluxo have 2 rounds on the offensive side over the top of the world champs. Not something I thought I was going to see to start the day. In fact, I thought that this game was going to go by pretty quickly in favor of Furia. But instead, we're getting a heck of a game out of these two.
Yes, we are, and big game from Hashi, obviously, on these entries, but for Furia, even just getting 3-3 on the roam, obviously, you know, this is a team that can't be counted out on attack or defense. But the closer this game comes, the fight between Fluxo and Liquid down at the bottom of the standings could even come down to round differential if both teams go without a victory today, and a close showing against Furia could still be the difference. Between making it maybe to the LCQ in that 6th place, depending on what they're getting, maybe in 7th if Furia end up coming back 7-3. It's not exactly a game that is necessarily decided by the result. We're all expecting Fluxo to lose, not because they're a bad team, but because they're playing the world champs. But the closer they can make this, the better they might be able to set themselves up for later in the season. But now as we move to CCTV and Cash, we see Furia reverting back to that roam Sam. Herds back on the Solus. Fluxo still able to get the round despite it.
Well, last time around, we did see Furia start to pull back a little earlier on as Fluxo was kind of maneuvering around the roof, right? and they end up delivering things on that construction side. Now, the biggest thing there is that Herds end up getting stuck behind the mattress inside of Master. And although not the worst thing in the world, right, you can try and take a solid gunfight there, there just wasn't really any assistance from the rest of the Furia roster. They couldn't get there in time, and honestly, it's kind of a risk at that point too. Right, crossing through construction, potentially somebody playing the window, get a big loss there instead. It's not exactly a good look. So, see how Furia tries to make the adjustment this time around. You can see Fluxo kind of doing something similar, trying to apply pressure from both sides, get Furia to kind of second guess exactly where FX is going.
Well, as they flood down into lounge, KZ not
this.
playing down
Oh,
below
look
like
at
he did
this.
before, so they move up the stairs. They have control of the mirror window too. Nade caught right in the middle of a crossfire. But everyone from Furia has backed out. They have to play retake, even though JV92 has control of Garage. With everyone else outside of the site, JV had to hold as long as he could, and now he's downed on the rafters. Herd's able to find Lukin as KZ drops down below. The Solus and the Legion retake up blue. Mitrix caught on a drone! Astro caught with a bullet in the head! And Herds has brought this round back from Oblivion. Rap's able to find one. And Hashy's still up, so in the 2v2, very winnable, but on the shotgun swing, Herds good for 4. And Raps now has to retake the site on his own accord, as the defense is successful, but will the 1v2 work? You're behind the server stack. He knows the general position. He sees the case right in front of his eyes. But so do the other two defenders playing a crossfire on this very position, waiting for him to hop up on that window, and Herds close with either the SMG-11 or a shotgun is key to win this fight. Nice little read on the flame bolts. He even spots the Solus, forces her out, and is able to get the kill. Last one going for the swing, spots it for just a second, but he leans the wrong way, and Fellapox gets the angle. Furia fight back and around that seam that Fluxo, changing up the pace, had right in their hands.
I mean, they had it. They had it in their hands. Astro putting the plant down inside of CCTV. He abandoned ship. And it's all due to that Solus downstairs. Proper pressure at the proper time. Herds is playing around that lounge space. Starts to tag him up to the floor. He has to try and get away from that. And then immediately hits the flank too. In between timings, there was that FX player that I do believe was coming up secret stairs at the time, but this was not there in good timing for Herds, who makes a huge play, completely shuts down Fluxo, and although Raps with a solid effort, basically playing that situation to its fullest, especially with the utility being utilized in the way that it was. I mean, come on. Furia, that's why they're the world champs right there, baby. Great adjustment, especially with the aggressive front that they put on there in the dying moments of what could have been a plan and could have been a Fluxo round.
It could have absolutely been a Fluxo round. I mean, that's 4-0 now for Hashi on the opening picks. And even breaking with the trend a little bit, because the one time we saw them lose the opening duel, Nade got the opening pick with something like 20 to 10 seconds left. It was so late in the round. But there, Hashi gets it, but the rest of the team is behind him to flood in, and still Herds is able to retake. Because of the threat of that Solus from below. A must-win round for Furia right there. So now I believe, not a gym bedroom defense if my eyes don't deceive me. No, it is not. All the way back down to Church and Arsenal. We see Herds back on this roam. It was a full anchor setup last time, but this time all the way on the top floor. But oh no, 5-0 starts creeping into round 6. He's found the kill on KZ, and we know how the rounds tend to go when Hashi gets that first blood.
Yeah, Fluxo has made Hashi comfortable. Great look there on the main stairs. Pretty common angle, especially when it comes to high-level play. It's a great area to be able to make it to where those rotations aren't as accessible for the defense, especially when they go for some of these roam strategies. Both of these teams very aware of that. KZ just taking the chance and not working out. Hashi, hot trot today so far. AV92 also feeling it as he'll work his way up dirt tunnel. Hashi just saw his head right there, and what a moment there for JV92. Such an aggressive look. Already dealing so much damage to Hashi, and he's going to have to respect that.
I was about to say, I don't want Hashi to get caught up on that position, because even though I think the Ying obviously can very easily clear dirt, all of his Candelas, at least if he decides to commit to this last one, could be expended to try and find this kill on JV92, but as Raps joins in for the double, JV put to 1 HP and forced to back out of the dirt tunnel. But this is heavily telegraphed what Fluxo are trying to do. Maybe they could rotate out and uncommit to this position. But at least right now, Furia are going to be heavily looking towards that dirt push for an inevitable flood. Herds just ratting on the stock door. Has finally caught Astro, but look at the intelligence. Doesn't even confirm the pick. Knows how much Fluxo are stacked on this dirt kitchen side, and going for the confirmation might not work. Instead, he rotates all the way around. Mitrix caught lacking, working off of days-old intel. And this is where Herds is in his element, in the pocket. What can Fluxo do to counter it? The longer Herds holds this position, Sam, the better it is, and the more Fluxo will be concerned about their backside.
I mean, this is just amazing from Herds. He's wasting so much time right now. Fluxo have to try and make a decision here. Do we hit the site? Do we try and clear things? I think it's the former. You have to try and get this case down and hope that maybe he flanks into you in a positive way that you're able to handle, but so far, not so good. Furia, they've been able to tape up these leaks. They've been able to stem the tide that is Fluxo, and they are able to make this an even ball game going into the half.
And just as we've given a lot of credit to Hash's performance for Fluxo, I mean, you got to basically pin almost all of the defensive success from Furia there on Herds' shoulders. Obviously, you know, round 3, it's actually Nade who starts it off, you know, playing one of those anchor operators, but in round 5, Herds able to retake inside of the bomb site on CCTV for 4 kills. There, able to get a flank off inside a stock, catch an attacker off guard, then immediately rotate around to basically take down the players going to try and fight him in his previous position. A very smart rotation from Herds right there. And then on Jin bedroom as well, on that Mira, able to get, I think, another 3K in that round. Herds, every single win for Furia on the defense has either got a big multi-kill or a couple huge high-impact frags. So whereas it's been a hashy show on the attack, the reason this half is even for Furia is because almost entirely Herds making some massive plays.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's been looking so very solid, especially in a lot of these roams where he's been able to get ahead of Fluxo or, you know, make a solid flank. It's been so great for him. But now, switching gears on over to the offensive side here for Furia. AZ not having exactly the best day so far, but if he does start to get some kills on the board, that begs the question how solid Furia are going to look. I mean, he is one of the best players, especially from SI, for this roster. So, and when it comes down to Fluxo, we have an extension for them as well. Not too much of an aggressive one, though. They have Hashi on the Solus to try and suss out some of these drones. This Furia, they're going to make their entry point all the way over on Secret. They attempt to clear out the mid-floor.
Nade with a nice little bit of intel on that player inside of cache. This is how we've seen teams start to clear out this cache extension. Just bring that buck down below, make it uncomfortable for that Azami to play. Astro trying his best to dodge the vertical destruction, but Herd's actually downed by the roamer, by the Solus inside his stock. Velopox going in for the trade, but Hashi hits the deck, drops with that shotgun and SMG-11, trying to force Velopox or maybe even get the Azami into position, slowly creeping up the stairs. KZ just above, but finds the Solus right beneath the staircase. His first kill of the half so far, or of the entire game so far, and it still results in Fluxo, at least temporarily, having a gun isolated, one player down inside a bar. KZ's able to make it a second, and on that aggressive play, and at least finding it, Furia able to revive Velopox and retake that advantage.
I love the aggressive front downstairs, but honestly, I haven't gathered that much for it. In fact, they've lost 2 people. Fleepox gets picked back up, and yeah, he's on very low HP, but he's still an active gun at the end of the day, and you could say the same about Astro. But Furia is definitely pulling ahead in this situation. Still a lot to do. 3 drones that they can potentially maneuver around, but really only 2, as that third one more than likely Herds that he has placed somewhere. Can't exactly operate those things when you're dead, can you? So, gonna go for some readjustments, looking to see what they could potentially find on site. Fleepox more than likely going to make a late move to try and work his way up the stairwell, but on second thought, readjustment here for the squad. More than likely going to go for the Logi hatch instead. See if they can try and spearhead their way onto the site.
I think that's the smart play. I mean, when you have the 4v3, a lot of the times you know it's only really going to be one player inside a Logi, then maybe some backup from bedroom and main. With the 4v3, you should be able to trade this down, but no Logi presence at the moment, or at least not happening. Velopox instead decides to lurk up main, and Lukid's ready for it. The moment Velopox rotates, it seems Lukid does as well. So now that man advantage has been nullified. The Flood should go Fluxo's way. They're at least able to maintain the equilibrium, but his nade's put to 1 HP. It's Raps with the finisher. Double kill to finish things off. Fluxo get their first win on defense.
What a position there for Raps. Just hiding away inside of the corner of Master. And Furia, I mean, yeah, they have the man count, but they don't exactly have the best understanding of all the positions for Fluxo around that site. Especially there for the top floor. I think that was a great understanding of the situation that was lying in front of them, especially for the Buck pushing up main, right? Uses the skeleton key inside of kitchen, kind of telestrating exactly what is to come. I mean, especially at such a low time. Either main stairs or they make the fastest rappel of their lives, and you're more than likely going to hear that one. So, Fluxo is standing tall in a scenario where the backbone of the site was desperately needed. And I think especially with the Kiba barriers around things, just adding a new element to things, making it to where those angles that are traditionally open when that operator doesn't exist, just making things a little bit more murky once they did make that entry. So, Furia going to be at the other end of the stick, at least for now, as Fluxo will pull back ahead.
I will say Astro with the switch onto the Cav. I enjoy you, Fluxo, but be careful nonetheless. Furia might be a bit struggling right now with players not necessarily performing to the degree we'd like, but if they spot that Cav and maybe even Luke hit on the roam, and we see 2 solo roamers from Fluxo, Furia are still good enough and maintaining good enough form inside of the Brazil League that they could collapse on those players, just play the 2v1 or the 3v1 depending on where they're playing. It's at least a 3-man site setup with Mitrix, Raps, and Hashi all holding around the CCTV cache position. Astro actually inside of the site is Cav right now. It's Lukid technically the only solo roamer at the moment.
Astro trying to at least play close to home. We're inside of Master. The worst place to hold things down in the world, as he's saying earlier with Furia. Didn't exactly work out for Herds in that scenario, but well, just someplace you want to try and be cognizant of. Lukid's going to drop off and try and see what's going on the mid floor. Beauty of Solus, you can see how the drone game is being enacted from the offense. Try and translate that back to your teammates. Get some assistance in that regard. Be able to find a gap in the defense, or rather offense, and clear things out. Erd's going to have the first find, though, onto Mitrix. Beautiful one at that. Actually propelling himself forward into CC. End up catching an impact and a lot of damage coming in onto his position as well. Oh, and a Nitro through the wall will end up downing him. Not too happy about that one, and Furia going to go down in man count because of it.
Yeah, I like that idea in theory from Furia. Up the tempo, up the pace, with Herds hopping into CC window, and he finds the opening pick onto Mitrix on that Garage player. So even if you go down 4v3, Garage is a bit freer for Furia to take control of. They've also forced the C4 out of Raps. So the main source of plant denial now will be Lukid down below, but because you lost Herds and JV92, if you want to go for a plant, Nade is with that diffuser, so you only have 2 guns up. One's got to cover the top floor. Do you have the manpower remaining to allocate anybody down to that position when Astro's ready for it? Sitting down in secret stairs, potentially gone unread by Furia as KZ's going for this flank, and as Furia are going for the plant, Astro and Lukid both need to strike, both need to make their mark known, but the diffuser goes down successfully. Lukid finally finds one, a second from below, and the work is done. Velopox alone outside despite 69 bullets in that gun. Through a very small hole in the plat wall, has got to find 4 kills to stop this defuse from happening. Knows one with the hard pings on the garage door, but isn't aware of Hashi looking right at his position. An easy retake for Fluxo, and those roamers going big in round 8.
I mean, what do you think if you're Liquid right now? Like, this is the worst time in Brazilian Siege history to start imploding. Everybody in this league right now looks like they can contest. It is looking so very good for Fluxo and their decision making, especially inside of that one. I love what we have from Furia. I don't think it's a bad idea from the earlier aggression points that we saw, but Fluxo are able to capitalize on that. They're able to try and take away a lot of the teeth from that offensive front that Furia put on. And yeah, I mean, Furia are able to translate this into a plant, but the roam game downstairs, Carter, it works out for Fluxo. They gamble things a little bit. I'm not trying to take that away from them at all, but it works out in spades. And now they're 2 rounds up on Furia on this defensive half. Furia have got to try and find some solid ground to stand on because Fluxo, they're not trying to slow things down either. Astro, he's hidden behind Black Box inside of Church for what feels like eons now to try and make sure that they are not aware of what's going on. Also, an aggressive look out of the strip door. Find much over towards the construction spawn, but nevertheless, you can see Fluxo, they really want to try and play these games.
Astro really wants to play Cav, I guess. I mean, technically, as of that round, 100% win rate in Brazil now, so Astro's got to be careful. He's got a tall legacy to stand up to, set by himself, of course, in round 8. Didn't see a whole lot of the interrogations, but with the Dokkaebi on the board from JV92, that Cav could very easily be found if Astro overextends his hands. Very quick entry from Furia. Even if we've seen some struggles, and even seen Herds not having the impact with that quick entry into CC window last round, he's still finding very quick footing in the map, hopping into the gym window, making his way down to the middle floor. And for Fluxo, aside from that Cav, I mean, this reads as a full anchor setup. The Zotos for the hard breach walls. But oh no!
Oh, no!
No way!
Oh no!
With the intel, even an interrogation! Herds falls, Hashi follows up on a JV, and all of Furia are running for the hills. And Fluxo are chasing him over the mountain. 3 players crash up the main stairs, and nobody from Furia wants to take this. They have been completely forced out. KZ reading that. Maybe finds an opening in Oil Pit to try and get a quick 1-for-1, then back out. Is Hashi ready for it? Right around the corner. No, he's not. Takes the fight, but now there's a shield in his way. And KZ's been found. Surely you back out at this point, or at least hold. You don't want to give away this position.
Oh, no.
But his Velopox is downed. KZ might have to push forth anyway. Willing or not, spots one at back Church. It's only him and Nade to bring this back. Another one feeding the T95. Maybe KZ might just bring this back, but Astro with another. Surely not 2 in 1 game. Does he go for it? No, just finishes him off. But Velopox is revived.
Oh my.
Back to the 2v2. Mitrix wraps around. 1 pump, 2 pump. Fluxo for 3. Match point. 3 rounds ahead of Furia on a dominant win for the world champs.
Oh my goodness. That right there just spelled disaster for Furia in this game. I think they had more than likely a lot of respect for what, you know, Fluxo could have brought in the defensive lineup just to start off this round. We got to start really early with this one. And that's mostly because it seems like they really didn't have info as to what exactly was going on in the building, what exactly Fluxo was going for. And, you know, on top of that, obviously, Astro hid the Cav really, really well. But there's a couple of different things here, right? Maybe they bring the Solus, you know, you hold your drones back early. But the other thing is you're going for a more aggressive look on these top floors, trying to get map control really early on, Carter, but you're not bringing things like Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi is right there. One of the best operators in the game right now. Highest play rate, highest ban rate in the game for the offensive perspective. And we're not using something like this that could potentially assist us in a scenario that, you know, presents itself like Cav. But still, things even going down the line, we have some decisions for Furia where they're able to try and maybe battle back. They get some picks up against Fluxo, but they get stuck in the mud, you know, especially from the blue perspective. There's just not really much that they can add to that. That's why you're looking for those other 2 players to try and maybe get things done over on the kitchen side, maybe over near main stairs. But Fluxo play things out so very well. They choose the aggressive option at the proper time. Smart aggression is the thing you gotta go for in this game sometimes. You can't just sit back and rest on your earlier, you know, victories inside of a round. Because you might have a team like Furia that, you know, they have that bleeding, they have that moment, and they tend to kind of get feral, right? They want to go for those more aggressive looks and try and get in your face. And Fluxo were prepared for that. They were able to take those gunfights, especially in those tying moments, even for things like Astro towards Blue. He has no health there, folks. He's still willing to step up to the plate and try and make that moment happen. And that's what wins Fluxo the round. It's just such a smart look, especially from what we've seen, you know, in these last 2 weeks from Fluxo. They have grown so much.
And I think as they're on 6-3, I mean, Furia could still come back, but they've guaranteed themselves a point, and that means, as of that round, Liquid are the only team right now with 0 points in Brazil. We've seen, all right, E1, MIBR, Fluxo, Liquid, at the end of last week, all struggling to really get on the board in a meaningful way. MIBR finally does it. E1 finally does it, despite of not great performances in those first couple playdays, and now we're saying, okay, Fluxo and Liquid, but qualitatively speaking, with the eye test, Liquid have looked far worse. When are Fluxo going to get on the board? Surely it won't be in the Furia game. We'll have to wait till tomorrow. Or the next game, when they end up playing E1. No. It's happening today. And Furia trying to find momentum again. Fellapox will make sure that there is not a sneaky Cav inside a basement by immediately working his way down to the bottom floor.
I also love that they've chosen to go for the Jackal, although it's not really going to matter. There's going to be an assault on this portion of the top floor, but oh no! The Fearnox is going to force them back. KZ, he can't land the shots! The R4C Cog! Too much firepower. The recoil, a little too much at that moment. Ends up smacking the barricade instead, and Fluxo will be able to slink off into the night on this one-on-one. Birds will finally be able to pick up the kill. A minute remains now. That could be the difference maker, as Furia have been able to pull ahead in the man count. Lillipox, the missed shot. They know he's there now, but he's not going to miss the second. Raps gives him a look. He's down for the count. Oh my goodness. No way!
Unbelievable fight back from Furia right there. Ridiculous. I see Fellapox in that lurk. He reveals his position, and I'm like, oh, it's not happening. He's been found out. This is how the game ends. Furia are getting antsy. Furia are starting to fire shots when maybe they don't need to give away key positions. But not only does he find a sick shot on the Raps, but Astro trying to go for the increase in pace ends up paying for it on the vault over. Herds again, though, with another big round there, able to solidify that into a 4v3. I like the call from Furia still. Even though it might have been a bit of a hectic round, I still like that. They say, okay, we're down 6-3. We can't start getting in our own heads. We see 2 players inside of Cash. We'll have Herds, KZ, and I believe JV92 as well. But one of those supports, JV or Nade, flooding into Cash, up the red stairs, into CC to try to get the advantage and clear out that position, and they do so relatively successfully. So still good calls from Furia. Despite being down 6-3, they still have a very solid mentality on how to clear out that extension. Very fitting with their playstyle as well. And as we go to Cash now, remember, there was still a good call here, but one that didn't have the support it needed. Herds hopping into CC window, but nobody really able to follow up with that flood into Garage after he took down the Garage player. So there could still be a very powerful CCTV and Cash attack here if Fury are able to just get a little more control.
That's a big question, isn't it? How far down the line can Furia get? As you can tell, Fluxo, they're still in their bag, Carter. They're patient. Looking so solid. Prospering, you could say. Why slow it down now? Mirror window has been opened, so I'm gonna try and at least hold on to that for a while longer. Hashi's found himself inside of Secret. I don't know if this window's prepped. There is Claymores on KZ, but that doesn't mean that he has positioned those around the window. He is over here, so I would more than likely say they are on the window, but just in case, I want to be wrong about that one. Drones in for Secret. Hashi can hear these directly behind himself as well. Impact out here, and that's because Herds more than likely air jabbed that door. So far, it's just been processing for both of these teams. Furia pretty front-loaded over on the, over on the plat side as of now. Lots of goo mines under the window. It was a good initial burst of damage to Herds, but he'll at least be able to get that out before he tries to work his way forward.
It's good for Hashi holding down those red stairs. You want to make sure that you aren't going to get quickly pushed from the secret window, looking to take the engagement.
Man.
But oh no! Hertz is able to gun him quicker. A very necessary pick. We've seen how powerful this downstairs roam was for Fluxo on the retake. And now with only Lukid down below, he still has control of Lounge. He's able to swing, find Fellapox, and on a very hectic engagement, gets the first kill for Fluxo in the round. Hertz also put to low HP as the Fenrir goes for the push down red stairs. He's able to find it, but again, at what cost? Furia are finding so much more ground on the reattempt on CC. And Raps, the ever-present anchor, the constant mirror on this defense, has to wait for Furia to push him. Good take on the garage angle, trying to find the 1v1 of somebody running up the stairs, but JV domes him through the wall, finds Raps on his passive angle. Furia now 1 round away from overtime.
Saw him on the cam. Knew exactly where he was standing and able to gun him down right through that stair angle. Just because there's soft paneling there doesn't mean that you can't use it. There's going to be a timeout now called by what I would believe is Fluxo. My little camera's blocking things right now. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, it's a tactical timeout by Fluxo. What do you know? 6-5 right now. Furia starting to bring it back. Perfect time to use the attack timeout. Fluxo want all 3 of these points if they can gather them. And the big thing there is Fluxo trying to fight fire with fire, right? And, you know, giving over at least, I would say, a decent amount of respect to Furia, trying not to get too aggressive. We don't see things like spawn kills and things along those lines, but still trying to hold down things on that base level extremely aggressively, especially for HSK. I mean, trying to swing things in on secret there and missing out on the Nomad by a literal pixel. That could have been the difference maker right there, but instead the shoes on the other foot, Furia are the ones that not only are able to pick that up, but also completely exploit Fluxo doubling down on trying to hold things out inside of Lounge. I mean, at one moment in time, Carter, the only 2 existing Fluxo members being Astro inside of Secret, having 2 crosses held on his position, and then just Raps upstairs inside of Cash. And that's going to be difficult always, especially when Furia has so many bodies in a situation like that.
Also, in that round, it might come as a shock, because we're 11 rounds in, technically 12 now. It was also Hashi's first loss on the opening duel, the first time he's had an OD this game so far, 6-1 now. And with the trend we've seen, it's been broken with that round 10 loss. Hashi got the opening pick, and they did end up losing it. But still, with how strong he's been, if he does get that kill, and is able to not only keep Lounge control solid for the defense, but not at a cost to any of their players, that could be a very different round and a 7-4 win for Fluxo. But a regulation win is still very much possible. After that tactical timeout, we'll go up, or I suppose move across the top floor to gym and bedroom to try and bring this back. I still think, though, that even with maybe some changes in positioning or calming the nerves, whatever the timeout is for, we'll see Hash on the same position on that roam. We'll see Raps on that mirror playing inside a bathroom. As you saw just there on Herds' screen, 1 player close inside of gym behind the weight rack.
Herds holding things down on the crosshair. Sometimes it's all about patience. When you have an angle like this that is on a key rotate, sometimes you just don't overplay things. Allow the team to work their stuff. Hold things down on this far side. He knows the players around this space. Now, after that goo mine, Mitrix has no idea that there's a shark in the water, and you can see it on his face, the disappointment. And again, sometimes it's just about that patience. Elysian makes his presence known, and he's going to lose his life for it. All on simply moving 1 foot out from behind that bomb chassis. IQ is going to decapitate him for it. And 40 seconds remain now as Furia has at least a man advantage lead.
At least a man advantage thanks to 14 and 8 Hertz. Extremely solid performance. One of the most aggressive players in the entire world. But with the call made by Fluxo to pull back very early on, that entry into Cash is the first one we've seen, but Hertz has made his way into the site. He might have just found an opening off the back of the E1D!
No!
Fluxo are frozen solid at the mercy of Hertz is 5-5-2. Hashi falls on the retake, Lukid cut off from the site. Hertz going in for the kill, his second 4K of the game. Sends Furia to overtime in one of the biggest matches of the entire league so far.
This is insane. A patience play all around Armory gets him, or rather around Waits, gets him a kill right behind the bomb chassis off of the Legion, like we discussed earlier. Nice little entry there, and you really think it's going to be Furia trying to build things up for maybe like a cutoff, right? Maybe they try and pour into construction, main stairs, like Logi, kind of like that. Cut things off over on the cast side, make them try and rotate in and take some fights. Something along those lines after a pick like that, right? But instead, what we get is a insane read out of Herds, whether it be from drones or just the eye test, or maybe just his teammates calling some gaps in the defense, whatever it is. He hops directly in to the point and sneaks through to the point where not only does he get the kill on the Mira inside of Bathroom, which is usually the heart of this defense, exactly where Herds is actually standing, but he also turns and burns another player that is holding the window that he just jumped in moments ago. Just moments ago, that could have been the difference maker. Herds could have hopped in the window and could have died instantaneously to a player holding the weights window. But no, instead he finds a perfect moment in time, exploits Fluxo to the fullest, and now we're in OT.
And now we're in OT indeed.
What is this?
Furia will head back over to Gym Bedroom, but think of how strong a lead Fluxo had at the start, and now it's gone, and now Furia have them right where they've won him. Now doubting their resolve, doubting what they've been able to accomplish so far. This could have been 3 points for Fluxo in a win that could quite literally separate them from multiple teams in the head-to-head, depending on what happened and how strong the rest of Furia's season remained. Now Furia are right back in it. Can put Fluxo back down in the standings. Even with that 1 point is big for Fluxo, but now Furia, a win very, very possible. As it's been a 3-3 half for all of these teams. And if they can keep shutting down Hashi, who really cooled off in that second half, albeit on a different side, but now that they have 6 rounds of a precedent for what Hashi can do on this attack, if they're able to keep him quiet for just a couple rounds, an OT win, very possible on this defense.
I will say this. I think the most comfortable we've seen Hashi so far has definitely been on this IQ. Maybe, just maybe, we get something special out of him this round. Herds will be holding things down for the tub side. Metro Cell in the hand, so can still expend that at a moment's notice. You can see Fluxo, very similarly to what we'd seen the last time, trying to make sure that they stretch Furia out. Ensure they have to play both sides of this defensive coin. Fox actually getting assisted by one of his teammates and be able to cross across that construction single panel. With very minimal time now, a minute remaining, Fluxo are going to be forced to show what their true intentions are. And at least for now, it looks like they want a few players over on this cash side, maybe try and rotate things up, actually get a kill on this JV position. But no, Ashi, he's going to enter in on the stock side, starts working his way over towards main. But Fluxo, is this what it's going to be? Are we going for the tub offense? I think we are indeed.
I'm a little worried right here. If they just start flooding in, Herds has the read. One kill, man. A second on the window. The third on the Capitao. Flawless for Furia as they move to match point, and it seems the Fluxo engines are starting to run cold.
It just seemed like they really didn't want to fight there, you know what I mean? They understood the parameters that Furia had set up on that defense, but there was no pressure point, it seemed, for Fluxo that they wanted to try and exploit. There was nothing there where they seemed comfortable to try and take a step forward. Minus when their hand is basically already played out, you know? And, I mean, I hate to break it to you, but Furia also have ears. They can hear everybody stomping across that roof to get over to the positions to drop into Jacuzzi and, you know, things like Logi. So for Furia, that was probably one of the most straightforward rounds that they've had this entire game. They didn't really have to do too much inside of the opening 2 minutes. They could really just suss out Fluxo pretty easily, especially because there for the last 40 seconds before the execute goes off, things are pretty quiet over on that cash side. There's really nothing going on. And then all of a sudden you have people try and work their way up main stairs as well as Logi. You have that tub push as well on top of it. But it's also very well handled by Furia. They have a great understanding of how those executes tend to go. And they play it out to the fullest, especially for our Mira playing inside of weights.
And another round, I mean, to be fair, that one, I mean, anybody could have been playing in Herds' position. JB92 all the way down to Nade. I mean, anybody is going to be able to likely take down both of those players on the flood in through Jacuzzi Wall. So, while Herds might have been the one to do it, anybody from Furia could have accomplished that because of how linear Fluxo's take was, but it is still another round. 4, I think, at this point, where a huge multi-kill from Herds has been the big moment for a victory from Furia. And thinking all the way back to round 5 with that 4K on the retake up cash, if Fluxo win that round, it might be a regulation victory, and yet now it's Furia on match point up 7-6. Herds going back for that clear through the top floor, and there's no Cav this time waiting for him to catch him completely off guard. Fluxo have completely reverted. They have been scared by Furia. It is a full anchor hold on their only defense in overtime.
Furia have so many options to be able to tear up this floor, too. Obviously, the most important one being Blue Pox. Going to give them so many angles to try and utilize, especially when it comes to an offensive front like this. This is going to be a great look for Furia. A lot of things to try and shut down Fluxo's angles, make it to where some of these deep armory positions aren't nearly as accessible. You can, for the most part, still try and play around the boxes, but all the angles directly off of said boxes are going to be probably occupied by some Furia guns. Halfway through this one now, Furia is going to start breaking up things around this mid-level and see what they can find on these drones before Fluxo are able to try and get a big pick.
We'll see if that pick arrives. If it does, I have to imagine Herds will be the one taking it. A lot of the Furia players have started getting back in the fray. Really only Nade 4-9 negative, but even then, Nade is often on the back line. The fact that Furia players are starting to get back into the game, even if it's not matching the same heights of Herds, has been no small part of this success, but Mitrix cuts down the key entry for Furia. JB92 still getting a foothold in Moto, but the player who has saved Furia, bailed them out of likely a regulation loss, is now the first one off the board. Furia still keeping it even as Felipox floods in, making Fluxo look silly as they're grasping for minimal information. A 4-piece, an ace from the Ram to get Furia over the line in a game that could have been one of the biggest upsets we would have seen this whole stage.
An 8-6 victory for Furia, but I think an amazing game for Fluxo at the end of the day, too. And, I mean, just on a day-to-day basis, they have consistently improved their play. It really seems like they've got something going on for themselves, but this is, at the end of the day, what we expected out of Furia, even in a game that was a little bit more hotly contested than we thought, right? We expect Furia to be able to pull games out like this in a pretty convincing way.
And that does mean with that 1 point, Liquid now dead last going into their game later today. But of course, that's just a small tidbit for what I imagine the desk is going to talk about, because even if Furia won after this break, there's going to be some shocked faces coming back to you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. And well, Connor, I don't think Fluxo was locked in there with Furia. I think Furia was locked in there with Fluxo. What a game!
And this was a game that was in stark contrast to what we saw yesterday with the barn burner that was FaZe and Black Dragons. It was such a fundamental strategic game. This was throw strats out the windows and boil the game down to pure mechanical skill. It was two Titans just trading blows back to back.
Yeah, Fluxo, out of nowhere, haven't picked up a win yet so far, and then they start dominating Furia on the attack and on the defense.
Yeah, and overall, Fluxo just took the fight to Furia. A lot of teams you would go up on looking at Furia and be scared to take those engagements. You know, they have Herds, they have KZ, Ellapox can frag too, Nade and JV92. Why do you want to take gunfights with them? Because if you're Fluxo, you've got a young core still with underrated mechanical skill, and these fights can go your way if the aggression is done properly, like what we saw today. With Hashi, went absolutely huge. He slowed down a little bit, but dominance in the early round was so crucial for any success that Fluxo found.
Yeah, you can't talk about this without talking about the hash-slinging fragger right there. Had such an impressive performance in those early rounds. Was running at, what was it? We said a 200-something EPS. I mean, just insane stuff across the board from him. But of course, Furia, they're the champs, right? They're not going to go down easily. It's a no-holds-barred, knock them down, drag them out fight. And Furia held on by their teeth, Connor, and would not give up a single inch.
Yeah, there was a point right after Furia got interrogated by a Caveira that you just kind of saw after the timeout, they changed their philosophy. They decided that, hey, let's just play the same game as Fluxo and beat them with experience. They have a little bit better mechanical skill. They started giving respect towards Fluxo, and it's like if you can't beat him, join him mentality. All of a sudden Herds just walks into the bomb site with 5v5 and kills everybody. Herds once again is going absolutely massive, play after play, just huge stuff. Even Ellapox down here at the very end getting an ace by just walking into the bomb site. Furia was doing the same exact things that Fluxo did initially that caught them off guard, and they had just as much success.
Yeah, I have it on good authority that when R6 was being created, a dev prophesied that in Furia's darkest hour, a hero would come and save them from doom, and his name is Herds. What a game! A 20 bomb dropped to keep his team in this.
Yeah, and more so, it's the improvement from Herds and KZ, especially in the early round. Sure, you had somebody like Hashi still being dominant, but Herds and KZ, they weren't that far behind, especially right here. Herds 4-2 on entry. When he was able to get those opening picks, those huge impactful ones, like what we saw with that gym attack where he just walks in, he finds a hole. That's what Furia operate on. They have a good intel game. They found the gaps, they hit them, and it just completely decimated Fluxo.
Yeah, yesterday when we were talking about Furia's matchup, Connor, you mentioned the idea that there might be kind of like a panic button for Furia, right? Where they won their game yesterday, you can kind of back your hand off the panic button, how close do you inch your hand back towards the panic button after Fluxo, of all teams, takes you to overtime and gets a point off of you?
You know, I think Fluxo are a team that's had a really tough draw early on, having to play so many of the top rosters and still keeping it close. So I think they're a little bit underrated statistically in the standings. But overall, for Furia, we do expect them to be the best team in Brazil. And they've taken a slight step back. But I think overall, they're slowly learning what it takes. I think they were almost surprised with how competitive Brazil is in this stage. Every single team can take points off any other team. The gap is just so tight. And for Furia, sure, they were ahead of everybody, but as everybody caught up, I think that they caught up a little bit faster. For Furia, I expect they will just slowly realize exactly what they have to do. Even throughout this game, they realized, hey, we just got to boil it down. Let's simplify it. Let's do what they're doing. We're going to be just as aggressive. Let's just focus on the team play as opposed to the strategical side. And it worked.
It did, yeah. You felt like they were going back to basics there a little bit, but I mean, looking at it from the Fluxo perspective, right? You've had a bit of a rough start. You come out of it 0-3. You don't win this game. You only pick up a tie. It's a point, which is good, but it's not quite what you wanted. I mean, how upset versus happy should Fluxo be here?
You know, they very well could have taken 0 points out of this weekend, but to get 1 against Furia, I'm sure that they probably would have thought they would get their points last playday as opposed to this one. But I think overall the future is bright for Fluxo. Their players, they're starting to gel a lot more. Players can step up once again. If you take Hashi to Clubhouse, he's dropping at least 15 on your head, and everybody in Brazil is going to know that at this point. But now as Fluxo is going to go towards the more easy side of their schedule, I think that they're going to start making a run and they're going to be knocking on the door, maybe getting that top 6 spot.
Well, folks, Fluxo going nutso right there, but Furia holding them off. That's our first game in the book. We'll be back with our next match right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Playday 4 here in the Brazil League. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is CDAPS, and we have our next game in the chamber here. It's gonna be FaZe Clan versus Vivo Keydstars. And Connor, this is one that I know you highlighted as the match of the day.
Yeah, and I feel like we almost might be a bit surprised because of last game going so big, but I don't think that this FaZe Clan matchup is going to disappoint by any stretch of the imagination. We've already talked at length about how FaZe are one of the strongest teams in the region. There is not a weakness across this roster, and if we're going to highlight any weakness, it almost feels like you have to nitpick to find anything.
Yeah, of course, FaZe sits at the top of the table right now, and it's a well-earned spot, right? They've battled in every single game, and they have looked, I would say, consistently good. But of course, their opponents, Vivo Keyd, up-and-comers, Connor, a team that you like and I like as well.
Yeah, they're a very satisfying team to watch because of the strategic sort of depth that they're showing. They're just a solid fundamental team that don't make very many mistakes, and they do still have the ability to have players take over rounds. They have X factors, mainly people like Hates, who have been playing so well and elevating the entire team as a result.
Yeah, but Vivo Keydstars has had kind of one weakness, which has sort of been their attacks, and that could be a problem here because FaZe Clan, Connor, well, they're quite strong on the defense.
Yeah, for just looking statistically at Vivo Keystar, they are still an above average attacking team. But if we look yesterday where they played against Furia, their first true test, their first true starting team that they had to play against, they really did struggle in the attacks. They started too slow. And as we look at FaZe, this is definitively and statistically the best defensive team in Brazil right now. If we look at just their opening deaths, you might think, hey, opening deaths, that's a bad stat, right? Not necessarily, because even when they just forfeit the first kill, they're taking so much time off the clock. They're milking 1 minute and 45 seconds. That's significantly over the halfway line of a round, meaning that even if FaZe don't get that kill, you know, their roam quote unquote fails, it's still being successful.
Yeah, it really is emblematic probably of the strength of FaZe when it comes to that defensive side. But I guess in the spirit of fairness, Connor, we should probably talk about one of FaZe's struggles, right? They've been consistent across their games, but there's been one part of the team overall that's been a little lacking.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately Cyber. Once again, I feel like we keep on harping back to him, but we hold him to high standards because he should be popping off because he's such a great player. He's still very involved. He takes almost 70% of the entry engagements for his team. Right now, he's 5-9. It's not looking that good. And in stark contrast with how great Hates is playing, it allows a very big opportunity for Vivo Keydstars to punch up a class. Because if there's a struggle on the entry department for the side of FaZe, if Vivo Keydstars are able to farm that, if Hates is able to get the ball rolling, he's a multi-kill machine right now. He gets that first kill onto Cyber, all of a sudden he can snowball over and over again, meaning I do kind of like the matchup for Vivo Keyd here.
I think it's a good one for Vivo Keyd and kind of a test for FaZe Clan. And I mean, Hate, he drops these big multi-kills. Will he get a map where he can do that again here today? Looking at the initial vetoes, nothing too surprising left out there, Connor.
Yeah, FaZe Clan's still a very strong overall map pool. Vivo Keydstars, they're not going to the bank that they've seen middling success back and forth. Still a close matchup against Furia yesterday. They don't want to go back to it. Labs, I also like this ban for Vivo Keydstars because of FaZe being so strong on this map. In sort of stark contrast, I don't necessarily like the FaZe Clan ban on Skyscraper because they're a very strong team on that map, as we saw yesterday against Black Dragons Oregon. Again, another sort of default map, meaning that we were up to a consulate and a clubhouse. For FaZe Clan, they err on the side of caution. They go the safe choices. We're going to get a clubhouse repeat instead of wanting to challenge the sort of unknown aspect that we would see with a Vivo Keydstars consulate that they have not shown.
It's an interesting choice there. I mean, we did just see a clubhouse where we nearly had one of the biggest upsets of the stage. Perhaps a good omen for Vivo Keys looking to maybe upset FaZe Clan?
There definitely is the potential. We've seen so many players be able to take over games on Clubhouse. It's a breeding ground for big play potential. And so what we saw with Hashi, what we saw with Hertz yesterday, or just a couple of minutes ago, we could definitely see with anybody on FaZe Clan stepping up, in Hates or even Hornetow stepping up on the side of Vivo Keydstars. It means that we're definitely going to see an exciting match.
You know, looking at Club just in general as a map, it's a back to basics map. That's something that we like to talk about a lot. We made this point as well with Fluxo, and I think it was one of the reasons that helped them out, you know, in their ability to push the limit there on Furia. You think Vivo Kid will get a similar advantage here?
I think FaZe Clan are going to be faster to adjust if all of a sudden Vivo Keat Stars come out and punch them in the mouth real quick, get a quick lead. FaZe Clan, they have a little bit more of a domestic sort of affinity. They're stronger against these Brazilian teams. They understand it and don't have to adjust as long as what we've seen with Furia. So there might be some potential for Vivo Keat Stars to step out fast, but as a whole, FaZe Clan are a fast team that are just so ready to drop everything and go frag heavy.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it overall, right? And it's this entry differential. Clubhouse, a very well-known map. I feel like entry routes in particular are pretty well known. Do you think that lends maybe a little bit of an advantage to FaZe Clan and their ability to maybe get some jumps or some drops on people like Hates, or is it really going to go the other way?
I think that there is the opportunity for Cyber to bounce back with that. It's going to be a very tough battle, and I want everybody to just watch the beginning of every round. It's likely going to be Hates versus Cyber somewhere on the map, and I think overall, whoever wins those gunfights is going to be winning the rounds and snowballing momentum. But, or like you said, Clubhouse being so well defined, Cyber has had some phenomenal performances here on Clubhouse, and I like the idea that FaZe are taking this to a map that they know he can kind of take over on, because it might just break his streak of having some bad games.
Well, folks, biggest match of the day coming up. I'm sure you're tired of us yapping, so I'll turn it over to two of the best yappers around. Take it away, Lynx and Stokes.
The number one criticism I get on my TikTok is always like, why is bro yapping so much? Why is he yapping? So I don't know if I actually want that to be associated with me, Corbett, because while I agree, I think it's a positive, Sam. Some people seem to disagree, but I can tell you, after that Furia Fluxo game, you and I did a lot of yapping during that one because of how long it was. And against FaZe and Vivo Keat and what should be the match of the day, I honestly expect it might be similar.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Vivo Keat has actually caught me the most off guard out of a lot of these teams. They've looked stellar right out of the gates, and not only that, but against some of the best in the business when it comes to Brazil. So I'm excited to see what they can do up against FaZe, who just very recently tried to take a hammer away from the Furia roster, but ended up losing it on the very last map at SI. So definitely high praise for the Furious squad as we head back into Clubhouse for our second map of the day.
And I definitely, what I want to see well and truly is what Hates can do. Because, I mean, listen, obviously, I would like to see Cyber bounce back. I'd like to see what FaZe can do, but they're very much a known quantity to me. And they've had success. One of the top teams in Brazil, number 2. Of course, I know what FaZe can do. And if Cyber ends up dropping like 15 kills, am I going to enjoy it while I'm watching it? Of course. But I'm going to be like, yeah, it's Cyber. Like, he's one of the best Brazilian players of all time. Like, that's a Cyber performance. But Hates is someone who doesn't have that same pedigree, doesn't have that same level of success and fame that Cyber has. And even though he didn't have a great game yesterday, his rating was so good going into it, he's only dropped down to a 1.41 and is still the highest rated player in Brazil. That might have changed after the Herds game, to be fair, but still, that's the level that we're talking about. And Sam, we just saw what a standout aggressive player can do for your team with Hash on Fluxo. If Hates is shooting to the same degree he was in some of the earlier games this stage, FaZe might very well really wish Cyber was having a good performance.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's the key thing. Like, what versions of these players are we going to get here today? And the thing is consistency, right? This is going to be Vivo Keat's biggest game so far this stage. The very first day they were, ended up having that victory against Fluxo, 7-2 on Oregon. The very next day we have a 7-4 on Bank up against E1. But just yesterday, that's when they suffered their very first loss in a 7-5 up against Furia, and that was on Bank 2. Now we're rounding back to Clubhouse. They've already, had to try and go toe-to-toe with what is essentially the best roster in the world currently. Now they're going up against what could arguably be the second best roster in the world. So maybe things are, a little bit closer. Maybe they get overtime here. We really don't know. But I can tell you this. I'm excited to get into this one, especially with just the chance for Vivo Keat Stars to even make a run at this FaZe Clan squad.
And with their one loss being at such a close margin yesterday, we know what the squad can do, and in my opinion, still a dark horse to make that major via the LCQ spot, especially with the drop-off that we've seen from Liquid, NIP. Always perform well domestically, but given how much they struggle on attack, I always have to kind of wait and see how their latter half of the season ends up going. I think Vivo Kid have what it takes to make a major. Not necessarily go far, but I think they've got it in them. And a win over FaZe here, with how much success FaZe has had as the only team still in Brazil without a loss. Might not be flawless, can't get the maximum amount of 27 points because of that OT game yesterday, but FaZe still the only team without a loss. And if Vivo Kid can not only get that in the standings, but can still get that just as part of their reputation, they'll be more than happy. And here we go. Hate's already inside of the map. One player on bottom main reveals his position. Hate switches to the skeleton key to try to catch him on the retreat, but caught a little lacking by Cyber. And the duel we have prophesized, Cyber versus Hates, first blood has been drawn. It is the veteran that gets it.
Very heads-up play there by Cyber, too. Turns on a dime as that Lauren stripped away from the stairwell. Ends up getting a big kill onto the Buck, and that means a whole lot, especially when it comes to this bomb site. I mean, you really want him to try and tear things up around this main hallway. Things inside of kitchen as well going to be less exposed because this skeleton key isn't here to assist. Yeah, you still have things like breaching charges, but it's going to be a little bit more risky to try and work around these bomb sites and potentially have some nitro cells or some impacts work back onto your location. Vivo Kid, though, they'll be able to stabilize on this mid-floor and begin processing this bomb site. FaZe Clan will more than likely stick to their guns downstairs, just turtle up and see how Kid wants to try and finish off this round.
Which is a good call. I mean, if you are the more experienced team, you have that advantage, and plus you have such strong anchor players, which you could really classify as anybody on this roster aside from Cyber can really play a strong hold of the bomb site. This is what FaZe are best at. This is where they are really strong on plenty of different maps. Skyscraper to club, they can make this strategy work. Stemp trying to find an angle onto that generator player. While it seemed that Cyber or Handy, whoever was back there, I think it was Cyber, is maybe eager to give something up, you won't find anything. So as we encroach upon the final minute of play, Vivo Kid have done a lot of the normal work you'd expect. Sure, they've lost the Buck, but they've opened up some of those vertical angles. They're starting to probe down blue, use that execute utility to make KDS's position a bit easier, or a bit harder, actually. But as Lenda finds Handy all the way at the bottom of main stairs, Cyber going huge as Stemp is cut down. It's entirely a push through this church wall that Vivo Kid are staking the round on. Ace holding the long hallway. Some shots fired down range, but Hornet cut down as Cyber making his re-entry into round one. Very, very special. A three-piece for the Wamai. And Vivo Kid completely shut out of round one.
A very clean defense from FaZe Clan. Up to this moment here for Daffodil. Trying to see if he can potentially get some assistance from his teammates' drones. You could see him look over on his teammates' monitor there just for a split second, but the results are all the same, at least from what we thought was going to happen. It's going to be a FaZe Clan victory. Cyber with that initial find there, translating things pretty successfully, I would say, especially when it came to those later two frags that we saw as Vivo Kid try and push in from the church side. Now, I will say this for Vivo Kid, they at least get a good amount of steam working towards that position, don't they, Cardo? They get the wall open, they start to try and transfer things into that church space, but they really don't have anything else going for them. It's a pretty one-dimensional take of the bomb site. They don't have anything to try and help them with the backside of blue. They don't have anybody to try and occupy what could be some angles that could be useful over on the kitchen side, but that also begs the question if they even got to make those in the first place with what we saw earlier in the round with the Buck going down.
Yeah, the combination of losing your Buck so early on, but then also not having success on that blue clear makes a push in through church wall almost untenable unless you just win the heads-up gunfight with the players playing in blue or playing in church. If you don't have that position, the defense is able to watch you completely, and I think part of the struggles we're going to see from Vivo Kid, they have the Grim, but the lack of the Ying, not having those Candelas, could make a flood down into that position a little bit more difficult. But also, if you just have one guy, maybe Stemp, trying to flood down there, usually you have the guy Blue and AKs trying to stop anybody from pushing down. So once we see the retry of that bomb site later on, Vivo Kid, a lot of workable pieces, but I think just adding maybe another dimension to that, whether it's utility or play, might make that execute a little more tenable.
A solid guns being brought here by Vivo Kid. Not a lot of hard breach, though. I mean, we have Lenda with the secondary hard breach, so at least have some redundancy, but still a little risky with the choices here. Lots of soft destruction, obviously, to try and assist with Hornet once he's able to open up these walls, but... Oh, big moment there. Stumps able to take down Cyber. Be the first lane that goes the way of Vivo Keyed in this game so far, so probably happy to at least get something going for themselves early on in the round count.
And Cyber involved in both opening engagements now. I mean, Cyber is equally comparable to Herds on Furia, or the old W7M, in that there are multiple players who get in on the opening engagements. FaZe are actually remarkably even. Usually KDS, Handy, and Souls all getting about around the same total engagements early on in the round. And then you have Cyber, who's like double that just in one player, just as Herds is on Furia. So we'll see him involved in a lot of these engagements, but losing it early on, of course, you could lose those codes the Fenrir has in his pocket. The Vivo Keyed are just a bit more comfortable at the moment going on with the rest of their clear. C4 goes out to try to stump this Mav on the wall, and Hornet barely even reacts. He's just continuing trying to open up that soft portion. And there might not be any buck, but they have the impact lifelines to open up that section of the wall. Now Vivo Keyed, I imagine, with the Capitan on board, will move on with the garage take.
Timing not exactly excellent so far. And FaZe still with a lot of strategy to be taken advantage of, at least in this last minute. You can see they're worried about that potential player moving over for the balcony. Souls is all the way over in Master. Somebody drops down in that outside area. Can't just hop out and take that gunfight. ADS still able to hold things down inside a garage, at least for now. Still only missing Cyber. Glass is now going to get kicked on, and through the fire and flames, he will die and burn out. Step is going to end up going down, though, in a weird oddity that we'll have to end up getting back to. He will end up getting picked back up, but it's going to be Hates up next to get a big kill onto Handy. Down to the 2 versus 5. Vita King's going to sprint in. They still have one around the stock area, and they do indeed. We'll know that Souls is now down low, doing double duty right now as Vita King, as he's trying to occupy both spaces, but he's going to end up losing Souls in this scenario. Smoke out. Hornet,
no way.
I think he's going to be able to stick this. He won't. He will be able to readjust at least towards the back of the server stack. Big moment now, but Daffodil will be able to take him down, as Vivo Keyed had so many different options available to them to try and shut it down. And this time around, it'll be through the firepower.
And that's a great round that really showcases why I think this team can make a pretty good argument for getting that major spot, whether it's through maybe the third playoff spot or the LCQ. Maybe... Obviously, you know, the games Sam and I cast are a drop in the puddle of the overall amount of Rainbow Six that happens, even from a day-to-day basis. But a lot of the times we've casted Clubhouse, Sam, we've seen a lot of teams in NA and Brazil going for construction-sided pushes, and maybe that's because the utility you have to bring for a garage take can be very difficult. You know, the Capitao, you've always got to fight that Wamai. You maybe have to fight the Azami if she's unbanned, obviously in this case taken off the board. But Vivo Keyed with lifelines, concussion lifelines, firebolts, and then Hates down below. Basically, the beginning of that utility clear to the garage player actually dying was, what, 3-4 seconds, maybe? There was no time wasted on that clear. And then obviously you had Hates getting a nice double in that round too. But the control Vivo Keyed were able to muster, of course with that opening pick, but then opening up plat wall and then finding that garage control almost immediately after trying to take it was just a really nice thing to see. And then, of course, controlling Lounge down below, Souls in a very difficult position. I like FaZe's read to try and regain the man advantage there, but so much work done because of the coordination of Vivo Keyed in that round.
Yeah, 100%. I love that you highlighted the fact that they fought that far ahead on the garage take, right? Usually the big concern is either the angles that'll work their way in from sight for the stairwell, or, you know, on top of Oil Pit, obviously. And then also Lounge, just players getting access to that or being able to hold some cross angles. Maybe they hold out inside a secret and are able to peek you from the garage door. Whatever it is. Those are usually the things that cross your mind when you go to take that portion of the map. And Vivo Keyed had that entire area taken care of. They didn't have to try and have a second thought about taking that space and working that into the fold for their strategy. So very well done from them. And what a find here from Cyber. He's going to see Doke on her camera. That's practically Narnia from where he is.
And nobody from FaZe really in a position, as you can see Cyber turn around to the rest of his team and everybody pretty much in a line across that top floor. Theoretically speaking, I mean, it's possible for KDS to flank down that red stairs and get to that position, but only really a theoretical possibility. Everybody else on the attack, a bit spread out at the moment, trying to open up the plat wall, make their way across into cash. We'll say this early round a little bit slow at the moment. Don't even have a Thermite on the board. It's just the Ace and the Maverick to try to open up these external walls. And at least at the moment, the soft panel opened up, but Vivo Key need to be careful because FaZe aren't giving them any engagements beyond KDS on red stairs. Even the player in construction is playing a little passive. The second Dokumi call goes out too. So the opportunities to find these early picks quickly evaporating as Vivo Key make their way into the building. But Handy decides to get aggressive, decides to take that fight, and suddenly an opening kill presents itself, and Vivo Key are ready and waiting to take it. Vidiking looking to help support the Legion inside of Cash as 3 different attackers make their way on the red side of this second floor. Daffodil put to 1 HP, but it's still another kill for Vivo Key Stars. 5v3 as Vidiking forced to retreat.
FaZe Clan cannot find a moment of success so far in round 3. They have some nice angles set up for this cash take, but Vivo Key just don't give them the look. Every single area they try to adopt in, every angle, not working into their favor, at least on the timings. Finally,
Nice.
one for Souls. Won't even be the equalizer. Still some time for Vivo Key too. Drones, though, dwindling. It's going to be yet another one off the books. And a Daffodil now with the only active one. Won't even be on it. Just thinking about how they're going to try and work their way into this site now. What positions can FaZe Clan try and adopt? This one pretty obvious. Vidiking now giving that up as well, as Souls will find his second. The equalizer now, and Cyber, he's going to be activated over here on the construction single. Knows he'll try and work back onto his location, but he'll lose the fight. Vidiking now, his number being called. Inside of main hall, he'll lose too, as it's down to Souls with what could be an ace clutch if he's able to gather it. He won't, though. It's going to be Hornet to take him out with the M4, and Vivo Key to take the lead.
A bit slow of a clear in that early round for Vivo Key, taking a minute and a half to open up that plat wall to get an entry into Cash. And with KDS really being the only one super aggressive against the Vivo Key Stars attack, the only one behind him is Handy inside of construction. To be fair, that could still be a very easy opening engagement. We saw the Dokkaebi in secret early on, and once they open up that wall, they could very well pinch him from plat wall and CCTV up through red stairs, throw some flashes in, have 2 players walk in, get that pick. 5v4. That's still a very solid early round for Vivo Key if they can make the flood work. But instead of the opening pick being found on a Handy, that suddenly makes things way more winnable for Vivo Key, because now the player inside of red stairs doesn't really have any support unless someone from the site rotates over, which Vidiking does. But if they don't go 1-for-1 and KDS loses that fight, that's a 5v3, and suddenly all that time Vivo Key spent opening that wall is completely worth it because of those 2 kills they've acquired, because they found the construction player first instead of just the red stairs. Instead of, oh, KDS died, but we can fall back into the site, now they have to support KDS. And Vivo Key, who clearly can hit their shots inside of Brazil so far, are just eating them alive in round 3.
Yeah, they've looked stellar. Even in their loss yesterday, they still had some flashes that showed you what this team was capable of. So this isn't exactly out of the realm of reality for Vivo Key up against FaZe Clan, right? This is something that was kind of a known quantity coming in. And, when you work into a map like Clubhouse, where it is usually so defensive favored, the offensive perspective is usually what you're the most concerned with. Can you produce on this side of the coin where it's going to matter the most? And so far, it has looked very, very good for Vivo Key Stars. Even in the round that FaZe Clan won, there was still some early inklings of Vivo Key being able to work their tendrils into that round. So we'll see if they're capable inside of round 4. So far, so good. Just drone work inside of the first 45, already getting things well positioned, and you can see that this squad is pretty well oiled.
Yeah, and another player we do have to highlight, I mean, he's 2-0 on the opening pick so far. I think, actually, technically 2-1. I think he's been involved in... No, he hasn't, because Hates was the first to die in round 1. So, Stemp, 2-0 on the opening pick so far. Hates has gotten a lot of highlight and a lot of attention because of that 16-2 game, day 1 of the Brazil League. But Stemp has also been a very aggressive player and very successful. Honestly, even more aggressive at times than Hates has been. Bit more the primary to Hates' secondary entry. He's able to find 2 big picks so far, and at least at this point, 3 rounds in, whoever gets the opening pick has won the round, and Cyber, as half the round is gone, nowhere near that main stairs, watching the kitchen hatch instead, and that does mean, Sam, Hates is alive to use that skeleton key.
Yes, indeed. Be a pure turtle setup here for FaZe Clan. Vivo Key, they have a lot of heavy lifting still to do with this utility, but the beauty is that the way the clock's set up, they have a lot of time in order to accomplish this. Don't want to try and get too aggressive just yet. No FaZe Clan are going to be looking for these tiny little swings. A little shoulder peek here, a few bullets there, something to potentially catch somebody. Completely change up the round. That's where the siege gets complicated, Carter. Moments like this where just a little bit of a extension for yourself, maybe just an exposing moment would be the round if it goes awry. We get a pretty aggressive look now here from Vivo Key, and that's exactly what we're going to get. Step drops his way in. ADS with a big moment, but it's going to be traded evenly back by Vivo Key. The 3 versus 3 now is Vivo Key has to find another area to try and work their way in. It's going to be the case plant deep inside of Armory.
Yeah, Lenda making his way through the Ash while the blue position not working out, but the gunfight's going Vivo Keed's way just enough to get them a foothold inside of the site, but still stopped just a little bit. Hate's now the only player who can cover. KDS knows the position right behind the church bar. He's able to find it, but no! Lenda instead on the rotation over. Might go down, but is able to cut him off. Hate spots the player. Vidiking pulling back. He's so good in these 1vx's. Plays it patiently and plays it well. FaZe Clan good now for their second round on the board, stopping Vivo Keed's momentum in the first 4.
Down to a 1 versus 1 in between these teams. If you didn't think that Vivo Keed could shoot, if they haven't proven that to you across the previous 3 play days we've had in Brazil, well, let that round be a testament to that, as they simply gun their way through FaZe to try and get that plant down. Doesn't exactly come easily, though, as FaZe will be able to take control inside of the 1 versus 1. That Banshee really playing spoils at the tail end of that one. But I think that it was a solid understanding there from FaZe. They didn't want to try and give Vivo Keed an option to get a kill early on and make things comfortable. They wanted these gunfights to start going down when they committed themselves towards the basement. And it ends out working out well for FaZe. Yeah, I mean, they do end up getting it down to a 1 versus 1. You know, there's really an argument for both teams to be able to win things out in a scenario like that. But still, FaZe trusting themselves in a situation like that and are able to pull through.
And I think it's understandable why we see Rafadel still call that tactical timeout, because obviously it did come down to a 1v1, but the win condition for FaZe, at least on the first Church Arsenal round, was still solid. Stemp is able to get a kill, dropping down the blue hatch, but KDS is able to trade him out, and at least for a moment, FaZe Clan still have an advantage. But the real problem was instead, actually, in a bit of a twist of fate, was that Church side, or the Church Arsenal side. The front of the bomb site by main stairs, Vivo Keed are able to shift things a little bit, flood in through the ash wall, and get those kills. So FaZe Clan, in terms of the overall anchor setup, on that Church Arsenal round, still having success on the blue sides, but Rafadel wanting to make sure that those players who are at the forefront, where Vivo Keed are actually pushing, are able to coordinate, communicate enough to make sure they can hold the round, because it's a very close game so far. But if this is our match of the day, we have high hopes for what both of these teams can accomplish on Clubhouse. If FaZe end up faltering and dropping gunfights to Vivo Keed's initial push, it doesn't matter if a backline position is alive. If Vivo Keed, if they don't have a man advantage, might just have control over you.
It's true. It's all a game of resources at the end of the day when teams are so calibrated like this. All comes down to the gun power, what they can produce in that regard. Wants to try and take that early advantage. You can see FaZe Clan presenting a couple of opportunities. Saw Vivo Keed respecting that lounge position previously on this assault. The Soul is more than likely aware of that and trying to get ahead of it, but also begs the question as to how that turns out. Like we were just talking about with those resources, that could be the first kill in Vivo Keed's long plethora of aggressive looks throughout this round. Gonna start things off over here on the plat wall, though. Start torching things up for Hornet's sake. Gonna need some soft destruction, more than likely going to be provided by Daffodil here. Won't need too much, though. Gonna have Hates over on the far side. We'll be handling things on Tub, just to, you know, make it where Vivo Keed can potentially flank things out, or have that player work in from that master side.
This is a shift from that push they did in round 2. They decided to push Garage with the Capitao, with the Zofia, instead going for maybe not necessarily a con push, but certainly adding a dimension from that side. Hates could just go for the backstab, could be emblematic of an overall push that they're going for. 2 players outside of Logi, yep, that seems like they're going for a con push, and Cyber, he relays that information, sees the player droning outside Logi, and at this point they are likely preparing for Vivo Keed to make an entry into construction. They will do it, and great coordination. You can see Handy move down below, use that C4. Such a great, small adaptation by FaZe Clan, but it'll completely stump Vivo Keed in the final minute.
That loss of Hates, he's gonna grind to a halt the offense. Anybody else goes down, that could be the whole round going the way of FaZe Clan. That's exactly what they don't want. These angles so well occupied by FaZe. So well calculated. Yes, aware of the player outside on the balcony. We continue to flirt with this CCTV angle. Linda will be able to at least pick up Cyber, but they need a lot more than that to try and crack this egg. This has been pretty good so far. 7-2-2. He's going to hold this down just so his Maverick's allowed to torch up the wall. When it's going to try and more than likely creep in. Not really a lot of options to try and stop this plant. Yeah, KDS does have some impacts, but it's actually going to be handy that hits a beautiful shot onto that player. And activation from Garage 2 as KDS will take out one more. 3 versus 2. Daffodil to go down. It's all up to Lenda, who, as I talked about previously, looked pretty solid so far, but not on that assault. FaZe Clan, they stand tall on their defense. They do not sway. They're going to end up taking that defense inside of CC.
And I think as we keep Lenda's performance in the back of our mind, it is now becoming overall representative of how these attacks are going for Vivo Keed, specifically the ones they are losing, because CCTV and Cache, Gym Bedroom, the first times we saw Vivo Keed attack that site, Stemp is able to find either a big pick early on or just the opening pick, period. Maybe find Cyber up above the gym hatch, find Handy on Gym Bedroom when he's trying to push the construction angle, but he's able to find a pick, and then Vivo Keed can get there clear and play the round after that. Every other round, FaZe Clan is able to have the opening pick, and what usually happens? Well, in the case of that Church Arsenal round that we saw in round 4, and the CCTV attack we just saw, it's Lenda needing to push into the bomb site and get a couple of those kills on the front side, and Lenda having a really great day today, has gotten multiple picks on all of those floods. And while it came down to a 2v2 and inevitably a 1v1 in round 5 or round 4, nobody else was showing up in round 5 to get those picks alongside Lenda. No opening pick, no man advantage as they move into the bomb site. It's just Lenda getting important kills, but nobody really doing so around him. And I think FaZe Clan are realizing that if they just play passively, don't give away early engagements, they're putting a lot of burdens on Vivo Keed, and really only Lenda is the one who's able to shoulder them.
Vivo Keed haven't exactly found the way to work through the early game in a hastened pace when FaZe Clan gives them the ability to. And that's really what's came back to bite them. FaZe Clan are more than capable of playing this patience game and waiting until these kills are able to knock down the whole house of cards, right? They want to try and get that first kill right around the minute mark, force Vivo Keed onto the back foot, and then see how they try and respond in kind. And usually it ends up with FaZe Clan winning out the round. This time around, though, a bit more of an aggressive look, at least for the IQ right now on main stairs. This is just going to cover a late flank, or if anybody wants to try and rotate out of that basement early here to try and get ahead of Vivo Keed, but likely not going to be the case. Obviously, with our X-ray vision, we're able to tell there's really not much going down inside of this basement at the current moment.
No, there's not really. And honestly, I think this is a perfectly solid rotation for Vivo Keed. I mean, Hates has been playing a lot of operators so far, Buck, Grim, Ace, but a lot of operators with important utility. Now on the IQ, maybe he can just focus on the fragging a little bit more, but a goo mine's gone off, and it's not the IQ, it's the Brava moving down to the basement. Cyber's heard it, and Cyber is waiting. But he's not overplaying his hand, waiting for the Brava to make the first move, but Stemp, excuse me, he's reduced to a stump, certainly, with that headshot from Cyber. Daffodil's able to get the trade. Nice clear from Vivo Keed, but Cyber's by himself. There's still the bomb site to worry about.
I mean, I think you take that as well. You know what I mean? The ace off the board. It's really just Cyber who was already, you know, risking things initially. That's what that whole roam set up for. Daffodil, not a single bullet hitting KDS. Look at how much damage was dealt to the flower. Under 1 HP, could be blown away at any moment in time. Lenda has to try and assist now. He's been doing so much heavy lifting, especially when it comes to the frag so far for Vivo Keed. Daffodil, lots of damage off onto Handy. The impact almost ending his life. Pixel separating him. KDS will finally go down. Hornet trying to assist as much as he can, but we've seen very similar circumstances for Vivo Keed before. Very minimal time. Yes, they have the man advantage, but what can they do with it?
Yeah, that's the question. 4v3, but again, very low time, just like that previous CCTV cache attack, and a lot more difficult this time. No jacuzzi wall opened up, no 5v3 acquired by Stemp, or by Vivo Keed as a whole, and as we reach 10 seconds left, we've got players still on drone, still haven't even pushed into Logi. FaZe Clan might be in the man disadvantage, but in terms of the control, They've got Daffodil by the balls. He's moved down because of the electricity. They're trying to get the diffuser down, but Hate's on time. Cannot do a damn thing. 4-2 for FaZe after that initial Vivo keyed momentum. It's been all good looks for FaZe Clan.
Man, I was not expecting the banded single panel to be the demise of Daffodil there, but gotta be cautious of those high voltage walls with those bandit batteries strapped to them. And that's the thing about Siege, man. There's just a lot of things that can potentially be fatal to you. And sometimes it's something as little as some electrification on a wall. But obviously, that's not the whole story inside of that round. It was really FaZe Clan being able to slow down Vivo Keyed, being able to, once again, play their strategy to the fullest. They're not trying to get overly aggressive. They're not trying to give these, you know, roaming options away to Vivo Keyed where they're able to establish some cutoffs, maybe apply some pressure and get a big kill. Instead, FaZe Clan are able to try and play things out on that cache side, not only slow down Vivo Key, but also get a big kill and some considerable damage off onto the lineup as well. Eventually, Vivo Key, yeah, they're able to respond in kind and get these kills, but that just goes to show you how much map control and info can mean to these closing moments in rounds. As FaZe Clan, they're able to take it to Vivo Keyed stars. They know exactly where they have to come from. As Carter had mentioned, you know, the entire jacuzzi wall, it's sealed. There's really not much that they can do there. KDS, he just ices out Daffodil. That had to be from a main window up top, right? Yep, looks like it was from Wait's window there. But either way, Vivo Keyed just not really able to work their way into the round the way that they wanted to, not able to find the exploits in any considerable fashion. Whereas FaZe Clan, they're ready for the exploits that we thought that we were going to see. And actually, we're getting a better look here. I think he pre-fired through the garage panel and killed him. I think that's exactly what happened.
That is ridiculous from KDS if that's the case, and still losing the Wamai so early on. We saw that even if Cyber wasn't necessarily getting a lot of kills, just having a Wamai playing around Generator or main stairs, when the attack ends up moving into the bomb site late, can be so impactful. Even if they just catch an errant Selma charge or a couple flashbangs, it might be the difference between a player able to get a pick or hold an angle longer than they otherwise might. Still a slow clear for FaZe Clan, though, making their way across the top floor. Cyberzone actually found his way down to the middle floor, and by the time his feet touch there, he'll be almost half the round gone. Now, FaZe are a very strong team strategically. I imagine they know exactly what they want to open up and how exactly they have to do it, but it's still an indicator that not a lot of time to go for that execute, depending on how long they take on this middle floor.
And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? Get that early pick on the Daffodil. Already have established boundaries with the defense. They really can't do too much. Don't even want to try and work the stairwell, because why would you? Just be more than likely giving more resources over to FaZe Clan. Now FaZe can process this mid floor, get these hatches open, start working some angles of their own, which they have full well capability in order to do. Skeleton key here for Cyber. He's going to open things up towards the back of Armory. We've discussed for majority of these last two clubhouses, the hotly contested areas of that lower bomb site, but that does lead to, you know, how FaZe Clan are going to try and deal with a scenario like this. I was just about to ask, how are they going to try and deal with Dummies Box? How are they going to try and deal with Blue? And it's going to be some gunpowder out of Cyber initially to down Stent, but Lenda, he shoots back.
Now, Lenda shoots back, and KDS now has to recover. That's such a brilliant shot to land on a Cyber. Lenda also now holding down the Fort Souls next to fall to that MPX. KDS, as Hates has moved next to his down teammate, doesn't go for the revive, instead goes for the kill. Nice maneuvers around this blue position from Vivo Keyed, but the Hibana's found a gap and only one kill for her troubles. King immediately traded out. A Stemp might be finished off, but these Zotos will ice Handy out of round 7. Stop that push in from the Moto position. Insult to injury at that point. Vivo Keyed win round 1 on time.
That one's pretty cut and dry, isn't it? I mean, FaZe get gifted a kill extremely early by a pre-fire through garage. It takes out Wamai. They use the majority of the round. To try and just work things around that mid floor, get angles open, see how Vivo Keyed want to try and deal with things, and then eventually try and address Blue as well as Armory, right? Send some players over towards main and church, yeah, sure, but that's the initial brunt of FaZe Clan's assault. Now, right there, Carter, the blue area, that's where everything turns red for FaZe Clan, as it just goes so very wrong. I do not think that they thought that Vivo Keyed was going to try and stand so tall in that position, especially as we saw Hates hold things down over towards the oil pit side. Not exactly baiting his teammate, but kind of in a certain situation with that down player, knowing that FaZe Clan more than likely want to try and confirm that, right? They know that area is probably going to be a little bit softer in comparison to the other angles that could be held, and they attempt to work their way in, but Vivo Keyed and specifically Hates deliver.
Yeah, Hates delivers right there, but I mean, with that kill acquired by Lenda as well, shutting down that blue position with Cyber cut down an oil pit. I mean, or to the two MPXs. When the guns start repeating on defense, I start twisting things in my head who got that kill. Either way, shutting down that blue position in general, they seem to have that round. At that point, it was pretty much a 5v3. And KDS lurking down blue, they've got the man advantage there too. Getting that kill on the Cyber, instrumental in Vivo Keyed's efforts in that round. Now they're able to win that defense, move upstairs, gym bedroom. 1-0 on their defenses so far. We have a whole lot of hard breaching for FaZe Clan. 3 different breachers, the map and the thermite to these external walls. They've even brought the X-Kairos as well to deal with these castle barricades. So hard breaching in a way, but they said, we don't really want to bring the sledge. We'll do it at a safe distance where we're not exposing ourselves on metal balcony.
I think Handy was doing the math there if he could shoot him through that drone hull or not.
Triangulating
like,
the position.
Can I get the angle? Can I assume the position and shoot him through this drone hole? More than likely not. Souls, though, he's going to get tagged up through those map holes that he was making. I think he did end up getting that right-hand panel soft, and that's what Vivo Keyed ended up spamming through. But either way, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Soul's still having plenty of HP to take a duel if he wants to. They have their stuns. They've just gotten the wall open, and that's really what the meat and potatoes of that moment is. FaZe Clan is going to try and continue to adapt different angles in, but oh my god. We have completely forgotten what is going on over on the server side. This is one of the most routine areas. And, you know, I think FaZe Clan, thinking that Vivo Keyed was going to respect this break inside of the breach a little bit more than they did, huh?
Yeah, definitely a bit of an oversight from FaZe Clan there. Maybe getting a bit complacent, as you said, making some assumptions they otherwise shouldn't, but Vivo Keyed with a great read as well. Lenda now 13-4 so far. Nice shot from KDS, but the Warden is holding down the breach like he was born to do it. Still a kill for FaZe Clan if they can find him to make it a 2v3, and KDS and Souls in a 2vx is not exactly a duo I want to bet against, but Lenda has made the smart play, rotating back down through the main lobby, up the main stairs. He will go. Now what are FaZe Clan to do? Vivo Keyed getting as aggressive as they can. Souls now down outside the gym window, and KDS's position found. With those shots through Logi, they know that IQ is in construction. So you'll see everyone looking towards the bedroom door and the Logi vault. And with one shotgun and a crossfire to boot, Vivo Keyed have tied the game.
And sometimes that's all it takes. You know what I mean? For a round like that. FaZe, they are able to get the wall open, and we play the jacuzzi minigame for a little bit. But eventually, FaZe Clan have to try and find greener pastures, and they start to try and build things up around the balcony space, as well as what I believe is the cache side where that other pick goes down. But at the end of the day, it's just 2 big kills for Vivo Keyed that completely set the tone for this round. FaZe Clan don't really have the opportunity to try and gamble all that much. Really what they're asking for is a huge mistake out of Vivo Keyed. Maybe an isolated pick they can find, maybe an overswing that's followed up by another player trying to get something back for them where they're able to capitalize on 2. But Vivo Keyed do not give that front at all. Instead, they play patiently. They know what they've done has already had sweeping effects in the later portion of that round. And that's why we see players like Lenda, right, with that engagement over on cache stairs, just completely peel back and go over towards main, because they don't need to accomplish anymore. The round is already over, and you're already tied up with FaZe Clan.
It's important to note right here, by the way, that FaZe Clan have already burned their tactical timeout. They burned it after round 4, and to be fair, they ended up going up 4-2 on those defenses because of some of the things I imagine they talked about. But here, closing gaps like the one they left on the plat wall breach, making sure that Vivo Keyed can't get aggressive, they'll have to figure that out in round. And to be fair, Sam, I mean, they played Furia in a best of 5, so I imagine trying to shut out aggression is something they are used to, but it's still worthwhile to note that Raffadel can't hit that pause button again if FaZe Clan aren't able to get things together in the round itself. At least right now, there is some aggression. Daffodil holding the lounge position. Very valuable for the defense to hold, and already some FaZe Clan attackers, I believe one inside a bar, He's looking to maybe hunt down that position, or at least Soul's inside of stock, or outside of stock certainly is.
This is what I always love about FaZe Clan's offenses. They do a great job of tackling the map as a whole, trying to understand what the defense is doing. Are they trying to hold extensive map control? Are they trying to, hold on to the key portions around the map that are usually hotly contested? Exactly what is the strategy? And they have a pretty interesting one going on here, as our observer will go across the obs blockers, making it to where the drones can't exactly see Stemp as he peeks over. But to the naked eye, going to be very, very easy for them to try and take a gunfight with Stemp. Won't have something like the Keep a Barrier to try and hold things down, as obviously FaZe Clan has removed that from play. Vivo Keyed are going to have a little bit of an extension over towards Master. Not too much help in the, utility department when it comes to that positioning, but doesn't exactly mean that it can't work out for him.
That's true, doesn't mean that it can't work, but again...
Oh!
I was about to say, somebody found out from some aggression by Metal Balcony, but KDS isn't the first to fall, maybe the first to physically hit his butt on the balcony, but Lenda and Daffodil both hit the floor at the exact same time. 5v3 for FaZe, as this revive is so easy. But as Fenrir and Daffodil fall, the latter being that player inside a lounge that Handy was able to find, you still have Stemp inside a garage. And I was going to say, Vivo Keyed hold on to that position, but hates... Could be getting a little too aggressive on that CCTV window. He has to be careful he doesn't give away the game or give away the advantage. They know, seemingly no diffuser is outside on the balcony. They know that FaZe Clan have to recover it, have to move on in. This is such a difficult 3v5, though. They've got no C4s to work with below. Stemp has rotated down to at least harry FaZe Clan's backline, but they found the kill necessary. Now pushing into the site, Hornet's got to retreat. The first pick for Vivo Keyed Stars, but still a 2v4. KDS maybe the next in line on such low HP. The flashbangs go out. He's able to find it with the shotgun. The red stairs push not working out, but Handy, a clean double to end things off. We see Hornet looking at him right as Handy fires the shots. That could have been the round for Vivo Keyed in that 2v2. It's instead FaZe to reestablish their lead.
It definitely made it at least palpable for Vivo Keyed there, as they are able to at least battle back against the initial volley of bodies that FaZe Clan throw at the site. But that's the beauty of the situation that they're in, right? They have the ability to try and risk so much in order to get that execute to go off, and that's exactly what they do. They bully their way into the site, and yeah, it gets down to a kind of a precarious scenario, but Handy's good for it. Not only one, but both of the remaining frags available going to his stat line. And now FaZe Clan will pull ahead in what is definitely shown to be, at least so far, our game of the day.
And the Fluxo one was certainly action-packed. Huge performance from Hash, huge performance from Herds. But the reads here from both FaZe and Vivo Keyed, definitely strategically speaking, if that's your fan of the game, has definitely maybe eclipsed the previous one. I think Connor mentioned it on the desk. Fluxo Furia, if it was strats out the window, mechanical skill for the win, still certainly here we've had a lot of very impressive moments from players like Handy, like Lenda especially. But still, it's been FaZe Clan trying to find a way to navigate around these defenses, but Vivo Keyed also trying to find a way how much they can get away with on this, or against this attacking side.
I like that they haven't slowed things down, Carter. They've at least, kept things open to their strategy, kept true to themselves, and seen what they can accomplish up against this FaZe Clan squad. And so far, honestly, so good. Vivo Keyed has impressed me time and time again throughout this season, other stage so far here in Brazil. Up against FaZe Clan, I can say more of the same, especially for Lenda's sake, as he's been essentially a Swiss Army knife for this team, playing so many different operators, so many different levels of pacing with different jobs you have to accomplish with those kits, and he's been knocking it out of the park so far on every single front. Now with FaZe Clan eventually trying to get onto penultimate point, more than likely need Lenda in his most comfortable, situation. I think this will exactly do that for him, as they do have the Warden along for the ride, and he will be piloting that. The Glass is trying to assist with any stuns it can pour in, and let me tell you, it could be quite a few, as there's 9 stacked in the FaZe.
We saw how hard FaZe tried to take this blue position before, and using those flashbangs will be oh so important. Though it was Cyber and KDS pushing here last time, so just the flashbangs for Cyber, and then the Bs from the Grim to try and clear out that gen position. Right now it's the impacts, though. Talking about secondary utility that Stemp and Daffodil are trying to make work. Burn as many of these X-Kairos as possible. Hornets have also gone out. 6 total on the side of Vivo Keyed. That's why Souls brought the Mav as well, at least for this Moto hatch to try and open it up. Vidaking has the quantity of utility to burn, so he can waste those impacts. 4 now gone. Daffodil the only one remaining, but Vivo Keyed burning a lot of time with that utility.
Well, down to the last minute. It's a 5 versus 5. The moments we all live for when it comes to CG sports. Oh, well, we all know what happens next, but how does it go down? Hatch play. Maybe a nice little look over at oil late. This is where we saw Cyber try to go the last time around, and looking very similar. Building up in a very similar situation. I don't know. I don't know, Carter. He is going to have to try and work his way in here and find a plant either behind Dummy's box or something, but a huge risk, especially if that goes down inside of this hall.
A huge risk indeed. The bees go out. Gen's so very tenuous, but KDS and Cyber have found it. So now Stemp, the only one left, all the way bottom main. But Handy can't exactly find him. Gumine goes off. He can hear the sound calls to his left. Still waiting to see this plant, and indeed, Cyber goes to the dummies box. They push all the way on in. Stemp does not have an angle on that, so he'll open up the wall into Arsenal. Get a nice little flick onto KDS. Intel on Cyber's position as well. And both these attackers, very low HP. If that intel can remain constant, if he can get that constant ping onto these players, this is a winnable 1v2, but Handy, a little too tucked behind that bomb chassis. FaZe get match point off a very inventive and ingenious plant on Dummy.
Yeah, it was definitely risky. It was, but I think Cyber played it out very, very well over there. You know, they flood the entirety of blue with bees. They know nobody's playing around the AC unit. He waits patiently on the long angle there for Church because he knows that things are about to get extremely hectic. And they for sure do. I mean, Vivo Keyed, not exactly making it out on top of the pile, but at least getting some of their own blows in against FaZe Clan. It's just FaZe Clan that are able to use that to the fullest effect, you know, able to completely carve out that armory side, leaving only the lone Vivo Keyed member over at the bottom of main stairs. A nice plant and, yeah, a nice kill from that lone member, but at the end of the day, FaZe Clan getting a lot of that heavy lifting done when it came down to their execute. Again, great patience there from Cyber. That was the biggest moment there for me. If he overplays his hand and ends up dropping that case inside of blue, we could have a completely different ball game.
And I think we do need to keep in mind, while I do like that strategy, at least for how interesting it is, we do need to point out, again, how close it came down. Because as you said, if he drops that diffuser, it's a very different round and likely one that goes the way of Vivo Keyed, but it still required Cyber and KDS to both win 1v1s in that position. To be fair, with the Grim off the back of that utility, to be sure, but with Souls and Handy falling, or Souls and Vidaking falling, excuse me, adding a different position, you're either relying on Handy to get that backstab, or there's 2 players to win those 1v1s. So they set themselves up well, to be sure, but both times now, that execute has come down very, very close to the wire, but in a best of 1, as long as you get it over the line, that's all that matters. It's what gets FaZe Clan to match point. And now if they can win Gym and Bedroom, they will have made every single bomb site so far for Vivo Keyed a bit checkered, as Gym is so far the only one that Vivo Keyed still have a 100% win rate on, and the one time they played it all the way back in round 8.
I like the Vivo Keyed have worked in a few traps here, especially with the Captain coming in. FaZe Clan have, especially when it comes to this bomb site, been on a pretty neutral pace. They haven't wanted to get too aggressive on any real front early on into the round, and this is something that could come back to bite them with these traps being implemented, especially when it comes down to the last minute. If we don't see them really process too far along the line, then they might end up getting punished for that, but the beauty of the situation for them is that they do have IQ for KDS, so can end up reading out those EDDs implemented by Linda. We'll still obviously have to worry a little bit about the Fearnox gas, as those will be a little bit more difficult to try and procure, as you can place those in a little bit more obscure locations around the map. But either way, they will at least be aware of them, and that's what you want at the end of the day.
And just a call where maybe Cyber might be pushing in, or where really anybody from this team might be pushing in. A useful bit of information. Remember last time FaZe Clan attacked this site, got a little sloppy over by the Platwall breach, the CCTV side, despite it being opened up. Vivo Keyed were able to get aggressive. And I imagine not only are FaZe Clan not going to let that happen again, I imagine Vivo Key know they probably won't be able to get away with that again. Nobody even on this CCTV and cash side. They have fully pulled back to the bomb site. I will say that is a bit of a risk against FaZe Clan. You're giving them so much control so early on. And if that jacuzzi wall gets opened up in the next 30 seconds as well, FaZe Clan will have everything they need to set up for their execute.
Oh, 100%. And also, just to put it out there, the recognition from FaZe Clan. Vivo Key just did that, like, what, 15, 20 seconds ago? FaZe Clan are already in that area. That's all off of solid drone work. And now they've got the balcony open to KDS with great procurement of those angles, using those frag grenades to their fullest effect. A little bit more difficult nowadays, as you have to make sure they balance perfectly inside of the windowsill, but you can see that was well rehearsed.
Well rehearsed. I actually like that change from Vivo Key, putting a mute jammer on the castle barricade so the X-Kairos take too long to go off. So you can see why they might have given up that cash position a little early. They were able to deny some key angles from FaZe very early on. Is that going to matter in the end? Well, there is a small breach in that jacuzzi wall. And Stem's been put to 1 HP. The flashbangs are going out, but so are the bullets flying out these windows. Stemp instead, down on the floor. But again, that does not entail an opening pick. 5v3 for Vivo Key instead. The utility completely shutting them out of the gym bedroom bomb site, but no smoke canisters left for Hornet. So FaZe might be able to flood in without too much utility going their way, except maybe the EDDs or the F-Knots from the Fenrir if they've not been found. But can FaZe move in? They progress forward. KDS hits some EDDs, but Souls on the Thatcher certainly doesn't. Hornet spotted. Hates downed. Lenda 13 and 6 in the 1v3. But does he have intel? No, it hits the pipe, but he still finds KDS. But he's still in a 1v2. And Case gone down successfully. Stemp finished off, solidifying in Lenda's mind just how dire these odds are. A beautiful flick onto Souls, but Cyber on full HP. He's got time to go for the res, but Cyber goes for the finisher. Here's the sound cue, peeking the rotate. Gotta be careful. Hornet and Lenda coordinate, try to pinch Cyber. They have to go at the exact same time. But Cyber's rotated, he's fallen back, but he doesn't get the second! Beautiful coordination from Vivo Key. A beautifully played 2v1 to keep them alive for one more round.
And Lenda pulls them through once again. I thought it was all gone, especially after that nitro cell catches the pipe downstairs, but somehow, some way, still able to get that kill. And not only that, but progress upstairs and pick up Hornet after Souls bullies his way in and not only gets that kill on the gold player, but also ends up getting that plant down too. In a round that looked like it was wholly FaZe Clan's in order to take. But Vivo Key at the end of the day, the ones caught with not only the victory, but also probably a little chuckle with how that went down.
And I mean, that round quite literally comes down to Lenda hitting that flick. I mean, if he doesn't flick onto the head of that player on Jacuzzi Wall right there, we are over. FaZe Clan wins 7-4. And they still needed to play that 2v1 very well, and I love that little rotation by Cyber. Knows, all right, they're probably going to go for the wraparound. If they've gone for the res, I'll try to isolate the 1v1 on Condor, then deal with the one coming in after. Vivo Keats still have the advantage, but an advantage acquired because of that beautiful showcase of mechanical skill by Lenda. And Gym Bedroom might be their stronghold, at least one that they had to fight tooth and nail to win last round. But FaZe have victories on every other bomb site now, including CCTV and Cash. If you recall, they made mincemeat of that hold down below. So we'll see how Vivo Key adjust in round 12.
Lenda 15-6-2 at the current moment. Insane stat line. It was a 3.0. The FaZe Clan, it's been a team effort for them. Edie King really the only one that's kind of had a slow game here today. But you have that benefit when everybody else is doing so very well. Still getting those jobs done. Desperately need to happen. More likely won't be him for the soft destruction and to be able to assist out Souls. Will probably be handy with the breaching round, and to be that, I do believe. FaZe Clan processing things at least for the main wall as of now. Cyber was over on the far side, looking to see what could happen potentially for Tub. End up breaking things open for the construction single instead, though. And FaZe Clan doing this in such solid time.
Yeah, doing it in good time. But still Vivo Keyed with some big adjustments. You have the introduction of that Cade and the Tuberau in the CCTV lineup. We've seen them run both of these operators up until this point, but neither on CCTV, let alone both. You can see the Zoto canisters being almost entirely dedicated to that Khan single wall. Now Souls and that Maverick moving down to the garage wall, trying to open up a hole to pressure that player in top of rafters. But with no Capitao on the board, only really some flashbangs, you're relying a lot on those nades and those flashes, the secondary utility from FaZe Clan, to route that player out from such a key position.
I love this cadence from FaZe Clan. Getting the jobs done doesn't mean that you have to try and swing through and try and get these aggressive fronts. But oh my. As soon as they think that they find a gap, you can see it on Handy's face right there. He wished that that went a completely different way inside of Secret, but now Vivo Keyed have a chance here now. The minute remaining to force this into overtime up against one of Brazil's brightest. Souls going to be able to at least work his way in behind the main stack. Ace will be in Vita King's hand. He's bringing up the rear now. Souls has already established this front and continue to hold things, at least for the cash side. KDS with a nice pickup. And FaZe Clan, somehow, some way, they've willed themselves back into what could be our last round.
He's found Daffodil flanking down below for that C4. That's a nice little pickup down below to deny the Verge. Souls finding one on the site. KDS with another. Hornet C4 goes wide. The round has slipped through Vivo Keyed's fingers. Another 1vx, and they won't even make ground. FaZe in the 3v5 somehow snatch round 12 out of the jaws of defeat and deny Vivo Keyed, honestly, a well-deserved point in today's game by closing it out in regulation.
Oh, man. You have to feel for Vivo Keyed in this situation right here. I mean, so very close. They have everything going for themselves when it comes down to this last round. It's a 5 versus 3 in your favor at a sub-minute. And still, Carter, they're not able to try and pull the wool over FaZe's eyes. FaZe keep absolutely every portion that you would want of that map under their control in order to try and go for a lower man execute like this. But that's really not the whole, kit and caboodle. That's not the whole story there for what breaks down. What happens is Vivo Key, they start to get a little antsy. They start thinking to themselves, well, maybe we just need one extra kill, and that's the whole round. We get to pick it up. We're going to overtime. And they risk it in so many different situations, all because they think that FaZe have been, worn thin. They don't think that FaZe have the ability to try and respond in kind. And not only do they have that capability, but they're able to get on their own gas pedal. They're able to immediately bolt past them and take this inside of regulation.
And unfortunately, if you're a fan of the underdogs, we ended up having 2 matches of the day, all within our first 2 games, but the first and second best teams in the world come away the victors. Have a whole lot more Rainbow Six to go through today, though, and we'll have all that and more after a short break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a hard-fought battle from Vivo and Keys, but at the end of the day, FaZe Clan taking that one. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is CDAPS and Connor. A great game for FaZe Clan right there. Exactly what they needed at this time in the season.
Yeah, they didn't want to drop any more points. And sure, you're playing against a Vivo Keystars roster that looks good on paper and now has 2 good results against the perceived best teams in Brazil going into this stage. But once again, FaZe Clan, they're taking 3 points out of this. This is a good result, just overall looking a lot better. They're still dominant. They're not dropping points besides the Black Dragons, and best team in the Brazil.
You know what? It's almost like Cyber heard us on the desk in the pre-show before this game. He stepped up mightily when they needed him here on this clubhouse map.
Yeah, and when you have such a close matchup, it's 2 rounds. 7-5 is as close as you can get without bringing it towards overtime. You have somebody step up like Cyber, who we've seen just not be the best, especially on the entry part, because he's always so incredibly involved in those entry engagements. He finally was just finishing them. He wasn't dying early. On the defensive side, he had a lot better of a roam presence than he had going all the way through this stage. 3-1 on entry. That's the only stat I truly care about with Cyber because of how this FaZe team operates. There are Cyber as the entry, 3 flexes, and a support player. Right now, he's setting up his flexes, people like Handy, people like Souls and KDS, to really frag in the mid round, and that's exactly what FaZe want.
Right, I feel like that KD may be a little deceptive in this context because really, like you said, it was the entries that mattered. The play for the other team to set up everyone to move their pieces. I mean, FaZe feels like they're sitting pretty right now, probably going to hold on to their place at the top of the standings.
Yeah, they definitely will be because, like we said, they are the best team in Brazil for a reason. They're an incredibly just consistent roster across the board. They have people that can step up at any given moment. Big plays that we saw from Handy, as well as even Vidiking and Souls, really just throwing their hat in the ring for why they can frag with the best of them. But I don't want to gloss over Vivo Keystars because you might say, hey, they're 2-2. They're not one of the best teams here in Brazil, but it's the eye test that I care more about than the stats here. Vivo Keystars, they have 2 very high quality losses. They brought both Furia as well as FaZe Clan to max OT, and they didn't do it by doing any cheese. It was just good fundamental siege that they were coming out. They had the ability to have people step up. Linda stepping up back to back was good as well. This clutch, absolutely massive.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing to take away from Vivo Keys' performance here today, right? You may be a little discouraged if you're a fan, but that's their 2 toughest challenges out of the way. Quite well handled as well.
Exactly. They go into this weekend playing the SI champion and the SI runner-up. Very hard weekend for them, and they come out -4 in round differential. It's not the worst thing in the world. All of a sudden, yeah, they're going toe-to-toe and trading blows with the best of them. Now, as the rest of their season will kind of spread out, they have the ability to really beat up on the little guys.
Well, our last match in the rearview mirror, our 3rd match of the day coming up. It'll be Team Liquid versus W7M right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to play day number 4 here in the Brazil League Stage 1. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Connor, and we're staring down the barrel of our next match, W7M versus Team Liquid. And this is a match, Connor, I mean, if you had heard that maybe a couple of weeks ago, you would have been salivating over this one. Not so much now.
W7M are definitely going to be the ones salivating, as they're probably the ones looking like, hey, we can get 3 points right here.
Yeah, well, let's start with the team that's in a bit of a rough patch. It's a little bit worse than that, if we're being honest with you here, Connor, but we'll call it a rough patch. Team Liquid, not looking so great.
Yeah, it definitely is. We already talked in the pre-show. They started off 0-3, and they haven't necessarily played the toughest teams in the league so far. And now they're going to be playing one of the toughest teams in the league so far. So you would expect that trend to just continue and then probably to lose again today.
Yeah, it's not exactly the game they were hoping for a redemption in, and there's been systemic problems with this Team Liquid roster. It's hard to point out any one thing, but we think we've kind of squirreled out a stat that's emblematic, and it relates to Palu here, Connor.
Yeah, we have to look at the foundation for this Liquid team, and right now that foundation is Nesk and Palu. But yesterday against E1, it was a 7-1 defeat, and in those 7 rounds that Liquid lost, Palu was on the back end. He was always one of the last alives, and it means that if you look at Palu, a lot of the times you could say maybe he's baiting. He might not be involved in trying to help the team. Being last alive so much, and most of those times if he wasn't the direct last alive player, he was dead within maybe 2 seconds of the final player. So you're looking at Palu, he's supposed to be a fragger. He's supposed to be that guy. He's supposed to be the aggressive one getting entry engagements and stuff like that. But he's hitting the back a lot. On the defensive side, he's roaming completely on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I hate to put him on blast like that, but it is a bit of an astonishing stat, and you got to imagine puts a lot of stress on like Lagonis in the IGL role, trying to kind of curtail and time the aggression there, and it just seems all over the place in their match yesterday.
Yeah, it's just a system issue. It looks like a lot of these players on Liquid don't believe in the system that the coaches and the analysts and other people are just putting into place. Everybody looks like they're off doing their own thing. This is not a team. This is 5 players just hoping that they can accomplish enough to get like separately that it comes into a round win. And when you're going up against a team like E1, who was one of the weaker teams in Brazil, they made them look like world champions.
Yeah, it's a tough moment to be a Liquid fan. I don't think it's going to get any easier here today because they are going up against a W7M roster that looks fierce, Connor, right? Definitely a contender for the top spot, certainly a top 3 finish.
Yeah, you have the Los core, you have Dots, Loven, and Dash, as well as the 2 new pickups. Dodes as well as Volps are playing out of their mind. Volps, we haven't seen him be this good since he rocked the same jersey almost a full calendar year ago. And during his stint that was a downswing, he was on that Team Liquid team.
Right. You know, it's not like they've been infallible. You know, we should at least point out they have been struggling a little bit on their attacks.
Yeah, their attacks have looked pretty rough in comparison to what we might expect. With W7M, it's a system-wide that's trying to enable certain players to step up. It's a lot of playmaking from the supportive players and hoping that your fraggers step into the limelight and are able to go absolutely huge.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed as a visitor here, and you pointed out to me as well, is that there really is potential on this W7M roster for every player to have their moment in the sun, right?
Yeah, exactly. And more than anything, the new player Dodes is somebody that we really wanted to watch coming in off of the back of a phenomenal Rush Series performance when he was back on E1 Sports getting a debut. And he's been continuing that energy as we progress in towards Brazil. He's been absolutely lights out, sure. Volps had maybe the first game and the second game under his belt, but ever since then, it's been the Dodes show.
Yeah, Dodes showed up big yesterday as well in their matchup, right? He was a critical piece, sort of a backbone, if you will, a spine for the rest of this W7M roster. And you can see the highlights right there. It was a good play day for him.
Yeah, it definitely was. And the 8 multi-kills is just such a big deal for Dodes because when you have W7M, they're a momentum-based team, probably the most so in all of Brazil. If you give them an inch, they're going to push and try to take the mile, and Dodes is a perfect example of that. You give them 1 kill, all of a sudden, he's going to find a hole. He's going to go huge. He's going to exploit the defense or the offense. He's going to just find a gap and absolutely go huge.
Right, and if I remember correctly, the only loss that this team has suffered was to the #1 team in Brazil right now, which was FaZe Clan, correct?
Yes, it was, and it was a very close game. So once again, that one loss is aging with time as FaZe comes out as one of the most dominant teams here in the region, and all they got to do is now beat up on a team that's 0-3.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like a bit of a golden opportunity here for W7M to put the boot in. I mean, do you think that they run the risk of underestimating their opponents here today?
I don't necessarily think so, because they have Volps on the roster, and if you know anything, when Volps departed from that roster of Team Liquid, there's a little bit of bad blood. So as Volps comes in, he's going to bring a lot of knowledge to W7M of the inner intricacies and workings of this team. So it's going to be like kind of flying with a gigantic plan that Volps can help lay out.
Yeah, insider knowledge, right? Such a valuable tool when you're sort of strategizing. I mean, looking over at the Liquid side, you know, they're going to have a tough road no matter where we end up. And let's see where they will end up for this. Maybe a chance at redemption, but increasingly dark here. Clubhouse being taken off the map early on, so we will not be going back there.
Yeah, that has been the permaban for this W7M core for the last calendar year, as well as Cafe for Liquid. Those are two maps that it just makes too much sense to immediately get banned out. For Liquid, they could potentially see another shout to go towards Skyscraper because, you know, it looks like a map that they would like, but instead, you know, they're 0-2 on it. They've wanted to play it. It hasn't quite worked in this stage of Brazil, as well as Nighthaven for Los makes sense. Instead, we're going to go towards Oregon, which actually might be a slight victory into the favor of Team Liquid. There are only 2 maps in the pool that they currently have a winning record on in the sort of calendar year, including all of the events last year, and that would be Clubhouse, that would be Oregon. However, with that being said, going in towards Oregon, W7M have a significantly stronger record and look a lot better.
You know, it's something that we talked about previously. I think we talked about it yesterday, and we talk about it in general at Siege. It's every level, right? People talk about Clubhouse and Oregon as sort of reset maps. They're basic maps. Everybody knows them. You go into them. It helps solidify strategies, right? Every player knows what they should be doing on a standard Oregon defense or attack. Do you think that benefits Liquid, a squad that has just struggled to put any sort of coherency over their team?
There is the opportunity, especially because everybody's played Oregon for so long, so they all should be able to just kind of put their singular brain cells together and mash something out. Even if they're all operating completely separate, it should have the general idea of, hey, you know, these certain areas are the most important on the defensive side to hold. However, with that being said, this is a matchup that they really are going to have a bit of a struggle on the defensive side because of how much playmaking that we see on the side of W7M and their capability to take over rounds. You make that argument here that if they lose 5 defenses on Skyscraper against an E1 roster that has really struggled on attack, you could almost make an argument that they're going to win 0 defenses here on Oregon.
I was going to ask you, because I know you're a tough man. I know you can take it. Any chance Liquid walks away from this one with a win?
I really do not see a world. I think Volps is going to be having a great time today against his former team. We're going to see his resurgence once again, kind of putting on the full circle of, hey, maybe Liquid was the problem. It wasn't Volps being the problem, and removing him from Liquid.
Well, we'll be heading to Volps Vengeance venue right after this break.
Well, we've certainly had, in terms of quality, 2 matches of the day, but Sam, I'm going to be honest, I think this one might be the most anticipated, but for Liquid, for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, Lynx. This is a game that, honestly, for the very first time in a long time, I am not excited to cast. You know, like, Liquid has been a team that, time and time again, throughout the history of Siege, which at this point, for them, is, you know, probably like 6 years at this moment. They've always been a team where, when you know they're in the lobby, they're able to produce and they're able to put on a show. And these last handful of playdays have been anything but for Team Liquid. In fact, one of their worst showings up against E1 Esports just yesterday. And now, not only are they in potentially their worst look in a very long time, but now they have to go up against a retooled W7M roster, as they've picked up quite the team after the previous world champs have left. But this team's still quite solid at the end of the day, especially for what they were able to do yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday on this same map, and unfortunately the way they won it is what has me the most concerned for Liquid, because the big problem we have seen is 5 players not on the same page. Even if there might be an overarching ideology that maybe Lagonis is trying to put forth, whether it's the players aren't following it or don't want to follow it, Palu, Nesk, Maya, Resets are often on their own little side quests, and there is very little coordination. And yesterday, W7M went up 5-1 on their defensive half because of huge 1v1 victories but from players like Dodez and Volps. And I don't mean 1v1s like 1vx's. I mean, oh look, a 1v1 here, a 1v1 there. I'm Dodez. I have killed 4 people in this round because they peeked me individually. That was MIBR yesterday, and to be fair, the attacking side did not look particularly convincing from W7M, but when their defenses were so dominant, it didn't really matter. And when they're facing an opponent that so far at this point is, at least in the standings, the worst team in Brazil, 5 players playing an individual game and not an overall whole, Volps could eat you alive. Lobin, Dodez, Dash, anybody these players, except maybe Dots, who often is the backline because somebody has to be. Anybody on W7M is primed to counter this. So today, what we need to see from Liquid on the attacking side of Oregon and all places, we need to see a vision. We need to see some level of coordination, because if it's the Liquid we saw yesterday, this team could easily, as Connor foreshadowed, get a 7-0 if E1 could get a 7-1 yesterday.
We really hope that yesterday was kind of a wake-up call for them. Get some solid information as to what's going on with the setup for W7M. Pretty clear when it comes to Oregon, especially with early intel like that. Going to be a very straightforward affair now for Team Liquid. Just try and process these hatches. It's going to be up to Lagonis. Don't really even have a secondary option to try and assist with this. Lagonis will most definitely be stuck on that. Lobin getting bullied away from Freezer. That's feeling as though he should try and aim this out as well. And oh my, it starts early. Lobin with 2 big kills and Liquid already on the back foot.
Well, it's rare you have a point made for you quite so expeditiously, but we'll see how this round ends up transpiring. Resets has taken down Dodez at the very least. Resets, that's his 7th kill in all of Brazil so far. An extremely poor showing, 7-26 now at this point. Just adding on to a mountain of problems for Liquid, but as we've stalled out for a bit, Team Liquid, when I've asked them for more coordination, start the game with not a solo push from Nesk, to be fair, down the freezer stairs. Maya is backing him up, but there's no additional angle acquired. There's no laundry control, and Nesk overplays his hand, ends up giving away a gunfight, but it might not matter, as Resets and Lagonis now have both found kills in the mid-round to start bringing things back. The only problem, though, this setup is still very solid from W7M.
It most definitely is. They have the key areas, at least under wraps. Some solid angle work over towards Freezer, and this is going to make things a little complicated for Team Liquid, especially as it's a one-dimensional assault right now. They are going to send that one player probably over towards the main laundry stairs. That's exactly what they've done. So, these have that other player working a new angle, but they're going to lose the resets all in the process of this too. So far, so good for W7M. They were at least be able to rebuff things from that earlier scenario, and now, well, within their right to be able to take round 1. X-Kairos down on the mirror panel. Volps trying to play it actively. Knows they have to try and crunch down on this after this pressure comes through. Volps, the great read on that freezer player. What a beautiful find under the laundry player, too. Down to just Palu, who usually the last man alive, but with recent history has not been able to make the most out of these situations, and this is going to be yet another goes into that book. As W7M able to pick up the very first round on the Spaceman defense.
Yeah, as I believe the desk brought up, in that E1 game yesterday, Palu was... Well, shout out T6 right there next to Psycho. Shout out. Former SSG analyst, also a very big mainstay for some of the T2, T1 rosters in NA for a time. Now on Liquid, unfortunately, that his entrance, very well-deserved entrance onto a T1 Brazilian team is coming with the team not doing particularly great. But while Liquid are able to bring things back in the mid-round, it's still very individual. Lagona's pushing Laundry, Resets, pushing up Freezer with no support behind him. And as you pointed out, Sam, Palu last alive. I was going to mention before T6 caught my eye. Palu, as the desk mentioned, last alive or second to last alive in every single round in the E1 game. For the survivability as well, everybody on this team, aside from Lagonis, is around 6 to 14%. Lagonis is at 27%, but Palu on operators like Flores and Buck that can often helm a second entry position, 23% as well going into this game. A very puzzling position given the operators he plays on this roster. As Liquid have dropped round 1, we can of course say that Oregon attacks can often be that difficult, but we're still waiting to see that level of coordination. Because Sam, in round 1, it's all individual plays for the 9th round in a row, if you count Liquid's game yesterday.
And it's just... really sucks to see. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. Even in that last round, I think Liquid had some solid ideas. I just hate the fact that things go down the way they do in Freezer. Just a really aggressive front there from Maya. And honestly, Carter, if you're really getting down to the nitty-gritty of it, a risk that they didn't really need to take. The Blitz had already accomplished what you kind of want in the early round there. Established some presence over the Freezer stairwell, and it pressured them back down deeper into Freezer, and now you can try and play around the hatches. You can try and play around some of these harder points that W7M have set up on this mid-floor, but instead, Team Liquid completely risk it and set a tone now that I don't know if they'll be able to get back. I mean, you guys got to think about this from a mental game as well. Team Liquid have been constantly rebuffed, constantly put onto the back foot in every scenario from every team that they've faced so far in Brazil. Everything that's happening to them right now has to feel like it's an absolute mountain to climb.
To be fair, I like this very quick clear and acquiring of control on the bottom floor. Sure, you lose Nesk on a very long angle fight that Dash was able to find, but Palu and Maya able to move through that middle floor very quickly. Now maybe pressure these Dorms players. Resets as well. He is spotted from the Dorms hatch. So they do need to be aware of that position as W7M are taking it and looking to play aggressive if anybody, specifically Maya down below, ends up availing themselves to that hatch angle without really being aware of it.
They have good timing, but the issue is that W7M are very well set up on site. No Master Breach or anything of the sort to try and assist. Logan can play aggressively into this window, and he tags up Resets, who's forced to try and work his way back around to the bottom of the white stairs. Alu able to assist at least with the Dorms player. They'll down him. Can't find the second one, though. And now onto very low HP. Tries to swing in through White. He'll get gunned down. Maya to follow through, though, as we've somehow reached a 3 versus 2 Team Liquid. And they finally found their mark. It's a triple for Maya. They've got some home ground to be able to at least work with as they've carved out these players on the double, window side of this bomb site. But Volps now with an opportunity. He knows where a couple are. He'll be able to at least take out one, but Maya and the rest of Liquid very excited about that round as they'll be able to pick up a big one. Start us off on Oregon.
A huge entry from Maya that round. 3K to make that push happen. But thankfully, I think that's a solid Liquid round. Sure, again, like I said earlier, you lose Nesk, but you get control of security, the Z hallway, bottom white, very, very quickly with a minute 40 to go. If you can get a successful push in through big window or up white stairs, you might not need to open up the bedroom wall for an additional angle. Sure, it makes it a bit riskier, as we saw. Palu just forced to take 1v1s on white stairs and the generator position, so it's not completely clean. There are still players not really operating without complete backup, but still, Palu 2v2 has control of white stairs. Resets and Lagonis have control of the big window position, and Maya down below can use the vertical destruction to his benefit to pressure those players, and then of course move up into the site for a huge 3k to finish off that round. So is it a very minimal set of control for Liquid? Yes. But it's a very solid clear of that middle floor into a very solid execute on that attack. Problems? Maybe, but a good round where Liquid have really not had many in the past couple games.
At least have something going for themselves now. And now the real question is, are they feeling themselves too much after that round victory? We're going to shift Nesk immediately back to the Blitz,
I don't know
which
about
is
that.
where we saw things go so very wrong the previous time. But we're not going to talk about it until we cross this bridge. Let's see if it's a rainy day when we do. They're all front-loaded, though, right now. Over towards main lobby. Dots will be the very first member of W7M to attempt to try and stem this. We'll make contact with Volts, and great decision-making so far from Dots, but oh my god, the Blitz is right here, and he's dead! How has this happened? Resets is going to be the only one that gets a member for Liquid. I thought for sure that Nesk had enough space between him and that Nitro cell. But somehow in the first 45 seconds, there's 4 bodies on the ground, 2 respectively from each side.
I think Liquid just not doing enough clearance or giving enough respect to this W7M defense. You see that call from the Deimos to the Blitz. Look, there's somebody playing right of the split doorway. We can push in, grab this guy. But W7M have angles from the kitchen position watching the split doorway. There's another player dedicated to split itself. They've got 3 players watching this double door. And of course the C4 gets Nesk, but W7M have the man advantage on that position once Nesk goes down. Lagonis able to make this a 3v3 on the exit from that early play is very nice, but there's still a fight from W7M down below. A beautiful C4 from Dodez really redeems that round from what it could have been earlier. Could have been a 4v3 for W7M, and now it's a 3v2 as Resets with a nice little quick fire with the revolver into Dodez, playing inside of security. So neither team able to acquire a strong lead just yet, but the downside, Liquid, Resets, and Palu. Basically 1 bullet away from death, maybe a couple, depending on how far away those bullets are shot. So if either of them fall, even with the Deimos intel, this round very difficult to bring back as both attackers separated just a little bit. The Deathmark tracker beaming intel to Resets inside of Z, but Volps as Palu pops in, bottom white is found, and Loban with the finisher, able to get W7M's second defense on the board.
That last split second there, so difficult for the Deimos. You try and take the fight with the player that's right around the bend that you have solid info on, or do you try and guesswork things out up against that? I remember working in from kitchen. Either way, it's W7M that finding the success there. I will say this, though, for Liquid. These rounds are not all for naught, right? They're being decided pretty late into things, and at least they're able to show some snuff up against W7M, but it hasn't been too big of a deal just yet, has it? We've had some high-flying moments like that, but for W7M, they've been able to get out of the thick of it so far.
Yeah, to give credit to Liquid is that, and something I think we should talk about as well is that W7M, which tend to be a bit more of an aggressive team, and sometimes players like Loban, like Dodez, really a lot of different players in this roster, can sometimes take a bit of a risk to go for a 1v1. If Liquid are still able to find those and have enough success on clears like we just saw, they could still make it a 3v3, a 2v2, a 4v4, or maybe even get a man advantage if just one quick exit frag goes their way after the clear has actually happened. So W7M are a team that will give Liquid, in turn, a lot of 1v1 engagements, just as I brought up that Liquid could do the same W7M. Problem is, W7M have been far more successful, pound for pound, player for player, in winning those engagements. But if Liquid can keep these attacks close, they've already got to win. And 2, maybe even 3 on Oregon, given their problems so far, might just be enough.
We expected out of W7M. Patience for them. Just going to try and hold the map to its absolute limit, especially for this basement defense. I'm going to try and do something like roam all the way upstairs, unless you want to try and extend things. But you see Loban just trying to hold things down around the freezer stairwell. Probably a known quantity from Liquid, as that very first round where they assaulted the basement, we saw them try and fly in with that blitz. This time, though, not the case for Nesk. He's going to have the spear Binka along for the ride. I think this is a great addition for Liquid. Not only will they have the ability to try and pick up people at range, but also have access to that extra little health stem if things do start to look a little bit difficult for them, potentially in the health department. They're going to have full control of this mid floor, though, and that means they're going to start working on the hatches now, which is all up to resets. Not a single other hard breach brought, all except for the secondary hard breach out of the Grim.
That means, generally speaking, Liquid are going to telegraph their push a little bit. They'll open up specifically the hatches they want to push from, and as for, I believe, backside and laundry side open, maybe that will make some questions for W7M a little bit, as they could drop down E-box and send somebody front side. Maya at least rotating to bunker now, so it likely will be an E-box drop for Team Liquid. Still some utility clear to do on the front side, though, and they absolutely need to. With no Ash on the board, nothing really to destroy those mirror windows at range or crack them. Maybe you can move somebody out of that position, force Dodez off that shield, force Volps back in bunker. But he's still playing aggressively with these ADSs. They still have those mirror windows to play in down below. And in a 5v5 execute, if you aren't able to force these W7M players out of positions, that's why basement is so strong. You're forced to walk down 2 stairwells into 2 doorways, and then basically bet everything on winning the proper engagements. As Dodez gets aggressive, he takes the head off Lagonis. Volps is able to start it off onto Maya, and it all goes south for Liquid. A flawless round for W7M as they easily repel Liquid's flood down to the bottom floor.
I mean, what is there to say about that round? It's the most straightforward thing that you would expect out of a basement defense. You could practically make the name or the faces nameless over on the W7M side and plug and play anybody. And you're like, all right, that's more than likely what the setup's going to look somewhat like. Liquid, though, not really getting too aggressive towards the basement setup, especially initially. They go for the mainline stuff. As you said, it kind of telestrated from them only having that one bout of hard breach, only capable of getting 2 hatches and not really able to extend to anything else, making it toward W7M. Were pretty sure of how Liquid were going to go about things, and they don't lose out a single engagement once it comes down to execution time. Liquid don't really have a candle to hold the W7M's light in the basement. Now W7M with 2 rounds, or rather 2 rounds ahead of Team Liquid on this defensive side.
On Oregon defense, it's nothing to go crazy over. It doesn't mean the game is over. In fact, if W7M, they went up 5-1 yesterday, and their attacks looked a little bit worrying, so in isolation, there is room to exploit once W7M switch to that side, even if they go up 4-1, 5-1, to still make it a close game. Especially if Loben, I mentioned, they can sometimes give away 1v1s. He decides to get aggressive, run out the main lobby door, instead back up, shoot a drone, and then fully retreat back to that top floor. Liquid have been running this Deimos quite a few times now. I believe 3 rounds now they've played it. I will say they haven't found a whole lot from it. He was the opening pick in round 1, and Resets got some kills with it in, to be fair, round 3, but obviously still ended up losing it. Has been very instrumental to Liquid's success so far, so I hope to see Nesk maybe, if he wants to go for 1v1s like he has been in the past few games inside of the Brazil League, maybe this round we might see something with those Deathmark track, who's able to hunt somebody down, maybe dash on the Solus on a solo roam of their own.
All about staying alive for Nesk, though, in a situation like this. You've seen Deimos find a high amount of effectiveness when it comes to the later portions of the round, able to track out those last remaining members of the defensive setup. I get some big kills that way. But the setup, speaking of which, from W7M, inside of Armory, not something you see all that often, but something that can definitely be of some assistance to W7M. The Bees in Myobi attempting to try and remove this player as he continually just rolls around that top space. But it's going to be a big moment here from not only W7M, but also from Team Liquid, as, yeah, they'll lose Maya. They'll also pick up Loben and Dash.
And I like that use of the Deimos. Obviously, you have the Bees to make sure that Loben is spotted moving around, but they even go for the redundancy. They get active pings on the Azami specifically for Deimos to try to hunt down. Then, of course, Nesk able to get the refrag as Dash moving down below cuts down Maya. That was a key part of Liquid's strategy last time. They were on the opposite side of the map on their previous attack of Dorms. The one time they've been successful in the attack so far. A quick clear of security down below into a big window white execute. So they spent a minute and a half to get that opening pick and end up converting it into 2 opening picks to get this 4v3. But now they don't have the same control like they did last time. Sure, they have a man advantage, but breach wall or bedroom wall still in the hands of W7M, even if it's completely soft. Volps is playing it aggressively. Dots still can play inside of Attic, close with that shotgun, and you still have players holding on a trophy and holding on to the site itself. Volps just spots one, moving around in armory. Tate instead takes the fight with the player on bedroom. The Ash just turns his back to Volps instead, and it's a 3v4 clutch from W7M, as again, 2 rounds in a row now. Liquid just walk into their positions, gone uncleared.
You set it up perfectly, my friend. That's exactly what it was right there. Yeah, you have the man advantage in terms of, Team Liquid being able to get those 2 big kills, but the map control is most definitely not there. They're still having to try and deal with the forward setup of W7M over on the Master side, and first things first, what a beautiful play out of the Frost position inside of the Master Closet, right? I mean, it looked so amazing. Not only able to take that fight to the man on the balcony with this nice little transition here from Volps, but also reinserting himself into this situation for Master, able to take down Palu. And that's the biggest moment there for them. Liquid really needed to try and deal with kind of the heart of this setup, that, low-key Attic position, but also what's going on over on that Master area, and none of it goes their way. In fact, it's W7M with a sea of orange inside of the kill feed.
Sea of orange indeed. W7M consistently able to find gaps in this Liquid attacking strategy. Even with a solid early round, getting that 4v3 advantage, the first time Liquid this half so far have got the opening pick, and they maintained that advantage by the end of those engagements. It still doesn't end up resulting in a round win because of that little opening Volps was able to find, just holding the position he had been holding the entire round up until that point. The final defense will move down to one of the tertiary sites, as basement and dorms both won by W7M. Saw Meeting Kitchen last time. I believe we have Meeting Kitchen again. Yes, we do. And some more wayward defenders, Sam. Volps off the site. We saw Lobin off the site. Dash up above. W7M still getting aggressive.
Well, there's no reason to slow it down now. I mean, Liquid have only gotten 1 round, and the big thing that we've known about Liquid for a long time, Carter, is that if you're able to apply pressure to this team, especially mentally, they can start to crumble. This team puts a lot of pressure on themselves just being Team Liquid. If you're able to exemplify that, then you can cause some even more sporadic issues for them, especially when it comes to some of these engagements we've seen so far for W7M. And now, speaking of which, seems like they do want to continue to try and stick to their guns that Carter was talking about earlier on. This roam strategy still well within its right to work out. So very healthy, too, with a lot of different extensions.
It's one of the positions I really like Deimos being used. We'll see teams or players going for solo roams, on Oregon in particular, in the basement, but there's no follow-up from it. Liquid moving inside of Attic. Are they aware of Dash in this position? No, Maya's looking the complete wrong way. Volps is even gone to help and support the roamer upstairs. Reset's able to cut off Lobin on that flank, so now only 2 defenders on this top floor. But it's another clear, ridden with holes for Liquid that W7M have been able to exploit. Another Deathmark tracker goes out. So the Solis' position found, but now instead of being alone in basement like when he was first spotted, now the Solis has support, has the Legion up above, is still alive, at least the Solis is upstairs. It's Dash instead to fall, but Dodez finds resets. This Deimo's still alive, though. He's found his way into the site. Cuts off Dodez. It's W7M with a hole that Liquid have managed to find. It's still a 2v2, though. Advantage not held by Liquid, but Nesk still has moved his way into the site. It's just him and Palu, the legendary duo on Liquid, to try to get the second round, and they do have control of the diffuser. So as they move into the site, their main enemy will be this vertical control held by W7M. As the shots go through the hatch, they put Palu to 50 HP, but the diffuser will go down successfully.
Nesk is about to be out of his death marks, and he is indeed, so it's an even kill 2 versus 2. The case down. Liquid's best opportunity to pick up a second round before we reach the half. Nesk on a long angle. AK in hand. Let's hear the buzz. Don't even pre-fire it. Try to see if he can potentially work it out. And he will! Alu will find the other kill too. And fortunately enough for Liquid, they will get 2 rounds that they most desperately needed on this offensive side for Oregon.
With the woes they've had 2-4, which is typically the standard half on Oregon, absolute minimum, able to not pick up a win on that tertiary bomb site every single time, but one on dorms, one on meeting, We will take those. We will absolutely take those. Well played 2v2 by Palu and Nesk, able to get in, put that diffuser down. And overall, while W7M's roam, you can see right here, had a lot of strong points. Not only Dash getting that pick, but specifically Volp was making the smart play to go join him on that top floor. Loban obviously a bit late to that. He has a bit lengthier of a rotate, found out by resets. That's where the round really could have spiraled out of control for Liquid. If Resets doesn't get that kill and you have a 3-man hold of the top floor, when you're aiming to get the diffuser down inside a kitchen, that could have been it for Liquid. But thanks in no small part to that Deimos, they're able to get their second attack on the board and now get the benefit of the defense. W7M were not knights in shining armor here. They were not unimpeachable on this attacking side yesterday against MIBR. They're very individually talented, but they are still struggling a bit to fill the void that cameraman left. That central IGL now gone. Calling, the coordination is still a little bit shoddy from W7M. The gun skill might be there. But on Oregon, coordinating attacks is difficult, and it seems they're still in that building phase.
And Liquid seemingly wanting to attempt to exploit that, at least for Palu's sake, as you can see him donning the top of the main stairs over towards Armory. Have a Rotero drone in. This will get the door open for Loban. This is... and see if anybody wants to have an aggressive look here. I thought he was going to try and step up to the angle there just for the left-hand side, but instead trying to play things out patiently, which, why not? Liquid more likely looking to try and get things done early, and there it is. Palu with a nice find. Nesk trying to add to this heap outside. It'll be the secondary layer of, you know, explosive utility to be tossed out that'll pick him up. Nitro Cell to take him down, and now W7M. I'm trying to slow things down just yet, but wow, what a weird freezer setup for Liquid. There's just nothing here. Nodez walking all the way up. Didn't even have to worry about the hatch. That's a Valkyrie camera. That's Reset's dead. Does he get a second? He will. So far, this is the strangest thing that could have potentially have perpetuated this for W7M, but here we are. 2 bodies down. It's a 3 versus 3.
And now Loban is taking control of Bunker. Such a strange misplay from Liquid. You've got no holes on the freezer wall, no reinforcement playing close. It allows Dodez to flank up, get 2 kills, but then more importantly, allow Volps and Loban to fill the space on the backside because Liquid are so focused on the ash bottom freezer. So now with basically no utility spent, they've made their way right to the door of the bomb site, but they don't have the advantage anymore. Maya's able to cut down Dash. But while the Flores falls, you still have those 3 swarm canisters from Volps. To find intel on the remaining players, one has to go on that laundry rotate and one in the main hall to stop the flank and give Loban on this powerful position in bunker as much intel as he can get his hands on. Volps moves to put the diffuser down. He has this deployable shield too. He knows the Solus is going for the cross. Nesk baits it out a little bit. Maya needs to be clinical on this gunfight. Loban instead goes for the peek, wins it. So now Nesk stalled out a bit, and as Volps comes off, he gets the kill. Well played 2v2 by Volps and Loban. Beautifully played, well, almost post-planned, but beautifully played late round.
Yeah, most definitely. And, I mean, speaking of potentially pushing us into post-plan, I love the bait there with the case, especially for Volps, having a great understanding of what the situation was in front of them. Didn't try and overplay things over towards the rotation or swing too heavily off of the bomb chassis. Instead, they did things out with that case plant and was able to get the big kill on that swing from the freezer hallway. That's the key moment there. I still am just at a loss for words. Team Liquid were not aware of anything going on inside a freezer. I mean, the biggest portion there for me, Carter, is the fact that not only is the entirety of the freezer wall soft, but there's no gaps in it. There's nothing. They don't have any information minus a default camera that could be in there. And you know that for a fact. Why? Because they throw a damn black eye camera right at Dodez's feet when he's peeking the freezer door. They have no idea what's going on over there, and they're immediately punished for it.
And it's especially puzzling because I was looking at the operator lineup and I'm like, okay, maybe they didn't have any shotguns because, you know, you have Valkyrie, you're obviously running the MPX, you might have someone the Solus, but we know Nesk was running the P90 because that spawn peak, and we know Maya and Resets have the 9x19 and the MP5, and I've gone back to check. Lagonis had the Supernova, just like he does in this round, so just a bewildering oversight from Liquid that in no small part allowed W7M to find a way into round 7. You leave gaps like that, this team might be struggling to get that coordination, but they can make big individual plays. They're all talented. They can read you like a book if you give them that opening. We'll see how they do on Dorbs now, though, as Team Liquid do rotate to the upstairs position. No hold inside of Armory, but there is already some presence inside a master bedroom, and to give Liquid credit, they've got this opening pick 2 times in a row now. And Maya able to do it behind the shield on the bedroom position. Not bad start at all.
You see that disgusting little angle under the right-hand side of that deployable? That's nuts. That was a nice little crack under the deployable shield that he's able to exploit. Look at that right there,
That's absurd.
That's disgusting. More than likely the way that we see Dodez meet his demise. Now W7M, they have to try and figure this out. Liquid, really don't want to see them try and risk this. This is something that they look so desperately for. A moment where W7M truly are not capable of trading things out. In Liquid, with 2 big moments there too, just to make the matter most in round 8. And as W7M, no answer just yet, minus some shots onto Nesk from double window.
Team Liquid, especially, we didn't really talk about it, but in round 7, the double spawn peak from Nesk and Palu to contest front side, very well coordinated. This time, Liquid just winning their 1v1s. Maya obviously with that nice angle below the bed. Either Lobin or Dodez. I think Lobin going for the solo clear down below is killed by Palu on the Solus, lurking inside of the basement. And now with the 3rd kill found by Nesk on the breach, it's an easy round for Liquid, and easily, maybe with the exception of that Dorms round, the best we've seen from them so far this game.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I think Liquid, it looked a lot more like what they wanted to be trying to do with this map, right? Like a lot more like what the strategy entailed. And that's definitely a positive boon. Can't take that away from them. But I don't think that W7M are going to be downtrodden by this at all. This is the first, very successful round that we've seen out of Liquid in some time. And that's definitely a weird thing to be saying, but it's most definitely true. Even the rounds that we've seen Liquid pick up so far in this one, minus what we just obviously saw, were pretty hotly contested from W7M. So it'll probably be a retooling of the offense and the way that they want to try and go about things from this side of the coin. But we'll just have to see. Liquid still definitely wanting to risk things, especially for Maya's sake. He hides the Vigil for the majority of this round, and now I'm excited to see where he wants to try and implement this.
Also, thankfully, as you can just see, I do believe we have some holes in Freezer Wall, thankfully. And while he's reinforcing where I thought the holes were. So, hopefully we still see some of those holes in the Freezer Wall. But I also like, as Nesk is making them, the introduction of the Mira into this lineup. We didn't see it last time, but it's just such an easy operator to bring, not only to counter the play Dotaz went for last time, but also just to make it more difficult for W7M to go for and execute in the first place, whether he places them Freezer in E-Box, Laundry in E-Box, Laundry in Freezer, whatever he wants to go for. So long as Liquid are protecting them, Mira is just such a no-brainer operator to pick, and especially for Liquid to try and make up for the flaws they had last time. As you pointed out, I'm intrigued to see what Maya has in store on this Vigil. Typically indicates a bit more solo play. No Boss G ACOG like we saw Spirits running inside of the NAL. But still, one that likely will be playing a bit selfishly, but more importantly, to waste as much time as he can as W7M go for a clear shower side.
This has got to be him over here on Freezer Stairs, right? No, it's Palu. Where the hell is my Vigil? There he is. He's all the way in the bomb site. He's just going to play the ERC on site. Which, I mean, it still works, right? It goes through the floor. You're able to kind of get that ghost pressure towards the mid-level. But as you can clearly see, W7M do not care at all as to what's happening. And, well, when you try your best and you don't succeed, Palu, try again. Unlucky as he ends up losing out that gunfight. Just got a little overzealous. He thinks that Dotaz isn't prepared for that scenario, and as soon as he adjusts that angle to try and open up the gate just a little wider for himself, Dotaz nips it in the bud. A headshot immediately to the dome of Palu. Now Liquid down for the count, in the man count at least.
It is an unfortunate loss of Palu. Good heads-up play by Dotaz, but this round is not at all lost for Liquid. They still have so much going for them, just from the Mira and the Azami alone. Lagona's still with 2 Kibas in pocket. But look at this boost angle, and Dotaz is aware of it too. Fires some shots. Oh, but right as he looks away, resets, gets aggressive, brings that man count back. Freezer Stairs lurk, no longer a factor. But with these Kibas in that mirror window, the Laundry position is so strong. You can play close on Freezer. The W7M don't care. They've got the Blitz moving in through Bunker, but he is immediately downed on the floor by the crossfire held by Liquid. Nice little shot by Lobin. Brings it back. Lagona's now down as well. So despite both sides of the push not going their way, W7M are taking Liquid to task and keeping it as close as they can. Resets 9 and 6, bouncing back from his poor stage so far. Number 10 will remain elusive. W7M now on match point. Honestly, winning a round that Liquid probably should have carried over the line.
It's definitely hard to say, but I will say, at least from what we saw earlier before W7M start to crunch things out on the site, start to have those gunfights really warm up for themselves, it definitely did seem like a Liquid round there, no? I mean, they have the angles. They know where the majority of the W7M members are. None of this is something that's been cloak and daggered into the late round. You know, there's nobody that's all of a sudden going to surprise Liquid. The only thing really surprising to them is that they lost out these gunfights. Especially for a lot of these members. I mean, Reset's having the game of his stage so far right now, but the rest of Liquid just not really there and capable of bringing things to bear in a scenario where they desperately need that to be the case. Instead, it's been W7M that's found a lot of success, particularly in that last round where it kind of seemed off base.
That's the big worry for Liquid right now, is there were so many things you could point to before this game as potential causes, at least in-game discernible factors for their poor performance. Resets, 6-26 going into this game today. Obviously 9-7 now, getting more kills than he's had in any game prior to this. But Resets is starting to shoot back now. Okay, that's one problem gone. Maya also starting to have not a great game, not nearly what we used to see when he was teaming with players like Loban and Dash, but an okay game, all things considered. He had a big round on the attack to get them one of their victories. He's had good moments this game so far. Nesk doing okay, Palu doing okay, and yet Liquid are still down 6-3. They've still dropped 2 defenses so far, both on Laundry, and one of which they should have won. They should have got over the line, but W7M able to win enough fights to get it there. Now they move up to meeting in kitchen. They can't go back to dorms yet. It's not unlocked. They don't want to go back to basement because they've lost it twice. And now the point where they have to stop W7M from winning in regulation is on one of the bomb sites that the attack is more likely to win. It's a very difficult spot for Liquid going into this point because of that fact alone, but also the problems they've had previously in terms of who's showing up and who isn't aren't affecting them as much, and they're still down this low.
And the biggest issue is right now for them is that although they do have some positive factors, right, like resets, the majority of them are negative. A lot of them are losing out on these engagements at just key moments. You know, that's the biggest thing for Liquid, is that they're able to at least get themselves up to the point where things could end up being game-changing, but they lose out on these fights, so there's just an equal exchange. And this has been the name of the game so far for Liquid. Somehow, some way, W7M have come out on top in this, and Volps doing his absolute best to make an argument for being the best player in Brazil at the moment. He's going to get gunned down from Maya, but Maya's got so much more to do. Dots is most definitely going to be able to confirm this plant, and W7M more than likely confirming this Oregon victory.
7-3 seems very easy right now. Some shots going over towards the Z hallway. Maya doesn't know where the defuse has been planted. Spots the player in classroom. That's not even the player that does him in. 7-3 victory for W7M. Not the 7-0 like we predicted, and not the worst Liquid loss. But still, 4 regulation losses in a row for one of the biggest names in Brazil, and their woes do not end here.
And oh man. Very unfortunate for Liquid, but you have got to give the flowers to W7M in this regard, especially to Volps, man. I mean, just quick math here. I think he's 49-27 across these previous 4 days, which at this moment in time, he could be the best player by rating in the league. We'll have to see what the calculation is as we punch those into our a big spreadsheet, but I mean, my God, W7M, this is something that we really weren't expecting either. As W7M, we're like, hey, our previous roster, the world champs, we're not gonna pay him. We're gonna let him go to the wayside. We're gonna go pick up somebody fresh, somebody new, and so far the new roster has been paying out in dividends.
Yeah, indeed it has. As you said, Volps just behind Hates for one of the highest rated players in Brazil, and with a strong showing today, he just might be afterwards. But that's our 3rd game of the day done. Another unfortunate loss for Liquid, and we'll have all that for the desk to break down after a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that match, expected result, Connor. I mean, I don't think there's much more to really be said about it in the main. We knew that W7M was going to take this one. It was just a matter of how.
Yeah, it was just taking care of business for W7M across the board. Sure, you know, they got to start on the defensive side of Oregon, but as soon as they swapped to the attack, you know, they kept that momentum going.
Did you feel, though, that Liquid, they tripled the number of rounds they took yesterday? Did you feel like there was any glimmers of hope in that roster at all here today?
You know, I actually liked how Resets was playing, and he definitely stepped up. Funnily enough, going into this, through 3 playdays, he did have 6 kills to his name. At the halfway point, he had 7, so he doubled his kills. So, having a kind of good step in the right direction was nice. Maybe a slight glimmer of hope for Liquid, but it's definitely shrouded in darkness. It is really rough to be 0-4 at this point, considering you've had some of your easiest games back in the sort of in your back pocket and you fumbled them.
Right, yeah, a difficult spot for Liquid to be. I mean, in the player cams, though, they didn't look broken. I mean, they're cheering and high-fiving, so we'll give them a little bit of credit for that. But speaking of players, let's take a look at 2 players in particular, because it's a comparison that kind of has to be made. Vulps, Maya, the replacement after Vulps left. I mean, Connor, sometimes the grass is not always greener.
Exactly, especially because Maya came from this Lost core that became W7M. This was a straight up swap for these players. As soon as Maya kind of left, it was like, oh, Vulps is available? Heck yeah, if you're a W7M fan, that was the easiest take of your life because he's playing phenomenally. He is elevating the rest of his team for multi-kills. He definitely had a revenge tour game against his old team.
Yeah, it definitely, you felt like he was in the moment. There was a couple of runs there, I think, when he was playing Jaeger, and you're just like, oh, he's feeling himself, right? Like he's in the groove. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, especially even on the attacking side, when you pick up that Dokkaebi in the final round, going for a big 3K, just kind of slicing and dicing through the bomb site, because guess what? He's played those exact defenses before. I think he utilized all of that information, brought it for W7M because they just looked clean and concise all the way around, especially on the attacking side of Oregon, which is more difficult. They had really, really good ideas that came into fruition quite well.
Well, that's the 3rd match of the day logged in there. We'll be right back with our 4th game, Black Dragons versus MIBR, the Battle of the Rebuilds, after this break. Hello, viewers, and welcome back here to Playday 4 of Stage 1 for the Brazil League 2024. I'm Corbeck, alongside me, CDAPS. And our next match on the deck, the battle of the rebuild teams. It's Black Dragons versus MIBR. And Connor, if you had asked us yesterday morning who we thought had the edge in this one, well, you might have gotten a very different answer than what you're going to tell me right now.
Yeah, you would have thought maybe MIBR had a slight edge over Black Dragons. Then Black Dragons shocked the world. They took FaZe into overtime. They had huge performances from a myriad of their new players, mainly being Guto. He went absolutely crazy. Throughout the most of the games that we've seen so far with Black Dragons, it's actually been Loira. And I've loved how when you have a rebuild team around two veterans, both of these veterans have been stepping up. Ask has been the sort of a silent killer, very solid, very consistent, and doing well.
Yeah. We felt like this weekend was going to answer a lot of questions for us. And one of the questions we had, if Loira were to kind of take a step back, would a member of Black Dragons be able to take the slack? And like you said, Guto, Connor, stepped up to fill that role perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, when you drop 17 kills against FaZe, you're going to get put on the map. All of a sudden, people are going to be like, hey, yeah, he's a pretty good player. There was a reason that Black Dragons went for this guy as their rookie for part of their rebuild. 4 multi-kills, being able to take over rounds entirely by himself was phenomenal to see, and a very big reason as to why Black Dragons found enough success to take a point away from FaZe was on his back.
Feel like he's calling me out with that pointing graphic too. That's triggering my fight or flight response right there. But will it trigger the fight or flight response for MIBR? That's the big question. Probably
not, because MIBR are a team that, once again, you might look at like their record being 1-2. You know, they have 2 losses, but who are those losses against? They're against Furia and they're against MIBR, where they were definitely just competitive in those matchups. You had big step up moments from people like Bullet to keep these games close, but as soon as you kind of went in towards the games that they were supposed to win, mainly being an NIP victory, they looked so good.
I mean, the truth of the matter is they played against 2 SI juggernauts, right? That's just the straight fact. They played against 2, if not the 2 best teams in the world.
Exactly, but also when you kind of look at their schedule, first 4 games, they're playing against 3 now SI competing teams. So it's been a really tough start of the road for MIBR, especially when they're in a rebuild. You're trying to establish yourself. You're trying to really get in the groove with your players, because a lot of them haven't played Tier 1 Brazilian Siege. All of a sudden, you throw them in the deep end, and coming away with 3 points so far means that they're keeping their head above the water.
All right, well, let's see where they'll be treading water here today, what map they have in store for us. Clubhouse gone, Border and Chalet too, so some stalwarts taken out of the pool already.
Yeah, right now, I expect a Consulate to probably go down from the back pocket of Black Dragons. It's getting kind of hanging around, but it's a map that Black Dragons have never really played. They didn't have an affinity to go towards it in Stage 2, and yep, it'll get taken down, leaving us on to Bank, where we've already seen Black Dragons look very good against an E1 roster. And now for MIBR, sure, they haven't played this map, but them not banning it at all through any of their map ban phases does show it's in their pool, and they probably have something ready for it.
I think it makes sense too that based on yesterday's performance, right, we'll more likely to see MIBR want to trade Black Dragons to Bank than Skyscraper. That was, after all, where they put up such a good fight.
Yeah, and if you're gonna leave it up, you know, Black Dragons, they were fine with either of these maps. Skyscraper, they probably would have been even stronger. If you take Max OT against FaZe, who I could argue is one of the best Skyscraper maps in the world, all of a sudden bringing them to Max OT puts Black Dragons in that same conversation for at least a top 5 to top 10 team on that map.
You know, say Black Dragons managed to come out on top here. The narrative has been that they are an up-and-coming team. Is beating MIBR an important part of building that story forward?
Yeah, because you have to beat the teams in sort of mid-table. MIBR, I think, still have some upside, but right now they're a mid-table team. I think they can make playoffs and sort of compete with the best, but are they going to be truly competing to try to make it to the major spots? We don't quite know yet. But for Black Dragons to be considered one of the teams that are competing for those 4 very crucial spots, those tickets to Manchester, you do have to beat the teams below you in order to differentiate yourself in that level above.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at taking the attacking side or having to take the attacking side on Bank, do you think that puts a bit of a sort of hitch in the wheel here for MIBR going into a map like Bank, or is that something that at this level of play they should be able to overcome?
I think they should be able to overcome it. I will say it's going to be more difficult for them to be on the attacking side, in my opinion, because they are a newer roster. A lot of the times and a lot of the success we've seen on the MIBR side has been on the defensive half, and when they do find success on attack, it's typically when somebody steps up. We've seen Bullet 3Ks, Bullet 4Ks. Overall, you know, it's not a sustainable practice. And now against a Black Dragons team that we're considering one of the top teams here in Brazil, it might not fly.
All right, quick and dirty here, Connor. Key to win for MIBR. What are they looking for here today?
You got to try to shut down and get in the face of Black Dragons early. They're a team that I think, with being young, are very momentum heavy. And if maybe their shots aren't landing early on, things might get kind of difficult because they haven't been in these positions before. You know, going up against FaZe, you know, it was hard. They were able to keep it around, but you kind of mentally expected this game to be hard and for you to be behind. Now going against an MIBR team that you're supposed to beat on paper, and I'm sure that they imagine they're going to beat, if all of a sudden MIBR comes out, it might throw some sort of mental gymnastics for Black Dragons to have to jump through.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, I got to ask, Black Dragons, are they able to easily beat this MIBR team, or is this going to be a struggle for them?
I think it's going to be a very tough game, but I could see a solid Black Dragons win, maybe a 7-4 coming out. And once again, that would be a kind of put them into the same area of teams like Furia and W7M who beat this MIBR team by that same margin.
Well, there you have it, folks. The battle of the rebuilds underway. We'll toss it over to our casters. Links and Stokes, take it away.
Thank you very much, Corbeck and Connor. We are now getting to the point where we don't have many big names, Sam. It's not, oh, Furia Showcase, FaZe Showcase, Liquid in this one. Now, this is one for the people who follow the league, who follow everybody there, because as Corbeck and Connor have said multiple times, MIBR, Black Dragons, both betting on new rosters, new revamps to make their mark in Stage 1.
Yeah, 100%. And I think some results have been better than others, right? Not the best results yesterday, but you could argue that as well. We had a pretty solid overtime by our friends over on Black Dragons. So I think there is a lot inside of this game to really get into. I think that this one's going to be a little bit more tight-knit than maybe a couple people gave it credit for.
You would hope so, at least. I mean, given the close game Black Dragons had yesterday, you'd hope that MIBR at least won't get, smoked by Black Dragons on Bank, like BD were able to take down E1 earlier on in the stage, 7-3, in what was a very rough game from both teams, E1, Black Dragons, both. But Black Dragons have crafted an identity throughout these past few games, which is they like to get aggressive, they like to go for gunfights, and even if the coordination necessarily isn't there, the spirit, the intention, and the ability certainly is. Even if Black Dragons as a whole struggled yesterday, Gudo, 17 kills. Ask, the veteran who used to be on that Liquid roster, putting up some decent numbers as well. It is not necessarily consistent from this team, but when the flashes appear, they are bright and blinding.
Yeah, most definitely. And on a map like Bank, you're going to want something like that, especially from the offensive perspective. You're going to want to try and have those flashes in the pan that could be the big change inside of a round, end up leading to victory. And now, with Bank loading up, bound to be interesting between these two. Black Dragons has been very, very impressive so far this stage, Carter. And especially for this team being so young and pretty fresh as well out of the box, right? It just goes to show you that Brazil has so much talent.
It does, and so many T2 pickups coming into this stage. I mean, you have players like Mitrix over on Vivo Keyed, and obviously Black Dragons, Gudo, the big rookie that the desk highlighted. So many T2 pickups making their foray into Brazil in or on many of these rosters. It's a nice thing to see, especially when those players end up putting up not only decent numbers, but putting up good numbers against very good teams. Of course, you'd hope that the veterans, like Ask, can be backbones that Black Dragons can rely on for MIBR. I mean, we have if Cyber is one of the most famous names in Brazil, Bullet making his re-debut on MIBR, rejoining them this stage. Another big player, huge, famous fragger that MIBR you'd hope they could rely on, alongside maybe newer names on the roster, like Yex, who doesn't necessarily have the same pedigree that Bullet might have. So both these rosters with experienced players that can not only just be reliable fraggers, but even people that can provide guidance to some of those newer players. But even then, still able to show up in their own right. On Bank, if we see big performances from some of the entries on either of these teams, like Bullet on MIBR, like Loira on Black Dragons, if the attack is able to get a foothold in the map very early on and do so at a 5v4 or a 4v3, it makes taking control on Bank, one of the largest maps we have in the pool, that much easier.
100%. And, you know, for Black Dragon's sake, they start off the stage really well, right? They play up against E1, they start off 7-3, and at that moment in time, we don't exactly know what E1 is, you know, exactly going to look like we do now. But in comparison to that, the very next day, they follow through. They win. They have a big victory over Liquid, 7-3, and then finally, I think the best litmus test that we've had for this roster so far, a very hotly contested 8-7 loss to FaZe Clan yesterday. What did that FaZe game make you think of this Black Dragons roster?
I mean, it definitely made me feel that when this roster is on, when they are shooting, they're very impressive to watch, but it still indicated that they are very young. I mean, 8-7, sure, but it required a massive performance from Gudo to get us there. And it's not like Gudo's been carrying this team the whole time. As Connor brought up, Loira has been a huge player for this. Ask putting up very consistent numbers on this roster. But when they're getting kills, they look great, but getting there is often a bit rough. Sometimes coordinating clears look difficult. One particular round, we have a player from Black Dragons, Loira, I believe, talking about him just now, pushing up the main stairs over by Geisha, and he's a bit ahead of the players flooding into Geisha itself, so he falls, and then Black Dragons are starting out that clear to man disadvantage, and they end up going down 4v3. I like the overall idea, trying to push up that stairway and coordinating with the Geisha people, but the timing's just not there. Loira's a bit ahead of it, or the Geisha people are a bit behind it, and so they end up losing out on what could have been a 4v3 or 4v2 even going their way. So when the plan works, Black Dragons look incredible. It just that communication between these players, it can get them an 8-7 against a big team if one player is going huge, but it still makes those games difficult to create opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, this Black roster, or this Black Dragons roster rather, has been going through a lot of changes this year though, and it started off very, very early on. So I mean, maybe some adjustments down the line that can still be made, some things to be able to work off of. And that's what we're really looking for Black Dragons, to see how they can continue, even though they are finding success, to retool this roster and continue to find those improvements, because they are more than likely going to have to round back and play some of these fantastic teams that Brazil has to offer. And the other key portion of this is that Brazil has looked extremely competitive. So this team is most definitely going to have to try and buckle down, continue to try and find those areas of strain that they could try and iron out.
Now, as we're finally into the game, we'll see how they're able to at least iron out some of the problems, or maybe even just continue some of the successes. As we defend Locker CCTV is the first bomb site for Black Dragons. Already, a lot of the usual suspects here. We have the smoke from Ask, we have the Vulcan canisters, the Maestro Evil Eyes from Nuxka and Loira respectively. I don't know why, I never used to mix up those words, and now instinctually I just say the wrong one. Respectively for those two. Then, of course, Florio on the Warden with the MPX, which means if either of these players want to hold server, it'll probably be Ask. But, of course, when you're holding server stairs as smoke, that often brings its own risks for the late round game.
I like what we're seeing here from BD initially. Going to try and reach to the sky, set up this whole top floor area, just try and force MIBR's hand on a full clear, and they'll do exactly that, but they're operating very quickly here. That's what they've brought the Amaru for. Loira will be lying in wait over near open area, and this Supernova might be intended for him. This barbed wire, though, will be very telling if he chooses to go that route or if he hops over. Either way, very big sound cue in the way of the defender. Ooh, walk around that. Oh, no. My, he gets mapped by that Supernova. Loira down, and Yek knows it for sure. Confirmation, eyes on that player around Beepers. Udo now tried, or at least trying to force the situation into their favor, giving his teammate a little avenue back into this, and oh, we might have another fight. Building up right around that elevator space. Oh man, so many MIBR players risking it to try and confirm this down.
And Yex will get it, slowly moving down. You could see Black Dragons all coalescing around that marble stairs, anticipating somebody from MIBR to go in for that pick, Ask rotating over, and of course Gudo trying to get Loira back down those stairs. But I like this adjustment from MIBR onto the Amaru. While they've shown to be decently coordinated, sometimes they can let it slip, but more importantly, they're playing a bit older of a style of Siege. They're a bit slower, they like their full clears, and that does support the attacking strategy on bank quite well. Most teams will clear from the top floor down to the bottom floor, or the top floor no matter what site they're attacking, and bringing the Amaru just to fast track that and allow them a bit more time to slow down, justifiably or unjustifiably, in the late round, I think is an overall good pick. And even bringing him with the shotgun, allowing him to take an aggressive fight on marble stairs, I think this is a good selection from MIBR, and I hope to see them run it in the future. But as we get down to the final minute, this is where we need to see some of those other operators come into play. Has Bullet been able to deal with a lot of those Vulcan packs? Has he been able to deal with a lot of those Evil Eyes as well? Will the Execute utility from Gomez land, littering bees all over the red hallway to stop anybody from Black Dragons going for a C4? Well, at least right now, they have known about the Evil Eyes position, but they get a bit sloppy, and not one, but both hard breach charges shot. Just a mistake you cannot be making when you know the Evil Eye is there.
And there's so many bodies for MIBR too. There's really no excuse not to have somebody there to try and assist with this, but they already know that they have to try and pressure other things. It's going to be a nice trade here. Not only that, actually Separate just going to be going down. They're not really going to have a chance to try and bring him back into this. It'll more than likely just be the gunfight, and so far it has. All going the way of MIBR, except for Florio will find his second, make this a 2 versus 2. Rare does have one inside a garage. He's very well aware of this. This cross, it's too powerful! Down to the 1 versus 1. Florio, he's looked so solid. He's going to try and play this out on time, which worked so well into his favor. Black Dragons with the very first defensive round, although it was pretty offensive from him.
And it was pretty well sided towards the offense, given the kills that were going MIBR's way, able to walk down, get a lot of 1v1s, but still around that Black Dragons should have won through and through, specifically because of the utility that did still exist on the site. You had the Vulcan pack outside of Elevator, stopping the player from MIBR, dropping down that hatch from getting there, but most importantly, both hard breach charges shot by that Evil Eye, and we know they knew about it because we saw Yex punch it early on to try to deny him vision, but once the call comes out that they're breaching the wall, he's able to switch onto that Evil Eye, open it up, and destroy both of those hard breach charges. Obviously, he can still move in through that doorway, but if he's maybe able to open up a hole in that wall, maybe we actually see the diffuser start to be put down, and they bait out some utility from MIBR, force their attention towards the server side, the CCTV side, and away from the players moving down Marble, dropping down Elevator. And even though a lot of those gunfights went MIBR's way, if they're able to actually get through that wall and start putting the diffuser down in the default plant spot, it might have actually been more successful and maybe even resulted in an MIBR round.
Yeah, it's a whole different scenario if that wall gets open there, because the key thing is for that door, it's very exposed to a lot of angles right when you step up, right? Like things like that far door frame, things like the rotate that's always made for CCTV. And it's just a risk that not a lot are willing to take, and you saw why. I mean, practically immediately, the Amaru's dealt with after that. And Black Dragons are very well aware that MIBR have to take a much more one-dimensional look at that basement assault. And it works out extremely well for them. You know, especially for Gudo, as he was able, or rather Florio, as he was able to get quite a bit done there on quite a few different fronts throughout that basement defense. But now into round 2. Head upstairs, and MIBR obviously mostly going to be trying to handle this from a northern front, at least for right now, and just making sure they have those windows in play.
It's always the key to the start when you're attacking or wanting to put pressure on a very heavy roam on the top floor, and in this case obviously a hold at the top floor of the CEO bomb site. Get players in the main lobby repel, aiding the players in the CEO repel. You also want to open up that Canto wall, the elevator wall on the second floor, then Yex down below. Buck might move up the main stairs once the call is given or the proper utility is expended. I imagine it'll be in time with an EE1D from Gomez. We're still waiting for it to happen, though. The flashbangs go out, so does the EE1D, but Nuxka is completely shielded from both of those things. Stationary and unblinded. All MIBR get is a 1-for-1, and there's still players ready to deal with them on the top floor. Gudo gone unread, easy pickings. He cuts down Yex. But MIBR are keeping it even, to their credit. They've even put Loira down to 1 HP on this aggressive, albeit very linear, take of the spiral stairs position.
Oh, Semper. Temper. Able to at least find one over inside of conference. Knows that there's still one down range near stock. Readjusts into Shaiko and hold things down here for at least a while. Gonna be a nice shot on to Ask, and actually MIBR popping off for the last two there is a moment of self-discovery. Nice little frags coming through, and MIBR with a beautiful round on this top floor. It took some time, but I liked how they just continued to process things. They didn't try and just force down a plant or try and go for something else that could have, led them awry. Instead, they stay on the gas pedal, they stay on Black Dragon's necks, and they don't allow them back into that round.
They just throw bodies at the problem. They send somebody up main stairs. They're able not even to get that first pick because the castle actually is able to start things off on the right foot. Just standing, shielded from the flashes, not really affected by the E1D because of how stationary he was. So Nuxka is able to get the kill, but then MIBR in a key moment. Can you please stop shooting that shotgun? Please, man! Shut up! He will not... could we not have got anybody else to do the soft destruction, man? It's like I'm trying to make a cogent point, and it's just bap, 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 bap. Anyway, sorry, ADHD brain taking over right there.
That's a hell of a drug.
It is, but either way, MIBR just really trying to flood up the main stairs. They're able to fight back and get that man advantage. So I will say attacks like that might prove to be problematic if Black Dragons not only get the opening pick like they did that time, but also are able to keep the advantage. But it at least gets them through round two.
Well, it's a tied-up game in between these two, but to be expected. MIBR especially making some adjustments, and a pretty interesting one here that we don't get to see too often. We've seen some teams specialize in this operator, especially inside of NA. Oxygen having a good run with Zero, but as I just said, Zero going to be worked in from Bullet. And at the end of the day, a really solid op. I really like what Zero brings to the table, especially in the info game. You can get cameras set up. There are pseudo defaults all around the map, just like this. Until somebody finds this, Bullet has a great camera right in the corner, and yeah, it will get discovered by Echo, but they know the majority of the setup now, and they know the existence of this character in the first place.
And they'll be wary of some of the flank cams that Bullet can set up, or as you said, go into the site. He's already used all of them at the moment. He's already set up quite a bit of intel gathering, at least you'd hope. Pranky didn't just send all of them into the same spot, and the Nuxka shot them one by one, but... either way, at least at the moment, he'll play printed window, play a nice little flank watch position. I am curious what Ask's game is in this round, like objectively, because he used so much of that ammo for soft destruction because nobody else brought a shotgun, and now he's only down to 17 kills. It's not like he has an SMG-11 to fall back on. Got that deagle on the Azami, but he is very, very strapped for ammo. Of course, he hits somebody with it, could bring him down to 1 HP, and maybe he'll find someone pretty soon. Gomez made his way into tellers as MIBR are taking control very quickly again. They've already established vertical control upstairs, the IQ obviously on the middle floor at the moment, setting up very nicely to squeeze that bomb site.
Well, some of the patience plays that we have here from Black Dragons. Transition on over to Gomez.
I was about to say.
That transition was hard. Hard right there. Top floor control for MIBR, though. Black Dragons still with some interesting things to try and have boil over. Just like that, Loira from Electrical will take down Bullet. This is one of those hard points that we were hoping that MIBR would be able to suss out with their capability to handle things a little bit slower, have some of that more old head version of Siege kind of work its way in, use those drones for their maximum capability, but they just don't sense this angle being utilized by Black Dragons. And instead, they're going to get punished by it. Nice kill will turn on its heels as Gudo will be able to take out one, but it's going to be Loira that finishes off for this open defense.
And that is a very traditional MIBR round from what we've seen so far. I mean, very, very slow. They get the control they usually need a lot of the time, but actually flooding in, we have the buck going down the hatch, a couple players going down stock, but without anybody on the site really bothered or really pressured beyond those gunfights that are taken by MIBR. If they get the kills, the round goes Black Dragon's way. They do, Black Dragons win the round. It's a pretty simple affair. The one oversight you could see is maybe nobody really having a handle on that electrical position because Black Dragons, or excuse me, MIBR did have control of the second floor. They had got vertical destruction in CEO. They had control of the stock hatch. The fact that they don't have maybe anybody watching a flank drone around square to call that Sure, maybe they can't see Loira actually inside of Electrical, but if they're watching it constantly, maybe they see him actually rotate in the building, so either they didn't have it, which is a mistake, or they did have it and somebody wasn't watching it. There was a little bit of a lapse in the intel. Either way, it started things off poorly for MIBR, as once they flood into the site, they're in a disadvantage, and Black Dragons thrive when they have the lead.
Yeah, and I think that that's the one thing for Black Dragons in that round that mattered the most, right? Their ability to keep the strategy, or really the playbook, just open wide. They weren't turtling on site. They weren't backing off as MIBR takes top floor pressure, trying to get prepared for what could, could be their execution. They're trying to get ahead of the cart. And that's exactly what they do. They're able to get that big pick outside and completely change how that round is going to play out from that moment in time. So we'll see if Black Dragons can find themselves something similar. It's going to be a basement defense, and they are going to have some semblance of a mid-floor hold, but how much do they actually dedicate to it?
And that's really the big question right now. The utility you see in the cards for Black Dragons doesn't really indicate that they want to hold it a whole lot. I mean, Loira, there's nothing tying him to the site. He's already put the Vulcan packs down. Same with Florio. He technically doesn't need to be downstairs. He just has the glasses that he can use at any given time, but with an MPX, he can easily hold and waste time on the middle floor. But typically when you see the operators like this, the defense just isn't going for a really heavy roam. They might have some pressure in a different position. Gudo able to cut down Semper. Not exactly sure where that was, but even then, most of the defenders still downstairs. If Gudo was upstairs, he's now fallen back, and within a singular minute, not only do Black Dragons have the lead, but they are all back on the site.
This is a huge issue for MIBR. Just a stray round catching Semper. I don't exactly know where that engagement went down, but they found another one too. Nux has taken so much damage. It wasn't a 3 armor. He'd already be dealt with for MIBR's sake, but unfortunately enough for them, this is actually not going to go down just yet. I'm still going to be able to keep that Nitro cell up and that SMG-11 too. So much utility for Black Dragons, and exactly right now, MIBR really need to try and work themselves towards this site. A lot of utilities still in the pockets of BD. They still have some of these gas canisters around, I'm sure, to deal with too. But at least for MIBR, they do have control over server.
I suppose the nice thing for them is the switch from the Maestro to the Mute for Nux is that, sure, it denies a bit of intel, gives Black Dragons another C4, but the Evil Eyes completely destroyed both of Yek's Heart Breach charges last time. So he'll be very happy to know that nobody actually can zap those canisters off the wall. Rare tries to go in, though, and it doesn't really go well. Not only do the smoke canisters land exactly where they should, he's actually shot in the face. So the diffuser now dropped right in front of that breach. Yex is able to pick it back up, but this is a stranglehold for Black Dragons on the default plant spot. They have the intel, they have the angles, they've got the round flawlessly. Black Dragons, it doesn't even seem like a contest on Bank so far.
And even the coach over the moon on that one. They are excited about how this game has been going so far. And, I mean, I'm sure for the Black Dragons fans at home, everybody's feeling that energy. Black Dragons looking so solid throughout these last 2 rounds. MIBR, in both iterations, they're able to do the bare minimum of what these sites request of you, right? They're able to get the top floor of either thing opened up, get your hatches in play, get that verticality going, but as soon as they come face to face with Black Dragons, bodies just start dropping left and right. And this time it wasn't on some sneaky stuff from Black Dragons. MIBR knew the full breadth of what was going to be going on. It's pretty default downstairs when it comes down to it. It's just BD making the most of these scenarios once MIBR have to actually try and get this execution to go off. Once they actually have to start looking for these picks, BD are the ones that are left laughing.
3 rounds in a row as well. The Black Dragons do not only have that opening pick, but at least 2 rounds in a row. It's not really close after that. Sure, they lost CEO when Nux was able to get the opening frag on top main stairs, but round 3, Loira finds Bullet outside printer window. Not really a contest after that. Now, Gudo finds Semper super early on. Black Dragons hold the site. Not really a contest after that. They do go back to CEO now, though, and that's the one time MIBR have able to find a win on this attacking side by just brute forcing control on top main. And even if it could theoretically work again, just out of practicality, like if you throw enough bodies at the problem and bet on fights, you might win them, I just don't think MIBR want to bet. Their maybe only other chance at an attacking win on a strat as coin flippy as that.
Straya, mate. The Aussie's rubbing off on you a bit, I see.
Probably a straw.
I think that was a little bit of a misclick there by our Rotero wielder. He ends up just blowing up one of those outside on the balcony. Rare will have to dedicate another one to whatever problem he was trying to solve. And I think it's a shield right here for Florio. Makes the most sense. No mute jammers for BD, so this should be a little bit easier at least. Obviously, he might have to deal with that player actively playing that space. Yex might be the opportunity he's been waiting for. That Rotero will come in. He'll more than likely work his way up the stairwell, and a kill goes his way, although Florio aware that this play was going on in the first place.
A nice little increase in pace from MIBR. Yex 2 times. He's got the opening pick now. 2-0 at the moment. The only one from MIBR really getting active in these early engagements. And it's an impactful one, not only for taking down Florio, but he's confirmed control of the stock position. And with that skeleton key, opened up a hole to watch the walkout from Janitor. So that, by extension, helps MIBR fully solidify control of top square. And if they want to, inevitably set up for a CEO plant later in the round. They've already opened up the soft portion of the left wall, and Rare with the diffuser, it seems they're gunning for this spot. It's very minimal control. They need to still have a drone watching square. Semper on this rappel needs to make sure that nobody can rotate too far up in the site. Same with Bullet on those CEO rappels. But MIBR have a lot of what they want right now. As long as they can keep Ass contained in Janitor and keep the long angles cold for Black Dragons, MIBR might have their second round here.
Great find there from Rare. And another one onto Ask. Been waiting in that angle for so very long, but now Black Dragons obliterated by MIBR. And their cadence. Yex with an amazing play where he's able to stand as a bastion on that top 4 for so very long. A thorn in the side of the Black Dragons. And eventually that wound festers. MIBR able to work around their teammate, able to find some new angles, and not only that, but find some big kills. Especially that double coming in from Square. Ask, he needed so desperately to win that fight from Janitor. Just could not get it done.
I expected the round to maybe go a little slower after that. I said, okay, we need to take care of the guy Janitor, then maybe move into the site for a plant, but once you catch the Azami exposed to the breach looking the wrong way, and then find the main guy who can stab you in the back, the Echo prone on the floor, basically a freebie, yeah, MIBR just decide to end the 2v5 into the 1v3. I'm glad we're doing this again, Ask. I really appreciate that we are diligently putting head holes in every single desk inside of open area. I really appreciate it.
Don't forget about this wall. Oh, he's already got it done.
Don't forget about the wall. Don't forget about the wall.
You're very lucky.
It is almost comical how loud that gun is.
Oh my. It is very loud. I will give you the benefit of the doubt there. He's still going with it.
Please stop.
But either way, we'll have the Solus getting worked in. Oh my goodness. And Loira having already made some impact. 4 drones off the board for MIBR. This is not how you want to start round 6.
No. Not really, unfortunately.
Not the best, is it?
No, I mean, at least Ask stop shooting.
You do got that going for you. You really do.
At least for me, I can be happy about that. Plus, I mean, Bullet switching off to 0, not all of his 0 cams aren't gone in the first minute like last time. Alright, well there's his last clutch round. Not a good start for anybody, really.
This is just, so far, been a terrible round. Like, just tragic on all fronts. Well, at least for MIBR, they've got top floor control, and that's really what you want to go for on a site like this, trying to at least get some dominance over not only the stock area, but also CEO. You know, you usually see an extension from the defense over into the archive side of things, and that's where we're going to have Florio trying to make a home.
Yeah, if he can find a home, that'd be ideal. He's able to use that C4, that'd be nice. I mean, with Yex on this top floor, likely for another 30 to 45 seconds, maybe, if he wants to use the rest of that skeleton key. He's able to rotate down, but Semper has a good hold on the bottom of Marble Stairs. This is where we saw MIBR before. I mean, thankfully for them, we haven't changed in any negative ways. In fact, there's actually some positives to talk about. Bullet takes down Gudo. So the first pick for MIBR, but still, even with the 5v4, when MIBR flooded into the site, all they had was a couple hatch drops, and that was it. Loira still in the wind. Bullet leery about a flank coming from down below. So MIBR setting up for the same play they went for last time, and likely waiting for Bullet to move up those blue stairs, maybe to watch the backside, but there's still some kind of gap they're missing. Bullet running around, not entirely sure where to go, Sam. This is looking like another late hectic execute for MIBR.
Yeah, a little aimless right now, and I think they're just a little worried about what risks BD could be taking, given the circumstances of how many players they still have alive. Yeah, they do have a pick, but 4 people, still quite a lot. Ask trying to get the big kill, and he's gonna get one on the player that drops down, and what?
Huh?
What has Ask done? He's killed Yex with a throwable. The kunai somehow comes into play here and takes somebody's life. Bullet, the only one alive inside of E2 right now. He'll work his way forward into the cubicles, but with very minimal time, he's got to get something. It's not going to be much. Instead, it's going to be Ask with a kill from the shotgun, 2 kills from the deagle, and also a kill from a throwing knife in Rainbow Six.
How has he done that?
I have no idea.
Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to go on this tangent, but like, Yex was on full HP. Did he headshot somebody with a Kiba? No, he didn't. Okay, he had 1 Kiba in pocket going into the execute. And he uses the final one on the window.
I guess it hit Yex as he hopped.
But he didn't throw a Kiba.
I don't know.
That had to have been a glitch, and he had to got like a double Kiba, like a double deagle kill. Like it was physically impossible for him to kill anybody with a Kiba. That was either way. I thought he got a kill with a kunai, which was crazy, but he did not. Either way, it's still I still kind of expected the round to go that way, even if it went there in really strange fashion. Either Ask got a double kill with a deagle while blind, equally ridiculous, or he got a kill with a deagle and a Kiba, which I guess a little more ridiculous since he was blind for that as well. But it's still MIBR just trying to drop down hatches, push through doorways without much success, and even in a 4v5, if somebody goes big, like Ask just did, the advantage is back in Black Dragon's favor, and suddenly your attack doesn't look that great.
Yeah, and you can see that Black Dragons are fully prepared for an offense like this, right? They're ready for the hash drops, they're ready for the other players to try and work in from square, potentially from the elevator hallway, and bring in these other angles to the fold. But Black Dragons, time and time again, shut them down. But won't have to be something that MIBR have to consider too much unless this does become an overtime game. Then they'll probably enact some different protocol. But for now, the defensive side for them, gonna have somewhat of an extension for this basement defense, as Black Dragons is already addressing things from the top floor.
Yeah, already trying to acquire that vertical control, as you'd hope for either of these teams on bank. Make sure that not only do they have a foothold into the map, but that they can move down to open area very quickly afterwards. Not a whole lot to accomplish, as MIBR running a very similar lineup to Black Dragons, the Smoke, the Goyo, Fenrir Warden as well. The only change has really been that 5th spot and who these teams want to bring. Black Dragons showed a Mute and a Maestro. Bullet will bring a 3rd operator in that 5th spot and bring the Valkyrie. So providing intel similar to what the Maestro brought, albeit a little differently, but also bringing a C4 that Maestro obviously does not have. Alright, well, that's the Smoke gone.
Oh, what? Of all the operators to try and work their way up Marble, it's going to be Smoke? Oh, rare. An insane risk from MIBR, and it goes so very wrong. Bullet's going to be able to get Loira, so at least they'll be able to equalize, but a lot of your stoppage utility is now out of the cards. And Yex, he's going to go down too. At least his canisters will still persist, but just going to be that Nitro cell. 2 of the canisters, they're on blue. Oh my. This could go so many different ways. MIBR still risking things. Gomez, this is a big moment here for him. He'll be able to take out one. The Bees will have his location, at least for a little while longer, and he's actually being gate-kept by his own team's utility. There's still some things for Black Dragons to accomplish on this mid-floor with only 40 seconds remaining.
Also, Black Dragons can read that if they flood down Marble in the front side, it might just be a 3v2. C4 goes out. Nice shot by Florio. Long and lengthy arc for that C4. But he's able to prevent maybe a double kill for giving MIBR their first defense. Black Dragons attackers sitting around that hatch. Gomez with a very nice double. Both of his kills coming off of that server stairs position in different parts of the map. He's rotated back down. He's been spotted, though. Still 2v1 for MIBR as Nux drops immediately into the line of fire. Everybody hyped over that MIBR win.
There's a lot of energy in that room right there. Also, Bullet's mouse pad is sick. That was actually super dope. Got like 2 cats on it. Anyways, on to the important things, like MIBR being able to somehow, some way work things out on the basement. It wasn't completely random. I'm just making a joke. Black Dragons, obviously being able to at least get a foothold on the mid floor. They get the hatches open. They have what seems to be a safety net, right? They get into the last minute. They have control over things. They have some nice picks. A lot of the utility that MIBR have placed seems kind of ill-advised, right? You have both of those canisters inside of blue, with Gomez still trying to get things done around that area, with the last 2 remaining members trying to hold things down around site. And it seems like Black Dragons are more than likely just going to be able to risk things, maybe take a few gunfights over in the heart of the site, trade things out and find some success, but that's obviously not the case. Instead, what we get is MIBR and at least Gomez to start us off with an incredible swing out of the top of blue, one that Black Dragons is completely ill-prepared for. They don't think that MIBR are going to be taking risks at all, and instead they get completely blindsided. And Black Dragons are not only put on their back foot, I mean, they're practically planted on their butts. There's really not much for them to do in that scenario anymore, because MIBR, all of those gambles that they just took, they've paid off. And Black Dragons just don't have the same ability to try and double down that they once did, especially trying to funnel in the few areas that they could.
So MIBR will now move up to the middle floor, open area. We'll see a lot of intel denial, the Mute and the Mozzie in the cards for MIBR. Also a lot of operators to make walking in through doorways a lot harder, both the F-Knots for the Fenrir, the Banshees for the Malusi, even the Kibas to some extent. Sure, it's not going to slow anybody down or blind anybody, but it's going to give Black Dragons attackers some pause before they walk into the building. Yext has made it clear to Loira he should have reconsidered that entry into top square. The couple well-placed shots. 5v4 for MIBR. Bullet rotating out to the main lobby has found one of the 2 players on the main lobby repel.
Oh, no
Yex
way.
going for the 1-for-1 on the run out. Maybe getting a little too up-tempo, unfortunately, as that's now a 5v3 squandered for MIBR, but still the man advantage held, even if Yex maybe didn't need to make that play.
Yeah, left scratching his head literally. So he was like, I don't know about that one. Oh, and that's why. Sometimes too much of a good thing turns bad, and that's what we've gotten here. MIBR seemingly having the round in their hands, and they gift over the 2 players that made that opportunity in the first place. And now it's a 3 versus 3. Black Dragons definitely within their right to try and work their way back into this round after that. And the other thing is, in these lower man situations, BD has been the team to beat.
They've been able to work these 3v3s quite well, but now enjoying the benefit of the defense, MIBR might be able to channel some of that same energy. Black Dragons have to push through these doorways where utility might be waiting for them. They have to drop down hatches where guns might be trained on their position. Nice read by Nux. If you open up that quadruple wall, push in through cafeteria a lot easier, and we know nobody's behind that Kiva barricade. Now they have destroyed the Banshee on the door. Gomez will try to retake the position right there. Nice little find by Florio. Even if he doesn't get the kill, he's put pressure on the Malusi's position. The defense knows somebody's inside of Tellers, so their guns are going to be not fully trained on the main doorway. They'll be worried about the Twitch lurking on the backside, while it does leave only 2 players on the front. Florio is just causing enough problems by forcing MIBR to second-guess themselves. Gudo is able to cut down Rare as Florio and Nux now start pushing into the small office position, but Gomez on red, despite the Twitch spotting him earlier, gets not just 1 but 2 big kills, and on time can Semper survive. Nose Twitch is inside a small office, and he still gets the kill! A beautiful find in the 1-for-1 as Black Dragons very nearly choke their lead to MIBR.
And a kiss on the head from the coach. Black Dragons imbued with energy after that one, and what a moment that will be. That could be in the the nail in the coffin for MIBR. I mean, they get it down to the 1 versus 1. I mean, they have really strong defensive standpoints, especially with what has happened inside of the early round there. Good understanding of where Black Dragons can come from too, but at the end of the day, sometimes it just comes down to the gunfights, and it comes down to what we're willing to put on the table. And that's what MIBR do. I mean, I think they kind of overplay their hand inside of that 1 versus 1, risking things from around the cubicle in such low time, giving that opportunity over to Black Dragons for a pretty critical moment to happen. Now BD 2 rounds ahead of MIBR, which, with especially what could have been the tying moment.
Yeah, able to keep their lead very, very firmly in their hands. Just 2 more rounds to be able to reestablish that scoreline they achieved over E1 in their first game of Brazil on Bank. We'll see if they're able to do that on the CEO bomb site. You would think so, or at least you would hope so. Especially with some of the changes we're seeing from Black Dragons. Deimos and the Dokkaebi to likely hunt down Gomez playing on the middle floor. I think that's a good read, honestly, because if a Solace is brought on Gomez, I combined the 2, she's usually playing inside of Tellers and is usually maybe has some support down below, but is often, especially in the late round, going to be isolated. Solace immediately marked by one of Deimos' death mark trackers. And as he's dropped down into the basement, he is even further away from support from the rest of his team.
I mean, at least they're, doing this in the early round, so we'll at least be able to come back together at some moment in time. Oh, man. Gomez, he knows he's there, too, and he lands the shot, but an immediate trade. Mexico somehow, some way finds a rare. And with what Gomez thought was going to be a perfect moment for him to try and bring his team into the good graces of defense, instead, back to equal footing. Not only that, but also he has Florio trying to hunt him down.
Well, I honestly love what they're using with these trackers. They're not even necessarily hunting him. They just know the Solus is down below, so by constantly putting a tracker on him, they're disincentivizing Gomez to flank up the marble stairs or the server stairs and join his team on the site. So basically, Black Dragons are just perpetually placing MIBR in a man disadvantage on the site by keeping the Solus at bay down below. Now, she has worked her way up on top of server stairs. While it's been a very slow rotate to the middle floor, she now has an angle on the square double door, and if anybody crosses that line, Gudo or Ask in this position could prove to be problematic, but an impact grenade goes out, so Gudo's aware of her position. She's able to escape further into square a little later, maybe even make their way back to Tellers. Semper able to swing out a janitor, get a nice little lead for MIBR. Bullet adds to it. So despite the very nice use of Deimos, it seems round 9 is going the way of Made in Brazil. The lead just 1 round closer to evaporating for Black Dragons again.
Quite a few MIBR fans on that end of the building, I think. They're right up next to those microphones. Pretty excited about that round. And why wouldn't you be? MIBR allowing Black Dragons to get their setup, but the thing is as soon as BD try and start working their way forward, MIBR don't go for these big swinging moments. Instead, they allow Black Dragons to try and have that clock eat at them, and that's exactly what happens. BD eventually have to try and make a move. And really, what I think the key moment there for me, for MIBR's sake, was their capabilities to just have Gomez wait things out in the basement. He gets that big pick. They have the Gomez constantly, or the Gomez, they have the Deimos constantly pinging Gomez's location. And he doesn't overdo it. He doesn't try and rotate through the basement and try and make a play up marble. He doesn't do anything. Instead, he allows them to try and, take control of that scenario, but they really don't do too much with it. They don't try and capitalize on him being taken out of the fight. Instead, they wait to see if MIBR are going to swing, and they just simply don't. They wait for him to be able to work his way back into the fold, and they wait for things to reach this moment where all this chaos that they could be making, it matters the most. And that is what ends up happening in the round. They take a lot away from Black Dragons at the moment where things can be the utmost cataclysmic.
And no Deimos, unfortunately, this round from Black Dragons. As we move back down towards the bottom floor, I imagine it'll be a bit more simple of a strategy. The MIBR have changed some things up. They've dropped the Goyo, brought in the Vigil, but still keeping things generally consistent on every other operator. So there is a lot of denial lost on the site, and we saw how aggressive Rare got on the marble stairs as MIBR were not only, of course, holding open area like we see right now, but they actually had a deployable shield set up top marble with the lone office wall reinforced to try to hold on to the part of that map for quite a long time. Unfortunately, right now, if they were running a similar strategy, Bullet has been domed inside of open area, and as you see Semper drop down elevator, it seems they were running that same strategy as before. And just like that previous Lockers attack, unfortunately, Black Dragons are the one who get the first pick.
It's just so unfortunate. It's a pre-fire through a wall, too. He had no idea if Bullet was there or not. He just sends some shots, and it ends up smacking Bullet right in the face. And now MIBR down a man because of that. Black Dragons looking to take full control of the mid-floor. A lot of these hatches already destroyed because of MIBR's antics. I'm going to be at least able to get open the mid-hatch there as well as bottom square. So, making good headway. Not having to really overdo anything just yet. Well, likely aware, especially after that drone gets destroyed, that Gomez is in blue, but a lot less utility around the space. And once again, insane timing for this man. Nux might be able to pick up one up top. He'll knock down next, or rather Yex. But it'll be Gomez next, potentially, to try and swing on through. Doubling down, especially after that case has been dropped at the bottom of square.
Gomez 2 times now able to bring the man advantage back for MIBR, and combined with the play from that Vigil, now being set up with this shotgun so close on the door. This is one of those positions where even if Black Dragons double up, if they're spaced out improperly, you can get 2 for your troubles! Just a couple shots and a 3K for Gomez. A 5-5, very easy for MIBR now as Gudo looks to drop down that hatch. Gomez will back up. He even plays it safe. The F-Nauts blinding the Twitch. He somehow worked his way in the corner. Very puzzling final engagement there, but for Gomez it makes perfect sense. An easy 4K by Blue, and we're all tied up.
Wow, oh wow. I mean, I didn't think Black Dragons was going to bring it back when, you know, got down to the 1vx, but to have it go down like that, not exactly what you'd expect, but I think that Fear Nox gas getting into his head just a little bit more than we expected. And now it's all tied up, 5-5, in what has so far been MIBR's best showing against one of the teams that's topping Brazil right now.
But really, Gomez, I mean, the big player on both of those Locker CCTV rounds, 2 times able to get aggressive outside of the server stairs. To be fair, I like Yex getting aggressive on the top floor just to give Gomez a bit more of an opening to go for that initial swing with the SMG-12, but ignoring that very that very strange final round, or final kill, as Gudo is completely blinded and has no idea he's literally bumped into the Warden. We have the huge 2-piece from Gomez with the shotgun, but even on the round previously for Locker CCTV, able to get a second kill on the guy on top of the CCTV hatch, right as Black Dragons are trying to flood the bomb site. So both times he has been the player for MIBR to bring that bomb site over the line. So while obviously, got to give credit to MIBR, they have been able to win that site twice. It has been off the back of one player making big plays.
It has indeed. I think the main thing is that for both of these rosters, the whole board's showing up. It's not really a one-man front. Other players able to get these kills and capable of making these big moments happen. It just gets more prevalent the deeper that we go here. Now that we're on to round 11, whoever wins this is going to be the only ones capable of winning this in regulation. So this is where things become very hotly contested. All of these players are going to be antsy about what lies ahead of them. Drone taken out here for Gomez inside of the kitchen area. And for Gomez, this has been the game of the stage so far for him, hasn't it? I mean, he has not looked too hot at all. Before this game started, 16-28 was his KD spread. He's currently 12-8. So, huge wake-up moment for him, you could say, on Bank.
Yeah, performing very well so far. At least on the Legion, could easily get aggressive. Black Dragon still outside of the CEO rappel, a minute and a half into the round. They do have these boogies to throw down on the floor from the rappel, so they can get this vertical destruction very safely. But MIBR playing so aggressively, not only is Gomez successful, and we have to give credit for that, but it's not going Black Dragon's way in any aspect of this round. Control, at least on the top floor, lacking, though Florio has found his way into tellers, but 3 drones for Black Dragons. Opening pick for MIBR, but can they find Bullet trapped in this corner? Loira knows he's there, waiting for it, but he still gets a kill on the way out! He cuts down Florio, and Black Dragons are only able to get the trade. Which means MIBR maintain that lead. Semper knows that's the call to rotate back down.
Oh, no!
His life cut short by EX, and while the Black Dragons are getting these trades, that first pick for MIBR still rearing its head. As Loira creeps down into Archives, Diffuser not even in his control, but just barely out of reach. A couple rooms away. Match points seem very likely for MIBR now. 3 defenders can watch this singular doorway, though Rare doesn't get the initial engagement. It's Gomez with the finisher, beginning and ending round 11 to put MIBR on match point.
And this is what we've needed out of MIBR. We've needed some, some consistency on top of one of these star performances. This star performance just so happens to be coming from Gomez as he continues to add to his treasure trove of kills. And MIBR 1 round away from setting a precedent here in Brazil. I mean, Black Dragons, they've looked very stellar to start the stage, but MIBR, they've played against some of the best that Brazil has to offer, and so far, they've looked pretty dang solid.
Yeah, we've had 3 teams that have either we knew they could offer more, or they've been offering a lot, and we were wondering how bulletproof they truly are. Those teams have been MIBR, Fluxo, and Black Dragons in my mind. Fluxo obviously still without a win, but some very quality games that we saw earlier. But MIBR, Black Dragons both have at least 1 win, and Black Dragons not only with 2, but just 1 round goes their way, and they are the only team in Brazil without a loss, and FaZe would have an OT loss to their name. So Black Dragons have certainly been performing leagues above my expectations, and a win for MIBR over them, as close as this is, would still be quite nice, and not really cast Black Dragons necessarily completely into doubt, but still keep that middle of the pack in Brazil, that 2-2 area, 2 wins, 2 losses, that already has a whole host of teams there. Keyed Stars, NIP 2-1, but they play a game later today. Black Dragons potentially now, MIBR potentially now. It is a very close race in the 3rd to 7th place section in Brazil at the moment, and MIBR, if they get this next round, would only make it even closer.
Yeah, they might be doing the moonwalk across the landfield mine that is the midfield of Brazil right now. And that's what MIBR are trying to do. You know, they really want to try and make sure that they are in contention for those top 2 slots. That's what it's all about when it comes to the initial portion of these stages. Trying to make sure that you're able to bypass things and be one of the #1 teams in your region. MIBR a little bit closer, especially with a regulation victory here, Carter. I mean, able to take points away from Black Dragons too, potentially. This could have so many implications.
Yeah, it could. I think they would still find themselves, at least until NIP play, in the 6th to 7th place position, or at least I think in 7th below NIP, just because they'd only get +2 in the round differential. They're at -3 right now, so I think they'd still find themselves in 7th, only jumping 1 place. Still, depending on what happens to the NIP game, they might find themselves out of the bottom 4 and maybe in 6th by the end of the day. Either way, they need to get this final round. They need to get this defense. It's 45 seconds in on a CEO site. We haven't seen Black Dragons accomplish a whole lot yet, but that's because it's got to be repel play, at least to start, at least be the setup for Black Dragons. But it's how they handle some of the players on the extremities. Yex inside of checkers, the Warden behind the shield, outside of stock. That is what could decide if Black Dragons handle these positions well, whether they bring us to overtime.
Well, so far it's going swimmingly. I think these Rotero drones have definitely returned their weight in gold on investment. Able to get rid of not only that shield, but a couple of hard points inside of the site as well. Things like these Kiva barriers that are being built up by Gomez. And add another one to this problem inside of the site for Black Dragons. A nice angle for him as it will find itself placed on that bomb chassis. Black Dragons not trying to overplay things in this first minute and a half, though, as they've mostly been dedicating themselves to the drones and trying to break up some new angles around that stock space. They are very aware that things have already been created for them over on the square area, so not going to try and deal with that just yet. But now as the Candelas pour in, Semper's going to be the first one to get a big kill. Black Dragons, Oh, there's no teeth to this offense. They're getting taken down left, right, and center. MIBR, a 7-5 victory. And well within their right to let Black Dragons know after the earlier conversation we saw coming from BD.
A huge and must-needed victory over MIBR. 7-5 in regulation. They get themselves 3 points and are now finally in the conversation amongst those middle teams in Brazil. We have Keydstars, NIP, and even Black Dragons, obviously on 7 points because of their 1 point gathered in the FaZe game yesterday. But MIBR finally starting to break out of the bottom section. But even then, Sam, with E1 getting some wins, Fluxo, it seems a win for them has to come at some point. It is a dead heat for the middle teams in Brazil.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think the only thing I gotta say before we part ways with you guys is, what a day for Gomez. I mean, he was the 4th worst player in all of Brazil before we launched into that server. And after that, I think we all have a much different opinion of what he is capable of.
Oh, definitely. I mean, great day for Gomez. Great day for MIBR as well. But that's our 4th game of the day done. Our last game, NIP versus E1, coming up next after this.
Yeah, a very pleasant surprise, though, because once again, both these teams did show up, but MIBR, that streak at the end of the game, so much momentum came out, and it was sort of the opposite of what we said with Black Dragons. I saw Black Dragons maybe getting a little bit momentum heavy, but, you know, MIBR are just as young and just as prone to snowball.
Right, indeed. And, you know, there was a snowball here. MIBR really showing their stuff. And, you know, it was close. Obviously, Black Dragons put up a huge fight here, Connor, but not enough of one. I think I'm a little surprised because I really felt Black Dragons was on the up and up. What did MIBR do right here today?
You know, just their defenses were very well rooted in just overall utility usage, playing safe. I mean, sure, they had a couple of big plays every once in a while, mainly like on that basement defense on the second to last round. They hit an absolute lick on the top side as soon as they sort of fell back. The rumors were like, you know what? Let's go all the way upstairs. And they fought back, got the man advantage back into their side, evened it out 3-3, and then they were able to move on from there. But overall, MIBR, they just played a better fundamental siege. Inside the bomb site, their anchoring play was phenomenal. It was well rooted in utility. They were trading a little bit better than Black Dragons, and Black Dragons, once again, fighting from behind, they didn't quite know what to do.
You know, it's a really interesting development, honestly, Connor, because these two have been flipping back and forth. Yesterday, we thought MIBR was going to be on top. Then Black Dragons took a pretty convincing loss. Now we come back to today, and MIBR is on top. I mean, how much of a important win is this for the MIBR roster?
It's an absolutely huge win because right now they were on the outside looking in of the playoff picture. They were behind E1 Sports after they got a big round boost. Yeah, they got a big round boost against Team Liquid yesterday. Now they propelled themselves back into the driver's seat. That means if they're going to kind of continue this trajectory, they've already done well against the big and good teams. Now beating another team that we've been putting in the same class means that they're going to have that tiebreaker. Their round differential looks better, and they're going to be controlling their destiny going towards the end of the season.
I mean, if anything, I feel like it just adds to the overall confusion of the Brazil League right now. Who's even going to be on top at the end of all of this? Because this mid-table kind of tie is insane. There's going to be like 6 teams sitting at the same record coming off of this playday.
Yeah, it's just absolute chaos. As we know, we've been saying Brazil, it's so incredibly competitive this stage, but it's always competitive, just even more so this time around. Any team can make it to Manchester. Any team can make it to playoffs at this point, except Liquid. But besides them, everybody's looking so good, having great fundamentals, and playing great Siege, adopting this new meta.
You said it, not me. Anyway, if there's one player I think that's pretty emblematic of the change in MIBR's fortune, it is Gomez, Connor, who is a player who had a rough day yesterday, but today, no struggles here.
Yeah, he was 1 in 10 yesterday. Stark contrast. Dominant on entry, but more than anything, those multi-kills. It's something we love to highlight here with the ability to just pop off and take over a round. Multiple 4Ks coming out of Gomez where he was just so incredibly dominant. Once the defensive side split hit, he was in power positions. He was playing areas like blue stairs that are so incredibly important to the defense, an absolute backbone position, and he was stiff, rigid, pushing back, getting kills, and making it impossible for Black Dragons to get anywhere towards the defense.
Yeah, Gomez really, I think, the standout player of the day, and you'd love to see those kind of reversals, right, in the fortunes of various players, because honestly, I remember thinking one of the things we were going to have to talk about coming into this match was that Gomez was a bit of a dead weight, but you look and no, there's no dead weight there. It's a heavy lift, right? He's really helping this team. Kind of flipping it back over to Black Dragons, though. Gotta wonder how they're feeling on the backside of that loss, right? That's a game that I think they would have really liked to have won. I mean, you want to win every game, right? Obviously, but that's one I think that would have meant a lot to them, right? The battle of the rebuilds. Where do you think they're sitting now after that?
I still think that they're a strong enough team, but they need to prove themselves once again. They kind of stepped out of the limelight, and you can't always ride on the curtails of, hey, we took FaZe to overtime. They need to prove themselves once again. Here against MIBR, another just heavy test. They did unfortunately fail. A lot of their players did step up. There wasn't really a weakness across the board, but just going down to the fundamentals, it was just a slightly better MIBR team that caught fire at the right time. Black Dragons, even after their timeout, weren't able to just deal with the extensive roam game that MIBR were bringing to the table.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our last match still to come. After this break, you'll be seeing E1 versus Ninjas in Pajamas here on the channel. Welcome back to Playday 1 or Playday 3 viewers, as we get ready for our final match of the day, E1 Esports versus Ninjas in Pajamas. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me, Connor C-Daps. Looking ahead to this match, E1 on the bounce up. Had a good day yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of young players coming out of this roster once again. They're gonna kind of fall into the category of a rebuild team, but almost like a new team entirely. Sure, there's a core of kind of newer players that were just kind of bouncing around all these different teams, but they've just fully came together here for E1. Once again, young players, but they can definitely shoot. They can shoot really well, and if you underestimate them, all of a sudden it's upset potential very easily for this E1 team.
Right, and obviously there's a bit of a caveat on their one win, and it was that it came against the Liquid squad that really has been a kind of non-presence here so far in this stage one. Do you think that takes away from, their increasingly good performance, or is that still a feather they can keep in their cap?
I think it is because of how dominant they did. They just beat down Liquid. A lot of the other Liquid victories have been pretty dang close. Even earlier, what we saw with W7M, they let Liquid hang around just a bit more than E1 did. E1's fully shut the door. NIP, they had Liquid all the way to max regulation. All of a sudden, E1, they let it get 8 rounds.
Yeah. There was a certain aggression coming out of E1, but let's talk a second here about Ninjas in Pajamas, their opponents. They are as solid as a train. They just keep on chugging, Connor. They do the same old, and it works most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. You were saying, oh, there's so much aggression on E1. There's not really much on NIP. They're a nice passive team of just core fundamental sieged elitists, as we will say. They are purely a tactical team. They play their trades well, but typically when NIP are able to just pick you apart strategically, they can make you look silly.
Yeah, and it's worth talking about the key difference between these two squads, which tends to be on the defense. As you can imagine, right, Connor? Ninjas in Pajamas, pretty solid defenses across the board. Don't know that we can say the same for E1.
Yeah, E1, a lot of their success was on the attacking side and those boosted numbers from yesterday, but those don't really go into the side of the defense, especially when you look at that average time to opening death only being 58 seconds. When their roams don't work, they really don't work. Only killing less than a minute is definitely leaps and bounds below the league average, as opposed to you have the fundamental trade heavy team of NIP who are methodical, set up their roams with a lot of utility, and have their fallback plans. If their roams don't succeed, they die first, they're still taking a minute and 50 seconds off the clock.
Right, that's true. And, it all speaks to that kind of good pacing of NIP, that they have a good build-up, a good rhythm to their attacks. Again, it's not the flashiest Siege in the world, but like you said, Siege Allegiance, they're a pure game. They know what they're doing. They're a system team. And, we're knocking them a bit here, Connor. Maybe it makes them sound a little bit boring. They have 6 points going into this, just like many other good teams had 6 points here starting out today.
Yeah, and especially if you look at now the matchup of you have an E1 Sports team on the defensive side that gives away early opening picks. If they give away those early opening picks to NIP when they usually don't get them, all of a sudden that speeds them up. That cancels out our main criticism of NIP.
It sure does, but will the map help them, or will it give E1 that extra edge? Let's take a look at where we're going. Wow, Oregon Cafe and Clubhouse all already gone. Some of the bread and butter maps being taken out.
Yeah, that would make sense, especially because NIP and Oregon, they're like oil and water. They do not mix. Heavy permaban. As well, it wouldn't surprise me if Bank goes down by either of these teams towards not them wanting to play it. The skyscraper for NIP would make sense considering E1 did just kind of batter Liquid on this map. So NIP, despite being a pretty good skyscraper team, are going to err on the side of caution and not really step into a domain that E1 Sports has proven themselves to be good on. Instead, we're going to go to a completely new battleground here in all of Brazil for stage 1. We haven't seen Consulate get played. However, when you look at it all, it does make sense. Neither of these teams, through their 3 ban phases up to right now, have banned this map. It means that it's firmly in their pool, just nobody has challenged them on it yet.
Yeah, Consulate, though, is a complicated map, right? Like, that's the thing that stands out in my mind about it. The way that it's been redesigned, it almost feels claustrophobic at times. Just those really tight corridors, some awkwardly shaped rooms. I feel like that leans towards the system play of Ninjas in Pajamas a little bit more than it does the more, let's say, spontaneous style of E1.
Yeah, it definitely could, especially because when we're looking at NIP and their history, we can use a lot of data because they've been a solid 5 roster for a very, very long time. The last time they played this map, and kind of the only time they've played it recently in the new meta, would be during the 6 Invitational. They played a Fury roster on this team. You can draw a lot of comparisons towards the aggression scene in APAC as to what we're seeing out of E1 so far. Maybe not as sophisticated as in Brazil, but if NIP were able to beat a very crazy, spontaneous team, they can apply a lot of that same knowledge here into this E1 matchup.
Well, folks, our last match of this Playday takes us to our first consulate here in Brazil League. Take it away for the game, Lynx and Stokes.
And not only is it our first consulate, I think given some of the prevailing circumstances for both of these teams, it might be a pretty easy showing for NIP. Getting to start on the defense, Sam, I have been a very vocal critic of NIP, but one thing I can't take away, they are a good defensive team, and on a map that favors the defense as much as consulate does, this should be a layup.
Yeah, you'd think that, right? Especially because the desk also gave them their flowers in this regard. They're very strategically sound, and they always have been. So that's the main thing that we'll be looking at, leaning into consulate here. What is NIP capable of on this defensive end? How are they going to set up this map? How are they going to take it to E1? And I mean, past that, when it comes down to some of the more nitty-gritty details, when we look at these statistics, we got 2 of the best shooters in the league right now on these teams respectively. We've got Empties for E1 and Muzi for NIP. I'm excited to see these two go at it.
Yeah, I am as well. Empties obviously being, I think for a period of time today, the highest rated player in Brazil, right after Hates had a poor performance, but right before Volps really showed up in the W7M game. So for a time being still one of the top rated players in Brazil, but even holding that top spot very, very nicely. But that's the thing with NIP. I have so many criticisms, but you could have Muzi at the top. You could have Pino at the top. Khan's at the top. Honestly, even if sometimes he plays a bit weird, even Wizard can have a very good day sometimes. Not necessarily getting 15 kills, but if Wizard is going like 9 and 6 alongside a couple of those other players putting up big numbers, that can easily be the game for NIP, especially if they're able to get an early lead on those defenses. Because if they start on attack and they're cold going into a game, they're taking too long to get too little control, leaving gaps, allowing a team to get aggressive. Even when they get to that defensive side, it might be enough just for their opponents to get it over the line. But if they get to start on these defenses, get warmed up, get settled in on a side that, even if I have a problem with their attacks, I think they're a very good defensive team and very well put together. When you're up 5-1, you can let a few slip away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's something that we'll be looking into when it comes to a game like this up against E1. E1 have some solid strategy, especially from the offensive front. They've been putting Arthur over on that Monty quite a bit. But this team can also shoot too, and that's the one thing to kind of keep in the back of your mind on a map like this. If NIP does get overly aggressive or maybe swing into something that they're not necessarily 100% on winning, E1 does have some chances to try and bring some rounds to bear, especially from this offensive front. So excited to see what they can potentially get going for themselves on consulate as we finally load in here.
As we kind of hinted at, but I don't think stated maybe explicitly, maybe we did, I'll just reiterate, E1 starting in the attack, NIP starting on the defense. They will, of course, get the first attacking ban, and I have to imagine we'll see maybe the Monty band. Yeah, I was going to say maybe a Monty or a Ying. A bit more standard would be the Ying or the Dokkaebi, but as you pointed out, Sam, with how consistently E1 have been putting Arthur on Monty to try to just brute force some control in certain areas, especially on a map like Consulate where you just need to brute force it sometimes, it's a smart ban from NIP.
100%. I wanted to check this just before I open my mouth. Yeah, Lenda is the only other player in Brazil right now that is maining a shield op, and it is also Monty. So I think this is a great idea from Ninjas in Pajamas to remove this from E1, just try and take away one of those comfortable factors. But the main thing is just as a reminder, they can still shoot when it comes down to it. Arthur's 21 and 21. He's usually on Warden when it comes to their defenses, so he's no slouch when it comes to a gunfight.
No, not at all. And for the final bans coming through, it'll likely be some of the big utility taken off the board, not necessarily gunfight ops. And yeah, Fenrir and Solus, you could have Fenrir and Azami, Solus and Azami. On this map, you really have to take either of those three off. Honestly, if you can counter a Solus, even Fenrir Azami might be worth taking off the board and just having to deal with that Specchio scanner. Because if you're trying to attack the top floor bomb site, and let's say you're going for an admin clear, the last thing you want to do is walk into a bunch of Kibas, allowing the defense to get even more aggressive than they already can, or a bunch of F-Knots on top of Visa stairs or right outside the admin single doors that blind you the moment you go in without any easy angles to get them from without banking a nade or bringing Brava every round. So those three operators, Solus, Azami, Fenrir, usually need to go, and even then, sometimes you might have to bite the bullet, keep the Solus on the board, and take down the Azami. We'll see what Wizard is able to do here as she is on the board, but much more interestingly, and much more importantly, Sam, the operator I'm not about to talk about, it is not Thorn, Smoke, or Goyo. It is that fifth defender that Psycho is playing. I don't think I've seen a Tachanka played in pro play, and I don't know how long. I don't even think I saw him at SI.
It's been months. He did get play at some point, but I don't think it was a game that you and I cast.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It very well could have been, as you know now, because you've done a couple of these events. At some moment in time, it all just starts to melt together. And you're like, did that happen?
Yeah.
I don't really know if it did.
Maybe maybe he got played once, but I know you and I didn't see him.
Yeah, for sure.
What are we cooking
Very
here?
quick look here from E1. I really like this. Paris is going to gun down Pino. And another big kill out of STK here. Kind of catching them off guard as well. Even us, I mean, you see that utility piece come through and you think, all right, Amaru's going to try and work her way through CEO. Obviously. No, not the case. Instead, they just batter Ninjas in Pajamas right through yellow. Muzi finally gets a kill onto STK, but as of now, it's a stalemate in between these two positions.
Yeah, STK getting a little bit ahead of himself right there. Such good work acquiring that control on top yellow and inside a connector, but then pushing it a bit too far. Still, E1 with the advantage. They spot Psycho retreating back, so Arthur on the Repellent will start putting this diffuser down, and there's not much that NIP can do to counter it. If there are any C4s on the board in Pino's hands, they are long gone. You don't have the smokes either around the corner. Praying Psycho can land those Shumikas, and it really doesn't matter. Uzi looking to take the control of Piano down below. Could have been impactful in the 3v4, but in the 1v4 with somebody inside of Art as well. He'll find empties, but Perez finds 3 with that finisher onto Wizard. On 1 HP, Muzi will stomp down the yellow stairs, not even up. This is an easy round for E1 to start, and honestly, with that vault down the yellow skylight, I think not only is that a great play to get the early momentum in E1's favor, but also just a great play in general to get very quick, aggressive control outside of the site, but I have to imagine NIP won't let that happen again.
Well, that's the thing about Consulate, right? We're always like, how is the offense going to try and set the tone? How are they going to try and even really get a foothold inside of the map initially? Because a lot of teams really try and hold down the full breadth of that top floor, right? Sometimes, and especially in the games that you and I saw earlier this week in the NAL, we saw, teams willing to risk everything and try and, make some big sweeping adjustments over on the admin side. So it just complicates things further and further for a top floor assault. But for E1, instead, what they do is they immediately get on the pressure and they work their way in via yellow, whether it be through the skylight, the window, or the single panel. We don't really know, but either way, E1 are there practically instantaneously in siege terms at the top of that stairwell and getting really big kills onto Ninjas in Pajamas. And the biggest issue with that is not only the order they're able to do it in, but also the map control they're able to gather. They're able to cut up that top floor immediately and make it to where that CEO area is well within their right to try and attempt to plant.
NIP will move down below in response. We will see that CEO bomb site again at some point, and I have to think we'll see somebody maybe playing close in the yellow skylight with a shotgun in the future, putting more traps beneath it just to slow the push in if it does happen. Some sort of countermeasures from NIP. Once we actually return to that bomb site. On basement right now, no hard breach denial aside from the mute jammer in Muzi's hands, so should be pretty easy for E1 to clear. You can't just walk in through the yellow door and shoot it, then immediately back out like you could before. You can also impact trick right over this wall, so one Selma goes down, but not only does one go off, it goes just outside the radius of that mute jammer. So might be able to get a hole on that garage wall. Wizard looking to get aggressive on the backside, so there is some bits of a roam for NIP. Good intel gathering from E1, getting a find on that Legion inside of Piano. Might be able to pinch from yellow side if E1 can get the control.
I like this mid-floor setup. Force E1 to try and clear this, and some solid positioning here from Ninjas and Pajamas will at least give them one kill as STK runs wildly into Tellers. Perez, though, will be able to at least tag up Psycho, but he's a known quantity now. Flastry will actually end up taking him down, though, on the front side, as nobody was aware of the AK-12 waiting in the wings. Wizard, though, should have been known inside of Tellers. Another gunfight here. A little bit of damage off onto Arthur, who's going to try and round off towards the window, but he's going to meet his demise too. Wizard, he's looked so solid so far, almost catches empties as well, but 2 kills for the position. And he'll at least be able to equalize things for Nip before he goes down.
Very poor clear for E1 on that Visa position. Wizard by himself. Obviously, they have main lobby control, so they are cutting him off, but just constantly funneling bodies 1v1 after 1v1 Wizard's way. Easily could have gotten a third there and made this a 3v2. Then he burned even a little more time because of how singular those efforts were. But E1 stopped the bleeding. They're able to cut down Wizard, keep the equilibrium at a minimum. And then don't try to waste too much time after that. Quickly open up the hatch, start making a play down Spiral. So to E1's credit, even if that mid-round clear was sloppy, they have not tried to waste any more time on that middle floor. They're moving downstairs and will collide right into NIP's site setup. No smoke canisters for Cons remaining, and no C4 from Muzi either. So this will have to be one-off gunfights, with Muzi on that shotgun and Pino right next to the Spiral entrance. Somebody will end up fighting these E1 players. Cons finally spots them running across the bottom of Visa stairs. Is able to at least relay that bit of intel to the rest of the NIP defense. But E1 are now flooding in from the backside. Cons waiting. Those flashes go in. He's ahead of the play. Empty's not looking. Flash3 not reacting. Easy 3-piece for NIP to get their first defense on the board.
Well done for Nip, especially for Cons there. I mean, he sees just like the whisper of one of the E1 players right down the construction hallway, and instead plays it back more towards the central office and waits to see what E1's next move is going to be. Past that, it's just that initial portion of the round where we see a decent amount of aggression, especially coming out of Wizard, able to get quite a bit done inside of Tellers. I like how E1 was able to crunch out Psycho, had a lot of active guns in the area, and ended up cutting off his rotation, but I think Wizard was the one that made the most out of that round and the scenario that was in front of him, as he really needed to get a lot done in that situation. He could have ended up skimpering back off, down that stairwell that's now inside of Tellers. Didn't really exactly have that option in the previous version of this map, did you? But now you have that chance, and him just not really wanting that. Instead, he doubles down, ends up getting that big kill there, and ends up finding equal footing so that Nip can handle things with the backbone of the site.
We are back to the top floor, maybe a bit quicker than I expected. Thought we would maybe play out another bomb site before we return back to CEO. But NIP will move back to the top floor. This is where we need to see that adjustment. We don't see the Amaru, to be fair, from STK. I don't think even they are favorable towards running that quick yellow play setup again, but at least in terms of the changes that NIP have made, we have the Legion continuing in Psycho's hands in the previous round, but it is a change from the first. So maybe some goo mines on yellow side, just to make sure that even if they don't hop down the skylight early, if somebody from E1 could do the same thing but later in the round, as on an admin clear, Sam, a lot of the pressure is going to be from this east side. You could easily send one over down the skylight late.
100%. That's the beauty of this top floor nowadays. There's so many different access points. I mean, you can even do something like just simply hop the bathroom window. That's another additive that you could end up putting into this sauce.
What is he cooking right now?
He's cooking with Crisco. I can tell you that. The oil is hot. It's shimmering. He might have Psycho for it, because I don't think that Psycho's going to be ready. And not only that, I think that there is some potential for his hollow if he does end up having that scope down when he takes his angle to block him out there, you know what I mean? Could end up just being his demise, as he just won't simply see him because of the body of the gun, the body of this housing. Here we go. Does he see his legs? He does. Oh my gosh. Psycho, so much damage dealt to him. He's probably like, there's no way. He's on the skylights. They're going to lose Cons instead on the other side of the building.
That's just a ridiculous way to almost get a kill, but look at what the cost is for E1. They're able to get Cons, sure. Big pickup, big player, a lot of utility now off the board. But 2 drones remaining for E1. The final, one of the final shot drones from Perez. He's got one more. He's on right now. So only 3 drones total. And then, of course, you do have the execute utility. You have the bees from SDK to find some more intel. And actually hunting down these players from NIP before they go in for the execute is going to be difficult, as you want to make sure some of those flank drones are still solid in case Psycho, well, not Psycho anymore, could go for the flank, but Muzi tried to go for a retake last time. You want to make sure he can't do that. Wizard even retaking control up through the main desk. As E1, I keep trying to set up maybe a way for NIP back into this round, and this deployable shield might be good for 1 kill, but as E1 move up the Visa stairs, move through admin, and crest over top of Spiral. Pino's got to watch his back, but he can't even do that. Wizard down by a tight angle held by Empties on that Zofia. Surely E1 are good for the trade, and indeed they are. Flash 3 and Empties finish off round 3.
A beautiful round there from E1. I think Nip had a lot going for them in that setup, and I could sense it inside of your casting as well. You're like, hey, there's a couple of moments here where Nip could honestly make it matter most and take this away from E1. But no, time and time again where Nip was called up to the situation where they had to try and get the big kill or at least get one of the swings to work out, it was E1 over and over again that found victory and eventually a round based off that precedent. Ninjas and Pajamas having a lot of damage dealt to them decently early into that round, but it really all came to a head and that crunch comes through from not only the admin side but also Spiral. Just so many different angles working their way in that Ninjas and Pajamas just simply cannot try and hold back this tide.
We are starting to reach a little bit problematic of a trend with NIP. Their defense is usually much stronger than their attacking side. Now find themselves in a deficit with E1 consistently, to be fair, running into obstacles put up by NIP. It's not like, for example, that roam, not even really roam, but that setup on the top floor. It's not like it's not wasting time. E1 have to spend half the round, most of their drones, a lot of their utility to actually get the progress they're making. But E1 have shown at least the capability to win a lot of these fights that NIP decide to take. And when the setup is failing, or when the setup isn't working, NIP need to have Cons be able to get that pick, need to have Muzi maybe hit a flank on an operator like Thorn or Legion to try to gain momentum back, and they've struggled to do that. The one round they've won so far was, of course, stopping that flood from E1. But when it comes to E1 colliding into the setup 3 times, and now at least 2 of these occasions, E1 have come away the victors, and 2 times on CEO. So quick control established down on the bottom floor as NIP will move to the middle as their next source of the bomb site. And these players from E1 in key cutoff positions to force these roamers to make a play, but Perez, a little bit lackluster intel right there. Whether he knew or not, that's an easy pick for Muzi.
Especially with a lineup like what they have. Not only do they have Lion and Dope, but you're also on Yana. I mean, you can try and use some of these drones, some of these holograms to be able to get some intel, some insight on what's going on that top floor, but instead flies blind and loses a body because of it. E1, though, I will say this. I still like the lineup that they ended up bringing here for round 4. Practically, you could call the meta nowadays. You know, sometimes we see some secondary hard breach brought along just for a little bit of redundancy, but usually this operator lineup is very similar to what we see, especially with Bravo working her way in for those extra drones and the ability to steal some stuff away. They have a nice kill, though, on Dupino. Of all people, you don't really expect that, as the Maestro will be the first one dead and gone on the defense.
A nice bit of utility to be found 2 times now. NIP have
What's happening in this casting?
I was about to say,
right
we
now?
just
Have you noticed this?
we got Ali Zudo, we got Ali Zudo and Intact just showcasing the casting setup towards the camera. Lovely guys, by the way. Met them at SI. Very nice people. Obviously casting this game and doing a lot of the work in Brazil. E1 doing a lot of the work in this round, though. Empties has just worked his way in, cut down Psycho. As I was going to say before, Ali Zudo, very characteristically, caught my eye. A lot of important utility gone from NIP to start the smoke last round, the Maestro this round, and it might be another deep round on the defense gone for NIP. As Muzi in another 1vx, can't even get the Dokkaebi, at least on the initial swing, and on the second, STK cuts him down. E1 making things a lot less close than I think we thought.
Yeah, especially in that round. I mean, Muzi leads us off very strong for Ninjas and Pajamas. It seems like E1 don't really have the capabilities to try and clear things out, or at least the intel, in order to go for what they wanted to. But instead, they start to find some really big, gaps, especially with that leadoff pick onto the Maestro. That has to be the most puzzling moment here for me, is Pino going down when he's effectively going to be at the heart of the setup. But instead, E1 not only are capable of getting Pino out of that area, but they're capable of working their way onto site and not dealing with the top floor setup from Nip. Instead, they just battle through the verticality and get that plant down successfully.
It's a lot of what we saw in the Skyscraper game yesterday. The one change is Arthur, of course, unable to play the Monty. But we saw against Liquid, he would just constantly be like, oh, I'm in the site, not full shielded. I'm basically acting like Blitz, meleeing you onto your back, and then with 2 more hits, getting a kill. Arthur so often would do that to Liquid yesterday and just throw their site setup in complete disarray. There's no Monty, and E1 are playing a very similar style, very quickly pressuring the site, and don't get me wrong, it's not clean. There are still plenty of gaps, plenty of puzzling 1v1s as Muzi showcased with that weird Perez crouch walk up Visa stairs, but they're putting everything on red, and they're at least winning often enough to get themselves a 3-1 lead as you move down to basement. The one site that hasn't gone E1's way so far, unfortunately for them, the impact trick is still a bit too difficult of a foe to beat. Psycho still has one in his pocket, and it goes out. Down goes a hard breach charge. But guess what? STK's fine with that. He was baiting for it to allow the exothermic to open up garage wall.
I was going to say that Psycho still has one, but he is all the way up in piano and doesn't exactly have an angle to try and stop that. Is going to try and create an angle of his own that's going to get rid of the mute jammer, but also has the potential to try and stop this plant. And as you said about Arthur, he does not give a damn. If he's in the site, he's planting.
Okay.
And they're going to get it off successfully. Empties on the glass Overwatch. Able to try and assist. He doesn't even have to fire a bullet, though. Nip doesn't even try and stop this from happening, but they do have the chance, the opportunity to try and seal this up and stop this plant, or rather defuse, from going down. 25 seconds remain on this case.
At 25 seconds, the Kiba's going up, but the push in from Yellow able to get quite a few picks. Still even though, but that just favors E1. These players outside of Garage, they can play passive. Force Pino to make a move. Muzi finds it, but Pino and the 2 players on the diffuser both cut short. And nothing for the Capcan to do now. Caught from the vertical. E1 disrespecting NIP. Throwing pace out the window. Up 4-1 on attack.
That was something else right there. You know, especially just risking it all with that plant. Just simple oversight there from Glass. Have some positioning around Yellow. Don't even deal with the player inside of Piano. Not even worried about him. And not only that, but Psycho creates verticality there, Carter. There is a chance that he tries to spam that out, but he just simply doesn't. Has some bees on his Loke, but that's about it. E1 instead immediately force it into a post-plant situation. And they have absolutely everything well within their right to be able to take that round. I especially like how they, right into the post-plant, reapply themselves towards that mid-level. They know that Psycho's still persisting around that space, and they kill him off, and then just simply use that for the latter portion of that post-plant. It's practically impossible at that moment for Nip to try and find anything, let alone try and stop that case from doing its job.
Just a shocking start for E1. I mean, don't get me wrong. Just like NIP, I have been a bit critical of E1 so far, and I still think a lot of my criticisms are valid, but it takes still a pretty solid team to have those problems and just still consistently pull these rounds through. And with a nice call like that, something as simple as a smoke glass plant, we've seen that since the beginning, since year 1, and still managing to make it work. E1 this time, though, we're back on the Amaru. STK with the diffuser. Surely we're not going to call the same play again, but I imagine it's going to happen this time, though. Instead of STK dropping down Yellow, probably try to Gara hook into the CEO window, Sam.
Honestly, there's a part of me that really wants them to go about this in a very similar manner, and it's simply just because Nip have things kind of extended over towards the eastern front. If they're able to kind of force Nip to pay attention to that portion of the building and chop things up once again, a timing play like that where they're able to work their way in, potentially get a big pickup, and then cut the sights in half, that could be all they need. But I think Carter's got it here, folks.
Yep.
It's going to be the Gara hook in. This doesn't mean that they have to commit. He's going to at least attempt the plant once. We do have a couple pieces of utility flying back and forth and a kill from Pino onto Perez. STK has flirted with this plant now 3 times as he will stick it on this 3rd attempt, but they've lost 2 bodies in exchange for 1. Make it now 2 after Arthur decapitates Cons.
And Cons is trying to go for the swing, but Arthur, very easy to cut off the very low HP player of Cons. And E1 have not more than what they need, but just enough. STK close with the shotgun, Arthur on the rappel with the rifle, but Empty's down below, the vertical with that Deimos, and 2 Deathmark trackers might be able to hunt down these players that go for the retake. He's not even using them. He's played Deimos for the pistol as he's gunned down Wizard down below with the big iron, going for another swing, a 3K. A few shots in that revolver, enough to make good work happen. Losing another 1vx, another round lost long before he was even called to win it. How about a 5-1 hat for E1 on a map we predicted to be so strong for NIP?
Yeah, a map that everyone thought coming into this, it's pretty defender-sided, very strategic, heavy map. Ninjas and Pajamas should feel right at home here. And especially with the Monty band coming out from NIP, I thought that they were in their bag, Carter. I really did. But E1, they came to play today. These offenses have looked so stellar. And those top floor, both of those assaults, just showing exactly how dynamic this team can be. They can go about things in a routine manner, or they can go about things in a high-flying yellow attack that ends up leading to a consistent plant inside of CEO.
And at this point, we might have to start talking about what happens if E1 wins. I mean, if they win this in regulation, obviously up 6 points, they'd probably get the round differential over Vivo keyed. If they win by a dominant margin enough, they might find themselves in 5th. And to be honest, I did not think they'd find themselves out of 8th today. I'll tell you that much. So this is a very solid performance on the attacking side. And on these defenses, Connor brought up a very good point, which is E1 can sometimes give away a bit too many picks, a bit too much control on the defensive side. Just as they like to hit licks on the attacking side, they like to go for big plays on the defense too. And if they keep gambling a bit too often, and NIP, sure they might be slow, but they've got good enough players to take freebies when they're given to them, E1 could find their lead evaporating quicker than they expected.
Also got the M870 out. I don't know if you saw that for Arthur. We're using the Express. He's got the CZ and a shotty on Thorn. Oh, it's going to be pretty fun to watch as they'll be trying to hold things down around bench. A decent amount of traps brought to bear for E1. I think they're trying to expose Ninjas in Pajamas for their usually pretty slow cadence as they tend to execute at the sub-30 mark. And a lot of the early round usually dedicated to things like utility and things like angle holding, seeing if the offense wants to try and overswing things and potentially get a big pick for the offense.
You'd hope with so much utility as well, the Dokkaebi calls, the Bs, that they might be able to find that opening pick. The first call goes out. Wizards not able to get anything off it just yet. Psycho dodging the Razor Bloom, makes his way down bottom spiral. It's very good control acquired for NIP so early on. He will come face-to-face with Arthur. Nice pinch between Psycho and Wizard. Doesn't actually get the kill, but still puts the Thorn to very low HP. Though it's immediately traded back with Pino now on 1. Psycho cut short. Flashtree holding down the lounge position is able to find the kill bottom spiral. So despite a well-coordinated pinch from NIP, they're basically punished for their good efforts.
I think the strategy has worked out so far for E1. Probably a little worried about how this initial engagement would go with NIP, especially if NIP trades out well. There is some potential for this outer portion of the round to go awry, but E1, they've done a lot of the heavy lifting already. They take down Psycho, a lot of damage onto Pino. These traps have now just grown in value and what they can potentially produce. Perez is going to run away in through the Bs, give away a little bit of his info, but also was more than likely trying to bait that player into something over on yellow. Muzi's going to try and push himself forward now. Ninjas in Pajamas, this is where it's all going to come to bear. On with a nice kill onto Empties as they'll equalize for the last minute.
Muzi spots the player inside a bathroom. Perez knows he's relatively trapped right now, and as NIP going for the pinch, he's just trying to get away with 1. But E1 get away with highway robbery. 4v1 now. Cons with the only kill for NIP so far. It's completely collapsed. The moment he set foot back on the yellow stairs, hopped down the skylight, tried to speed up the pace. E1 are the masters of aggression, the masters, at least in this game, of bringing it to NIP, disrespecting them, not letting NIP set up and play the game they want. Perez trolling is sanctioned. He'll go for the swing. He can give away that pick. The rest of E1 with only 10 seconds left can easily win this. Let's not troll a bit too much, boys. I see the double swing right there, top yellow. No need to do this, but STK gets the kill. See what I mean? When I say they like to get aggressive, E1 match point.
6-1 favor to E1. Not something I thought we'd be seeing when we sat down today. I've said that a couple of times, but man, Brazil continues to impress. And that's the one thing that I do have to say about this region. They are so competitive right now. Really the only team that hasn't looked like they can potentially be competing for, you know, at least a top 5 slot here in Brazil has been Team Liquid, sadly. Ninjas in Pajamas have had their moments. E1, you could say the same. This most definitely going to be one of them, as their last couple of games have been a little difficult. Their first game of the season up against Black Dragons, they lost 7-3. Then they lose 7-4 to KD. Immediately after that, a 7-1 victory up against Liquid to really set the precedent of where everybody is in the packing order here in Brazil. And now today, what a game up against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, just an unbelievable showing so far against NIP. I mean, unfortunately at this point, I think a lot of us were expecting E1 to maybe get the win over Liquid, even if it was maybe a bit more dominant than we thought. Then we thought, okay, that's Liquid. Maybe going against a team like NIP that sure has some problems, but is still a solid team nonetheless. Surely they'll face a bit more trouble here, but one round away from the same scoreline against Liquid when NIP just look objectively better than Liquid is certainly surprising. On the basement site, again, E1 running a solid setup, though I doubt we'll get to see much of it, because even though Flash3 has those black mirrors and 2 sources of hard breach denial for E1, it'll probably be Perez and Empties getting in the face of the attack that will capture our attention momentarily.
There's no way he's got a lineup for this, right? Right?
Has he just blown up
Kind of
his
looks
own
like he
bandit
does
batteries?
have a lineup for that.
He just,
That's crazy.
just blew up his own hard... Okay.
You know, they have the ability to do that. They have 5 rounds
We do a little trolling.
to give up. Yeah, you know, you have the capability to troll when the scoreline looks like this. Now they will give over the first kill, and it's going to be Empties. That's the big piece of the puzzle here for me. Because Empties, so far this stage, has been amazing for E1. They haven't really needed him that much inside of this game, but that's because STK and Paris have been playing so damn well.
Playing extremely well, but they will just give away a pick. The Legion playing not exactly by himself. Perez on the second floor in a similar position, but not a lot of support. No real ability to trade for where Perez was playing, so Empties pretty easily dealt with. You also have that single wall all the way back by the electrical side, or at least by the back side of the site, with STK C4ing the bandit batteries off. Not the intention, but the effect. He's now found roaming down below by Psycho. Pretty quiet death for E1 in this round. They still got, you know, the sight hold. You have long angles from Arthur. They have the black mirrors from Flash3, and Perez actually still maybe unknown on this top floor roam. As he's moving back down to the site, and NIP have most of what they want. It can be difficult to flood through this backside sometimes, but I have to think at a 5v3, NIP can get their second.
Oh. Let's go there from Uzi. Another follow-up, too. This will decapitate Arthur. Don't think Flash will be getting too far down this line. And honestly, I thought that E1 did have some chance still, even going into the last portion of this round, but more likely not. Flash will at least be able to get one more, but they know exactly where his location is around the spiral position now, and this should be crunched down on. Needs to be aware that angles are being held. Flash, there's no way, right?
Please stop.
Psycho's got very minimal HP. Lastry, seemingly aware that he is over on that garage side. Finally, Pino will be able to shut him down. All right. Let's breathe for just a second here. Ninjas in Pajamas giving a lot up to that last player, but fortunately enough, veteranism shines through. He'll be able to shut that down. We just want nucleosis in that crowd for nitpicking up one round, as they still have 4 more to go.
A Viking roar before we cut back to the game. Just came out of nowhere. E1 dropped their first defense out of 2 so far. Unfortunately, I mean, just a little bit of trolling. STK by himself, Empties by himself, and obviously the bandit batteries detonated. Not a whole lot for the site to do, especially when NIP won every gunfight given to them. Same could be said for NIP as they slowly feed 1v1 after 1v1 into Flash3's hands, though the mirror did have some nice positioning. Still a round that should have gone the way of NIP. E1 do go back to the top floor, though, which I don't believe they've actually played so far. We had the Expo round the first time, we had the basement the second time, so the actual first attempt of CEO by E1, breaking the trend of NIP starting with that bomb site, but also breaking with the trend Flash3 on Clash. If you thought that NIP were already annoyed by the random stuff being thrown at them by E1, I imagine they're going to be overjoyed when they see a Clash shield just sitting in the middle of admin.
That's what I always think whenever I see Clash. You know, just a metric crap load of happiness.
It's like you're just so bored. You're so bored sitting behind that shield for 2.5 minutes just to shock people as they walk through a hallway. So bored.
Yeah, what is the play loop on this character? Actually, oh, STK, please.
Don't do it. Don't retake.
Oh my god. His head was already so exposed there. If Wizard was literally awake, that guy is so dead. Oh, what a drone. Oh my god. Are we or are we not playing Pro League right now? What is happening?
The decision made.
You don't think that Nip of all people are gonna have somebody watching the window? Oh, well.
The Clash.
What is happening right now? This is insanity. Lastry almost gunned down from an obscure window angle that he wasn't really prepared for at all. Extremely low HP now and no ability to get it back. This is the wacky racist of rounds right now.
It's like we got to 6-1 and then E1 have just started letting loose. They are not calm, but they are comfortable. That much can be certain. But with STK gone out of admin, Flash3 on low HP. I mean, to be fair, the nades from Psycho are gone, but Pino still has 2 to try to push this player back, alongside maybe some Rotero drones or even Bees, just to get intel on the Clash's position. Hans on the upside-down rappel, though. Outside of the projector balcony. Might be able to spot Flash3 in this position. To E1's credit, or at least I suppose to E1's benefit, NIP are still taking a lot of time in this round. They haven't really pushed into admin. They are still clearing utility over on yellow side. So even though we're in the 4v5, the Clash can read where NIP are pushing from by getting in their face, and then Arthur, Perez, and Empties can reposition. Sure, they're in a disadvantage, but because of how close these hallways are, just a couple well-placed shotgun shots or a corner gone unchecked might be enough for E1 to close this out 7-2.
Oh, Nip. We've gotten so much done this round, Carter, but they always just put their backs against the wall, don't they? Such little time now. And this means that things like Flash Shield, although he's on such low HP, it can end up being the differentiating factor in a round like this. Long angles now for E1 adopted as they think they know where this play is coming in from Nip. Oh, they know that Cons is inside of the suicide balcony room too. Psycho's gonna get down. Eno will be able to pick up one. Flashery guns back, and oh my, it's all starting to fall to pieces. But in the favor of Nip, minimal time remaining, but Ninjas in pajamas, they can get the big kills at a moment's notice. It's just the dying moments of that round. And fortunately enough, they're able to get one over on E1 and keep themselves here on Consulate.
Is it possible to get like a stat for how much time Flash 3 actually had his shield out? Just out of curiosity. I'm not even about to like flame him. I'm just curious because every time we cut to that guy, except for the couple times in the mid round, he had his gun out. And if that man is getting aggressive as Clash, I'm worried for what he's going to do on other operators and how worrying that might be for NIP. But still, NIP almost letting that round get away from them, really betting it on the players moving into those doorways, getting the proper kills, because even though they took down STK so early on, pushed Flash3 back so early on, there's barely any control in admin. There's not a lot of control on yellow. Boots are really only on the ground inside a consulate once we reach about 45-30 seconds left, which is how a lot of NIP's attacks go, to be fair. If you've been watching this team, that's not a surprise, but up 6-3, if E1 have the control or can hold the proper angles, they can cut it close like that. They can make those rounds 2v2s or 1v1s. They'll go back to the top floor, and I think wisely will actually put a gun in Flash 3's hands, as long as STK and, well, Flash 3 as well, to be fair, don't overplay their hand, maybe get a little too aggressive. If STK's in that 5v5, NIP might very well be out 7-2 of this particular series, and if E1 just play a similar setup and don't give their lives away early, NIP might be in the same boat.
And it seems to be the case for E1. They're going to bring it back to the top floor, but I love these adjustments. We've got a lot of utility to try and get in the way of ninjas in pajamas, particularly things like these Goyo canisters, things like these Kiba barriers, and deployable shields to try and make some ulterior angles for E1 in some areas that aren't exactly safe without a utility piece like that. Whereas very specific about where he wants that goo mine, isn't he? We'll place that right in the corner just to make sure that if they do try and go for that plant around that space, it doesn't exactly go the way they want it to. They'll have to try and take that thorn out of their ankle, or they end up getting that case on the ground.
Wizard picking the Blitz. I will say, after the Liquid game earlier, Blitz doesn't actually exactly have a positive connotation in my mind today. We'll have to see what he decides to do. I was about to say, yellow skylight. Yup. That is where Wizard will go. Assume NIP will have somebody supporting from the CEO windows, maybe the bathroom window as well. Still droning on the admin side, trying to understand where the bulk of this E1 defense is. Obviously, as we know, a lot of it on the site, maybe some presence down below. NIP not pulling the trigger just yet. They still have some bits to set up, specifically these Bs inside of CEO. If they can inform where Wizard should push, whether it take control of the site or push down the yellow hallway right outside a bathroom, they'll be able to really pressure the defense for where they're properly holding. But still NIP waiting to hit the go button. Well, this yellow push has to happen sooner or later. And indeed, well, there we go. Wizards able to push all the way down. Perez gets the opening pick. Pino falls. The Blitz 2. The Muzi as well. Psycho off the board. Really anticlimactic end to NIP in round 10. As we see so much setup for that Blitz push down Yellow Sam, and it ends as soon as it began.
Well, what exactly goes through your head when you round off on what is the heart of the play for your entire team, and you see Warden staring back at you, of all operators, when your sole intent, your sole purpose is to be able to flash your opponent? Not only do they gun down the assisting member of Ninjas in Pajamas directly behind the Blitz, but they also claim his life as well. Ninjas in Pajamas falling flat on their face during execution in that last round. And E1 extremely hot to trot today, looking so very good across these first 4 days in Brazil.
Yeah, it has been a very slow climb to, not the top of the standings, but much farther out of last place than where they were at the end of Playday, or, yeah, week 1. Of course, we had the loss to Black Dragons, the loss to Vivo Keyed, and now they find themselves actually tied in points and round differential for Vivo Keyed. So I think head-to-head wise, Vivo Keyed will have the edge there, unfortunately, winning over them earlier on in the stage, but that does mean E1 will find themselves in a very comfortable position. But Sam, before we go, I'm just going to slide it back in there again. Liquid still dead last, and nobody really contesting them for that title. But that is it for Sam and I. Listen, I'm a hater, baby. I got to break it out every now and then. That's it for Sam and I. For today, we still have Corbeck and CDAPS on the desk to break down what all has happened on Playday 4.
Well, it was a stunner there to finish off the play day today in Brazil League Stage 1. I am Corbeck, alongside me, Connor, and I don't really know what to say except Vamos E1, some wild stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, so when we talked about how the likelihood E1 was going to get a 5-1 attacking split against a team not named Liquid, we were thinking it was pretty low. And justifiably so. That makes sense. However, it seems like E1 are just that team on the attacking side.
Yeah, a 5-1 split on Consulate too. I mean, a complicated map, a challenging map against a very system-oriented team, Connor, and they walked out looking dominant on these early rounds.
Yeah, and their overall attacking system that they implemented was, hey, let's get the bomb down. Everything that they did on their attacks was focused on the sole just idea of getting the plant down and playing a post plant. On a map like Consulate, that does make a lot of sense. Even pre-rework, retakes on Consulate were some of the most difficult things that a defender could ever be challenged to try to overcome. And once again, it is pretty similar. You saw so much on the basement site. You know, it was just get the breach open and plant. Upstairs, all those attacks, get window control and plant the bomb. Get the roam pressure down below, make sure that they can't nitro you, and boom, easy wins over and over again.
Yeah, I'm still not quite over the round where they just rushed the garage door with smokes and just planted. Perez came out of nowhere and killed a man, and it was just a wild round across the board. And, you know, E1 showing themselves the last 2 days. I know the Liquid game, like I said, a little bit of an asterisk, but NIP is a serious slugger, right, Connor? You cannot count them out.
Yeah, they're a contending team. They made S-tier events for a reason, but we've also said with NIP that they've been very stagnant. We haven't seen any growth out of them recently, and it seems like all of Brazil is just caught up.
Yeah, the same old, but it wasn't that for two of the players on E1. Let's take a look at STK and Perez, a pair of players who really stood out. I mean, look at those EPSs today.
Yeah, Perez has had some bad games before. So has SDK in their short stints in tier 1 so far, but they are on the more quote-unquote veteran side of this team, as opposed to some of their other players who are completely green here in the Brazilian tier 1 system. But stepping forward was absolutely massive. The multi-kills, it was just so beautiful for exactly how E1 was operating. Their game plan, they put it out perfectly. STK and Perez, they were the absolute weapons in the utility. You know, they were the Swiss Army knife that their IGL was able to utilize.
Yeah, indeed. And they were utilized so effectively. I mean, the entries maybe not the best, but the multi-kills, Connor, dropping in 3 and 2, 5 multi-kills combined.
Yeah, and that's 5 round wins right there. Maybe that was all of their attacks, you know, if we just want to say numbers here, but whatever. At the end of the day, E1 are a fierce competitor, and if you take them to a map where they know how to attack, then it's a really scary position because your defenses don't even need to be that good if your attacks are that good.
Right, and you know, I gotta look at it from the other side of the coin. NIP, this is probably a frustrating loss for them. This is one you don't expect to lose.
Yeah, it definitely is, and especially when you're going to be going to a map like Consulate that we know can definitely lean defender-sided. There's so many rooms that you would expect their defenses to just be very, very stalwart. They'd be able to just hold on to areas of map control and play so patiently. But for E1, they were absolutely picking apart NIP, and they were picking it apart early. Setting the tempo in that first round, the first opening kill was about 35 seconds into the round. We spent so much time harping about how NIP stay alive on their defensive roams. E1 were so aggressive, but they were aggressive in a very, very coordinated way that worked, allowed them to just complete their checklist so quickly, and NIP were seeing stars.
Well, E1 beating NIP on any other day might be one of the biggest stories, but it was a wild play day across the board here in Brazil League. Let's take a look at our results. I mean, there's so much to talk about, Connor. What jumps out to you first?
I mean, honestly, the entire play day does. It was a very, very great play day. You know, Fluxo taking Furia, the overtime, that was huge. That eclipsed the Vivo Keatstar performance of putting up actually probably match 2, the only expected result, besides maybe match 3, where it was just kind of fun to rag on Liquid and see Volps absolutely pop off against his old team. Going to match 4, that was a phenomenal match and a little bit of an upset. A lot of people probably didn't think MIBR had it in them to beat out Black Dragons, who were on a huge hot streak. And now E1 coming from the bottom of the table, going all the way up to pretty solid playoff position.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that things have gotten a little confusing, chaotic, anarchic down here in Brazil, right? These have been 4 wild play days. They've had some crazy results that I don't think we necessarily expected. A lot of upset potential. Probably one of the most competitive league experience for Brazil we've seen in a long time. And I feel like the standings are going to reflect that.
Yeah, they definitely are. They've been shaken up. Sure, FaZe Clan up on top. Actually, if you look at the top 3, that is very expected, which funnily enough makes things a bit crazy, where FaZe Clan, W7M, Furia, you expected them to be the top 3, but 4 through 9 is where it's a lot more interesting, especially with the upside that Fluxo just gave us in that matchup against Furia, where all of a sudden, you know, NIP, MIBR, there's going to be 2 teams, including E1, Vivo, and Black Dragons, that are going to be going to the open qualifiers and absolutely ruin some poor teenagers, some Brazilian teenagers' day where he comes home from school and goes, hey guys, let's go play the major quals. And all of a sudden you're playing against those guys.
Playing against those guys. What a terrifying concept. I mean, if you had come to me before this season even started and said that E1 was going to be higher in the standings than NIP and Team Liquid, I don't think there's very few people in the world, probably even on E1, who would have taken that bet.
Yeah, it's been a really big surprise, especially because so much of Brazil made roster moves and they didn't need any time to settle.
Well, the league carries on. We've got Playday 5 coming up next weekend, and well, there's a lot to look forward to. It's gotten wild, Connor. Some of these matches, I mean, we maybe wouldn't have talked about Fluxo and E1 before today, but I feel like that one's got some fun implications now.
Yeah, both these teams are on fire, going from the bottom of the table, trying to push themselves into that top 6 position. You've got matchup number 1 starting off good with Vivo Stars against MIBR. How good is MIBR? We don't quite know, and maybe Vivo Stars we overestimated going into this.
Yeah, and what about Black Dragons versus W7M there at match 5, closing out the day? Another huge test for Black Dragons. They've kind of got average scores, right? They've got C's or B's on their past couple of tests. Do you think they could get an A next weekend?
I mean, this would be an absolutely huge A if they were able to just clutch out against W7M. That's like dropping a 95 on your final and boosting your grade up so much.
It would be a wild result. I mean, I want to give that one last shout out there as well to FaZe Clan versus NIP. Obviously, NIP, they're going to be looking for a comeback, all right, Connor? But FaZe Clan, probably not the team to have that comeback against.
Yeah, that's not the team where you really need points. You want to have to go up against FaZe. Have still looked great. They have one small little blemish, but once again, FaZe are just a good team. There's nothing really more you can say about that.
Yeah, there really isn't. Well, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of our 4th play day here in Brazil. I say that, unfortunately, quite genuinely, Connor, because it's been a fun experience here on the desk with you this weekend. These have been some of the best games of Siege I have seen in a long time. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, it was really great working with you, and hopefully you're going to bring some of this, you know, overall energy that you got from Brazil to bring some luck to the LATAM region.
Yeah, I hope it rubs off on me. We'll take it over to LATAM tomorrow and see what they can get out of it, honestly. But that will, of course, do it for us here today. Thank you so much to our casters, Lynx, Stokes. Of course, thank you, CDAPS, to our replay operator, Grave, our producer, Crater. Thank you as well. And of course, from all of us here at Ubisoft and Blast, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.